From this day forward, he swears their partnership is born. Then he reaches out, eyes set on the future, and tells Ruri he's hoping they'll get along. That day, it all clicks for him. He remembers they decided to level up, to get stronger and stronger. Ruri shot her gaze up at the protagonist, clasped his hand in hers, and nodded along with the guy's last words. The girl swears she'll get stronger right alongside Sugudo, the main character, and their vow is simple, unbreakable, and everlasting. A few days earlier, this guy on the bus comes in rude and loud. He straight up demands Sugudo give up his seat. Sugudo keeps brushing off the stranger and, like it's a punchline he needed, recalls that growing up often starts with failures. While the guy keeps cursing at him, Sugudo stays stone calm and just won't give the offender a second thought. Sugudo sits there thinking, what if this happens a few years from now? And figures he'd never listen to that guy, yet right here, in this moment, he slips the rude man his seat with a calm, smiling face. The protagonist keeps staring into the void, replaying the battle in his mind. If it had turned out differently, would he have won? Deep down, he knows the answer. Even if he'd pulled off the win, the police still wouldn't back him up, and society would have torn him apart the moment the dust settled. Sugudo flashes a sad smile because he's finally realized both choices spell trouble for him, so he decides to step aside, swallow his pride, and smile anyway. Even after everything, the protagonist can't settle, because he keeps asking himself what it really means to be human if growing up is just this. On the bus, everyone stares at Sugudo, but he can't read the looks. Are they pity or pure contempt? And deep down, he's convinced he just humiliated himself when he gave his seat to that rude guy. Suddenly, the bus lurches hard, so he whips his head around with a startled shout. The driver slammed the brakes, but it was too late. Boom, the bus smashed into the crash. Sugudo, who had already given up his seat to a stranger, scrambles to stay upright by planting his feet on the floor. Then the crash hits, debris explodes through the air, and the whole bus erupts with coughs and groans of pain. Sugudo snaps his eyes open, scrambles to piece together what just happened, and figures the bus must have crashed. Then he whips his head around the cabin and sees it. Every passenger survived. The boy snaps to the truth. He's the only one who got thrown back during the break. Then he curses the person he'd given his seat to, straight through clenched teeth, while Sugudo clocks it too. Every passenger is staring at him like they just witnessed a nightmare. He looks down and his stomach drops when he realizes shards of glass have torn into him. Sugudo slowly comes to, something's wrong, then horror hits. He's hurt, he can't move, and he refuses to believe this is the end because his life can't just drop that fast. Barely lifting his head, he snaps his attention to the one sound that's coming. Even through the sting, he realizes that the rude guy the protagonist had let have the seat isn't hurt at all, so he whips out the camera, films the whole mess, and bursts into laughter. Sugudo just freezes, staring at that rude man, then it hits him like lightning. He's not filming a video, he's filming his death. Rage floods his chest as the truth hits, pain screaming in his body, but he forces himself to rise because he refuses to be laughed at anymore, and the only thing on his mind is revenge against the one who did this. Sugudo can't stand it. Why does he have to die, and why should he keep playing along for some rude guy? That man flooded with harsh emotions, all tangled up in ways that don't even make sense. The protagonist fixed the man with rage-filled eyes, blaming him for everything he'd endured. Then, in that instant, he unleashed a raw, furious curse on the very nature of the world with his gaze. Before Sugudo could even finish his sentence, a blinding light tore across his vision. The hero stumbles into a shadowy cave, and when he finally snaps back to his senses, he jerks his body off the ground and blurts a shocked cry. He jolts upright, stares at his hands, and it hits him like lightning. He can talk, he can move, so he's alive. Sugudo keeps staring at himself, and it's like the world hit reset. His clothes are spotless, and every wound is gone. He tries to reel in his memory, pressing for proof he hasn't lost it, and when he remembers his name, it clicks hard. His name is Sumihara Sugudo. Sugudo stares at the chaos, baffled, because he can't make sense of what just happened. He thinks, okay, maybe I'm dreaming, then immediately shuts it down when he can feel that cool air on his skin and the wet ground soaking his feet. Pressing his palm to the cave vault, the guy snaps to the truth. This can't be a dream. Still stunned and a little lost, Sugudo convinces himself that he's been rescued. Dragging his palm along the wall, he realizes he's trapped in some kind of cave, and the second he figures it out, he snaps around at the sound. Sugudo spots a towering adult standing there, pickaxe hanging over his shoulder, bucket clutched in his hand. He thinks, at least I found someone in this messed up cave, so he heads straight for the stranger, and the guy instantly starts wanting to talk. As Sugudo closes in, he locks eyes with the man, and realizes those blue eyes are impossible to miss. While the stranger sizes him up, the protagonist can't shake the thought, what if he'd ended up outside of Japan? The man snaps into action and speaks first to the startled Sugudo, calling the boy nameless and barking that he's got to move fast. because the hero needs him too. Sugito's mouth goes shut in shock, but the man barrels on, snapping that if Sugito won't leave, then he better stay right where he is until the stranger's done. The protagonist stays stone-cold quiet, and the man snaps back to his job like nothing happened. With Sugito left behind, the stranger rages at the cave wall, hammering it with a pickaxe. The guy looming behind the miner is even more stunned now, staring at everything like, wait, what the heck is happening here? Suguro clocks it instantly. The stranger isn't Japanese, and the guy has no clue what language the man spoke to him. Still, Sugito clocked what it meant. He caught a foreign language in his ears, and somehow every word snapped into place. After a while, the man stuffed his bucket with stones, hoisted it up, and strode off with a smug, satisfied grin. Meanwhile, Sugito had been eyeing him the whole time, so he figured the exit had to be that way, and he couldn't help it. He had to find out exactly where the miner was headed. As he strides past the spot where the miner works, the protagonist spots tiny, glittering gems, and now he's staring at his chance to grab them, even though the miner already lost his wallet. Sugito grabs one and his breath catches when he realizes it's see-through. Then the protagonist stares at the stone in his palm, convinced it's prettier than the rest, and decides to grab another. As Sugito keeps trudging deeper into the cave, he spots even more miners, every single one marching toward the same dark destination. The protagonist spots everyone shuffling along the left side, lugging those brutal heavy buckets, and then the guy decides, no way, I'm following them. Suddenly a blinding light erupts in Sugito's eyes, and he throws his hand up to shield his face. He finally bursts out of the cave. Sugito scans the area and spots a tiny settlement right outside the cave, packed with miners, and straight up realizes this can't possibly be Japan. Almost everyone around him is rocking light hair, and when he spots the stranger's clothes, it hits him. They look straight out of the Middle Ages. Suddenly, Sugito spots a squad of people brandishing swords, and tension tightens in his chest. A stranger barrels past the protagonist like they don't exist at all. He only catches it because they totally ignore him. He figures they're guards, but then he clocks it. This group looks exactly like adventurers pulled straight from some role-playing game. While Sugito glares at the armed men, a little girl slips up behind him, moving at a slow, creeping pace, clutching a shovel that drags and screeches across the ground. The girl slips behind Sugito without so much as a glance, totally ignoring him. Sugito, still locked on the person in front of him, shoots a look of surprise, then leans in with curiosity, because when the girl turns out to be Ruri, her eyes give him nothing at all. She glances back at the main character for just a few heartbeats, then turns away and strides off like nothing happened. Sugito is so lost in his own head that he doesn't even see the girl, and when he finally realizes she's right there, he can't make sense of it because he's never heard of a country that behind, so where the heck is he? The boy spots the miners standing in a line, and Sugito's first instinct is to march right in, until he snaps out of it and decides he'd better scout the place first. Sugito shot his eyes upward and froze mid-breath, utterly stunned. Right in front of him, towering above the cave's exit, those insane, steep mountains claw up into the sky, and they slap the main character with déjà vu, reminding him of the Tower of Babel from the myths. What he sees shatters almost everything Sugito learned in his 17 years of life, and it hits him with a realization so sharp it feels like a punch. The main character finally realizes the place he's trapped in isn't on Earth at all. With a roaring shout, Sugito claims his lucky streak won't quit, and he smashes the rocks apart with his pickaxe. Sugito and Ruri lower their heads toward the glittering stones, and the shock is written all over their faces. He suddenly clears his throat like it hit him, shoots Ruri an apology, and almost like a promise, swears to her, and Ruri looks thrilled. Miners swarm everywhere inside the cave and out, and they're smashing rocks non-stop, so the whole place roars with noise. Sugito drops his pick with a heavy sigh, cursing through clenched teeth as sweat pours down his face. Ruri lingers right there, shovel braced on the ground, and watches Sugito in total silence. Already in his head, rage burns hot, because in the end, he's still trapped doing stone mining. Sugito snaps back to the instant it hits him. He's not on Earth. If someone shouts at him, "You okay?" he snaps around the second he hears that voice. The guy who shouted at Sugito wasn't some random stranger at all. He was a merchant with a shop right nearby. The merchant snaps, telling the protagonist he missed the cue, and then demands to know if he still managed to grab the magic ores. Sugito, utterly thrown off, asks again, and the merchant insists he heard right, then grills him. "So did you hear about those ores?" In Berg, merchants say the miners are missing, thieves run wild, and scoundrels are everywhere, but don't stray too far, because adventurers keep grinding through the monsters in the local dungeons, and that keeps things from getting out of hand. Sugito froze at the explanation, wondering if he just stumbled into a fantasy world, while the merchant, totally misreading him, rushed in to comfort the poor protagonist. Racing back to the cave discovery, the boy pulls a blue stone from his pocket and blurts out whether it's magical or two, and the merchant nods, then demands he show it, leaving Suguto's mind spinning over just how priceless his find really is. The merchant sizes up Suguto's stone and says it's worth a big copper coin, then smirks, adds that the purity isn't terrible, and decides to tack on one more copper coin, ending with a final price of 11 marks for Suguto's find. The protagonist aches over not knowing the final price, then turns to a friendly merchant and blurts, "Tell me, what can I snag with this money?" so he can finally get a feel for how big the find really is. Once Suguto learns this money can only snag a tiny handful of dried fruit, he realizes 11 larks won't even reach 100 yen, then his eyes snap to the second stone he's found. Suguto tells the merchant to check out his latest find, and the merchant's eyes light up. Is it an ethereal crystal? When the kid just didn't get it, the merchant snapped that these crystals were insanely rare, because without them, you can't brew a single potion. Then he offered to buy the stone from Suguto for way over the market price, and once the first crystal was counted too, the total came out to 2,611 lark. Suguto starts tallying in his head, figuring out exactly how much each coin is worth in larts. After he finally nailed down what the local money was worth, he hawked his stash to a merchant and walked away with a single portion of dried meat. Right before he could slip out, Suguto suddenly remembered one thing: he needed a place to sleep, and he ran to the merchant to ask if any shelter was nearby. The boy realized he couldn't survive a night on the street in a world that was still totally unknown to him. The merchant thrusts a finger toward the city, then tells Suguto he can crash at the Dragon's Den in 5 silver coins a night. Suguto's on edge because that cash won't last a week, and he knows a way back to his world in just a few days is a long shot, so he has to earn, and now he's wondering exactly how much he can rake in from magic ore. After mulling it over, the guy strides up to the merchant and demands, "Do you sell pickaxes and buckets?" The merchant blurts that pickaxes are sold in the building next door, and the bucket is free. Then Suguto cuts him off mid-question, grinning as he declares he's about to prove he can do it. Determination burns in him as he storms back to the dungeon, ready to dig up a full bucket of ore. After a while in the dungeon, Suguto's bucket is almost drained dry. He can't stop asking himself why he's stuck doing nothing, because he's 100% sure he picked the right place, only to realize there are tons of other people here too. Still, only Suguto can't pull the ore out. He realizes the truth fast. At this pace, he'll scrape together almost nothing, so he has no choice but to bank everything on luck. Right then, bam, a voice snaps nearby and blurts just one word: "Here." Suguto whips around to face the sound. He starts by eyeing the other person's shoes, then locks onto the shovel she shoves into the dirt. She keeps repeating herself, pointing again and insisting, "Right here, this is the perfect spot." She's short, with long curly hair, stretched elf-like ears, and ram-like horns jutting out from her head. Stunned, Suguto blurts out whether the stranger is speaking to him, then she smiles and confirms, "Yes, I am." She studies her closely, clocking every tiny difference from a human, then realizes the girl standing there is still just a kid, and that she somehow looks like she belongs to a whole other, far-fetched race. Suguto asks what's up with the wall the stranger is pointing at, and she tells him, "Then dig right there." He asks why it isn't there, jabs at some random spot, and she shoots back that ore was there yesterday, so there's no reason to keep digging in this place right now. Suguto calls the girl over and tells her to take it seriously, then checks the spot he pointed out and finds zero signs of digging. When the stranger insists she's being serious, he snaps to the only conclusion that fits: she's lying. The girl insists she's telling the truth, and when Suguto points out that the wall's got no trace left, she snaps back that everything's already vanished, because it was only yesterday. The boy snaps into an argument, calling it ridiculous. There's no way those digging traces vanished that fast, so Suguto steps in, orders the stranger to act like a good girl, and demands she apologize. She tells him, "Trust me, once you lay eyes on it, everything will click." She flashes a confident grin, grabs her shovel and starts digging right where the sign points, because yeah, it's real and she's about to prove it. Suguto can't believe it. She hacks through the ore with one clean swing and pulls a chunk out like it's nothing. Even then, he refuses to trust the stranger and insists she only got lucky, while the guy keeps digging for ore in the exact same spot at the exact same time, pushing and asking whether that wall can't even heal itself. The girl snaps back, "These walls regrow themselves, even when you tear them down." Suguto blurts out, "Is there ore in that rebuilt wall?" And the stranger nods, saying the ore comes back too, but it's way slower to recover. Then she holds up 2 chunks, compares them, and tosses the one she decides is no good. The guy asks how long it takes to restore the ore, and the answer hits him: about 2 or 3 days. Then Suguto realizes something terrifying. It's not just that stranger who knows. Every local miner has the exact plan for which wall to dig on which day. The girl hurls one chunk of ore into the bucket, and the boy immediately fires back, "How long until these buckets are full?" When they tell him there's still a ton of buckets left, he pushes again. "So what will we get for all this mined ore?" She grins and says, "Around 5 silver coins." Suguro decides this is plenty for one night, and once he knows exactly where to dig, he figures the cash won't be a problem. The boy thanks the girl, convinced she just saved his life, then blurts out, "What's your name?" She goes silent for a couple heartbeats, then finally says, "Ruri." Suguro introduces himself too, then lines in and demands, "So why'd you help me?" Ruri just stays silent. She starts whispering something, so Suguro leans in close, and then it hits. Ruri was scared of that guy. After the girl blurts out her confession, Suguro looks at her and goes, "You're adorable," then bursts into laughter. He can't stop thinking about his assistant, so he lines in and gently strokes her hair again. Ruri shuts her eyes and grins like she just nailed it, and right then something hits Suguro, hard, stunning him. He spots that the hair on her head isn't hair at all, it's like wool, and shoots out, "Are you a sheep?" Ruri's face ignites with fury as she snaps back, "I'm a mouflon, not a sheep." Realizing he messed up, Sugito blurts an apology, begs the other not to be mad, and swears he'll never repeat the same blunder. Then Ruri lets out a heavy sigh and forgives him anyway. He offers to sell the ore they mined, then clocks that the girl's acting weird and nervous, so he presses her, asking if something happened. Ruri hefts her shovel like a warning sign and shouts that Donald is here. Then 3 armed men with grim, unfriendly faces burst into view at the cave entrance. Segudo fires off a question about Donald, and Ruri tells him the guy in the middle. So when the protagonist spots that towering monster of a man, he can't help but ask who he is, and Ruri snaps back that Donald's a bad guy. Then Segudo catches Donald's furious face. Donald and his men swagger in and steal the ore from the miners. No fear, no consequences, nothing stopping them. Segudo keeps repeating Ruri's claim that Donald is the real villain, but then he calls out what Donald's crew is actually doing, taking just enough from the miners to keep them quiet, then hunting for the next person to exploit. Sugiro's furious as he asks how nobody has the guts to stand up to him. Suddenly Suguro clocks what he just thought, and a jittery little smile creeps onto his face. He gets why the miners don't dare contradict Donald. Staying quiet is the easiest escape, plain and simple, because Suguro remembers how, even after getting blasted with insults, he still swallowed his pride and gave his seat to a rude man on the bus. He knows the miners don't fight back because the damage stays low and it's safer for everyone, yet he still realizes that because they keep bowing to him, his own death is the price. Suguro replays his whole past like a curse. He thinks he spent his life humiliating himself in front of people, then dropped dead, and now he can't even decide if he has the nerve to judge the miners standing around him. But Ruri spots something terrifying. He's clenching his fists like rage is building inside him. Right then, one of Donald's lackeys comes up and orders them to hand over 10 stones per person, so Ruri slams a shovel into the ground in front of him and flat out refuses to follow. Donald's lackey fires off rude remarks at the girl, then snaps that the miners should thank guys like him for hunting monsters, because without him, they'd never be able to mine ore safely. Ruri snaps that Donald's subordinate is lying. Adventurers have shown up today, and none of the 3 who came recently are among them, so the rude man can't help but fume. Donald storms into the conversation, raging as he yells at Ruri and demands she hand over the stones, but Ruri's voice shakes and she still won't give in. Donald strides toward Ruri like he's about to crush her, then a rock slams straight in front of his face. At the last second, Donald twists out of the way and the stone whips past him, missing by inches. Suguro hurled that stone like a warning, and in the stunned silence right after, Donald's men blurt his name, terrified. Segudo's move only cranks Donald's irritation higher, and he whips around to face the guy, but the protagonist isn't planning to play nice anymore. When Segudo lifts his gaze to Donald, rage and hate burn in his eyes, and he straightens up to his full height. Donald's fury spikes again, veins bulge on his arms, and the leader slams the question to Segudo, "Was it you who threw that stone?" His face is dead calm, but the moment you look into his eyes, the softness he used to have is completely gone. Segudo remembers that disgust hitting him hard, 3 against them sure, but those guys came with swords, and his chances of winning felt basically hopeless. He even thought they should have just handed those scoundrels the ore they mined. After what happened to him on the bus, Segudo couldn't act like himself anymore. The boy still remembered how Ruri, scared out of her mind, chose to fight anyway. Watching the girl smaller than him, yet braver than anyone, Segudo snapped to it and realized how pathetic he'd become, then hated himself for it. Donald snapped and started yelling at the main character, still demanding answers about who had thrown that stone at him. Suguro stayed stone calm and told him Donald himself wanted the stones, so what's there to complain about? And on the protagonist's face, that total confidence just screamed. One of Donald's henchmen abruptly bellowed and jabbed at Suguro, telling Donald that the brat had no mark on him at all. When the henchmen started pushing their boss to back off, Suguro just stayed ice calm. The first guy to approach Ruri fired off arguments, but Donald cut him off with a furious shout. He spun back to the protagonist and demanded to know whether the boy even understood what was happening to people like him, while Suguro, clueless about everything, stared into the mess and realized that if this went south, he'd probably die again. Even with death looming in his mind, Suguro refused to back down, because he'd rather leave this world standing tall than die after turning himself into a joke. Determination burned in his face, then he snapped at Donald, "Shut your mouth." When Suguro fired off another insult, Donald exploded forward and charged him on the spot. No way he'd swallow that behavior again, because the leader was done playing nice and decided to wipe out the rude guy. Even as Donald tore toward him, yanking his sword free mid-run, Suguro stayed locked upright and unshakable, like he'd already accepted his fate. At the very last second, Ruri exploded out of nowhere and slammed Donald's hand with her shovel, using every ounce of strength, leaving Suguro frozen in shocked disbelief at what his friend just did. Ruri's eyes burned with pure grit and focus, while Donald had to yank his hand back from the injury and drop the sword, which crashed straight onto the ground. Suguro tried to call out to her, but before he could even move, the furious Donald shoved Ruri aside with a single brutal motion. Then she slammed straight into the wall. Fear snapped into the hero's eyes, and Donald, still not calm in the slightest, kept screaming at Ruri while acting terribly. Suguro finally caught a clear glimpse of the girl's face, pure fear and agony, right before she crumpled and fell again against the wall. He shoved Donald aside and sprinted to his assistant, trembling with terror for the girl. Right there, the boy gently cradled Ruri's head, and her face was filthy while her eyes stayed shut from the pain. She'd probably blacked out from the hit. Suguro couldn't deny it, this girl was fighting to save him. As he stared at his wounded girlfriend in stunned silence, rage and hatred surged back into his chest like a wildfire. Donald snapped back into shouting, threatening that anyone who crossed him would suffer the same fate as Ruri, and then he sneered that only weaklings deserved to stay sprawled on the ground. With his fury finally easing, the leader let out a low chuckle and strode over to Suguro, who was still planted beside Ruri, while Donald grinned and swore the boy would be next, warning him not to kid himself that anyone would come to save him. When Suguro snapped his gaze to Donald, pure hatred flooded his eyes, so intense that the leader, who'd been bragging a second ago, flinched hard at the look that screamed, "Revenge is coming." Donald stumbled and then hit the ground hard. He could read everything in Segudo's eyes, burning rage, bitter regret, and the craving for revenge. Cold sweat started pouring down Donald's face. Segudo sprang to his feet, Ruri lay out cold behind him, and Donald's body lay sprawled on the cave floor in front of him. Everything Segudo felt, dedication, razor-sharp confidence, and full-on concentration, smashed together in a roaring blur and turned into pure curse. Donald, desperate to slip away from that crazy guy, started mumbling fast under his breath, trying to warn the protagonist to keep his distance. A murderous, bone-chilling aura erupted behind Segudo, and Donald, screaming, shot up from his spot, bolted for the cave exit, and sprinted right past his stunned subordinates. The last two, Donald's gang, chased after him almost right away. While Segudo didn't go after anyone at all, he just plopped back down beside Ruri again. After a while, the guy shoved an elixir into Ruri's hands, coaxing her to drink. Then Segudo asked if she could take it and slowly, carefully tipped that strange liquid into her mouth. Ruri finally snapped her eyes open, and Segudo instantly started bombarding her with non-stop questions about her health, trying to make sure she was really okay, but she couldn't answer straight. The moment the grandma heard him grilling her, she completely lost her temper. After she demanded payment from Segudo, she shoved them both out and ordered them to leave. She had to shut the shop now. But the boy wouldn't listen. He snapped that she was a witch and blurted that Ruri had just woken up. That old woman got offended for the second time. They stumbled into a magical hideout packed with gadgets, spellbooks, and bubbling potions, and Segudo immediately asked Ruri how she was. This time she finally cracked a smile and told him everything was fine. Plopped on the couch, Ruri demanded where they were. Segudo stalled for a beat before blurting that they were in some tool shop in the city. But the old woman snapped right back, furious, and declared it was the Hind Magic Tool Shop. Segudo quickly spilled everything that happened after the cave incident, and he even told him how the merchant insisted this shop was the best place to get Ruri the help she needed. The protagonist says coming here was a great idea. Then the old, creepy witch tries to shove some shady liquid into the girl's drink. He'd already told the shop owner he wouldn't pay if Ruri said she was cured, but Segudo pushed back, trying to change his mind. Then the old lady erupted into another scream, because the boy clearly had zero plans to pay. Turns out it was all a joke. Segudo thanked the old lady, then told Ruri to do the same. Ruri bowed to the shop owner and the poor guy immediately looked embarrassed. The witch brushes off their thanks and says it's just her job. Then Segudo and Ruri scramble to plead for a discount, only to get slapped with full payment and kicked out of the store. With their cash nearly gone, they're left with just 211 Lark. Right in the middle of the street, Segudo slams on the brakes and asks Ruri where she lives, because he's desperate to walk her home, but when he hears she has no home at all, his head spins. He blurts out where she sleeps at night, then demands to know where her parents are. The girl won't even glance at Segudo when she answers. She just says she always crashes in a flop house, and she has no clue where her parents are. The guy goes quiet and sadness creeps in on him. After a few tense seconds, Segudo finally blurts out where the shelter is. Ruri points and says it's right at the dungeon entrance, and the moment he hears that, he starts weighing his options fast. It's risky to stumble through the dark mountain path to the dungeon, and he can't afford an inn in the city. Ruri spots the confusion on his face and blurts out an apology for how much his treatment is going to cost. Segudo tells her to stop apologizing, but the girl thrusts the money into the protagonist's hands and insists he take it. She slips the guy 350 Lark, and with what's left from Segudo's stash, he finally gets to spend the night at the Dragon's Lair Tavern, the one that merchant swore he'd find earlier. Segudo lets out a breath of relief, flashes a smile, and tells Ruri that she really does save him every single time. Then he looks down as the girl answers, steady and sure, that this is her path. Elsewhere in one of the houses, Donald charges at a beautifully dressed girl, yells at her, and shoves her hard. She grabs the edge of a table to catch herself, then screams and crashes to the floor. Rage boils in Donald again as he storms off, ignoring the fallen girl completely. Seated on the bed, Donald grips his head in both hands and unleashes loud curses over and over, his eyes locked on something straight ahead. A bunch of tables slam into place in front of Donald, stuffed with the basics, his stats, and every ability this person can use. The status column blares cursed, and Donald snaps that 239-point chunks got ripped off his health again. He can't believe how he bled out his health so fast, because with what's left, even a simple fall could kill him. And once Donald realizes Segudo caused all of this, rage snaps into focus. He's going to strike back and get his revenge. As morning creeps in, a bell blasts over the whole city. Right then Segudo jolts awake, because he'd spent the night in the room he and Ruri rented just yesterday. Half asleep, Segudo suddenly senses something nearby. Turns out it's just someone's loose hair brushing past him, and he jerks awake, shocked to his core. Watching Ruri sleep right beside him, Segudo can't wrap his head around it. Why would she choose his bed when she has her own? He looks totally baffled, but he doesn't dare wake her. The bell keeps on ringing as the Dragon Inn sign with its bird stares down at him, and morning sun slants through the window, so Segudo snaps upright in bed. Ruri, the boy, pressed his hand to his face, either to block the brutal sun or to hide straight-up irritation, then jerked his chin and reminded Ruri there's another bed in the room. Staring at the sleeping girl, he blurts out, "Why did you crawl into my bed?" When Segudo looks back on last night, he can't help but feel relieved they managed to stop at the Dragon Inn after all that chaos, and the moment they stepped inside, they were met by a muscular, gloomy man. The protagonist couldn't help but think, this guy is ridiculously gloomy, and honestly, are all men in this world built like that? The man strode up to Segudo and Ruri and told them he'd be banned from the dining hall, but if his comrades were fine with it, they could rent a room on the third floor for 5 silver coins. When he hears about the canteen, Segudo whips his head around, hooked and curious. Once the deal was sealed, he still couldn't wrap his head around why he alone was banned from the canteen. Yet the boy got the keys and 2 flasks anyway, handed over by that creepy man who slid in one chilling warning. "These are for light and hot water." Ruri spotted the flasks and lit up at once, especially since hot water was mentioned, while Segudo, totally lost, blurted out what those flasks even were, and the girl explained they held magical ores. As soon as Ruri stepped into the room, he slid a bulb into the lamp, and the moment it clicked, the whole thing flared to life. Segudo was completely caught off guard, then the girl kept going. "Toss magic ore into the bath, pour in water, and it'll heat up." The boy figured this kind of magic ore routine was probably normal, and after Ruri finished explaining, she checked if Segudo got it, then immediately invited him to bathe together, only for the protagonist to shut it down by claiming he understood everything. After that, Segudo handed Ruri some dried meat, but she chewed it with a reluctant frown, like she wasn't convinced it would help. Segudo chalked it up to the fact that sheep and mouflons are both herbivores. While Ruri kept eating, Suguro slipped off to the bathroom, then flopped down and tried to rest, and before long he was out cold. Staring at the clothesline stretched through the room, Suguro snapped back to the memory that every piece of laundry had already been washed. Then he gently traced Rory's cheek and finally roused her from sleep. After calling the sleepy girl good morning, Suguro handed her stuff a little too casually, urged her to get dressed, and then, right there, thanked Ruri for doing the laundry yesterday. Suddenly, Suguro spotted a chain hooked around the girl's neck, and when curiosity hit, he leaned in and demanded to know what kind of badge it was. Rory jolts like the boy's question caught her off guard, asks if he really truly has no clue, and the boy answers yes. Then she drops the hint that she's got a badge hanging around her neck, but Suguro is still completely lost. Ruri leans in and asks the boy if he lost his token. Suguro just smirks and tells her, "How could I lose something I never had?" Suddenly, Ruri's expression tightens. She grips her token like its lifeline and snaps that Suguro being without a pendant is seriously bad, and just like that, Suguro's whole body goes tense too. After a while, he finally stopped in front of a two-story building with huge windows and 4 tall columns, and he asked straight out if this was an adventurer's guild. Replaying yesterday's showdown with Donald, Suguro finally got what people meant. Yeah, he didn't have a tag, yet right then the protagonist also remembered the first miner he'd met was tagless too. Suguro fired off another question. How could anyone tell he had a token when he could just stuff it in his pocket? Ruri smirked and said the protagonist would know the moment he stepped in. Sugito shoved the double doors open and strode into the guild hall small, right by the entrance, where a counter waited, and behind it stood a girl in guild uniform, smiling as she greeted everyone who walked in. Smiling wide, the girl leaned in and asked if Ruri and Sugito were here to restore the token. Ruri spotted the guy frozen at the reception, staring in awe, so she stepped up to the stranger, who admitted they had no recovery token, but insisted they could make a brand new one. The girl jumped back in shock and demanded, "Are we really making a whole new token?" When they nodded again and confirmed what he'd said before, the receptionist went into full overdrive. Suddenly, she bolted up and dashed deep into the room, telling the visitors, "Wait a minute." Sugito snapped, "Will everything be okay?" And Ruria shot back, "It'll be fine." When the receptionist finally let him back in, she shoved a bowl-like thing at the guy. There was a token inside, and told him to squeeze it in his palm and hold it for a few seconds. Ruri, watching like she'd seen this before, blurts out that something is about to activate. 5 minutes later, still nothing, so the girls grabbed Sugito and demanded he wait. 5 more minutes passed and the silence didn't break, and now their smiles were gone as they started looking unsure. Fed up with the wait that dragged on, Sugito seethed. Why should he have to stand around so long? Then a system notification blared, the mark was activated, and the account registration was finished. A whole storm of system windows burst onto the screen right in front of Sugito's wide-open eyes. Still reeling from what just happened, he nervously asked the guild's stranger what those windows even were, and the smiling girl shot back that the main character had registered successfully, instantly washing the worker's worry away. The girl told Sugito that the details of his soul, what they call status, are flashing right in front of his eyes and only he can see it, while Sugito himself doesn't look thrilled at all, just completely stunned by what's happening. Sugito scrutinizes his own traits, hunting every detail like it matters. Ruri breaks his focus, yanks his attention to his badge, and somehow there's Sugito's own name stamped on it, even though it was totally blank and ordinary just days ago, and he clocks it instantly. The guild girl keeps talking and she tells you straight up, if you want to check your status, you've got to fill your personal token, meaning you pour your mana points directly into your gear. She tells you that this special gear is usually dubbed asterisk artifacts asterisk asterisk. It carries an aura that feels like the souls of living creatures, and it's known as a asterisk asterisk pool of mana asterisk asterisk, basically a vessel that stores power, while filling just means pouring mana into it. The guild worker tells her that she made Sugito close his fist around the token, so the mana coursing through his body would surge into it and fill it up. Staring at his mana points, the boy finally got it. Filling that token was taking forever because his mana was barely there, and the girl told him the token itself grants 10 mana points, but the moment it's burned through, the artifact shuts off on its own. Sugito stared at his stats, 239 mana points, and demanded what the minus meant, only to find the guild worker had never seen anything like it before. The girl started to look bummed that she couldn't help, but Sugito snapped into action and fired off the next question about what that status line even meant. Then the guild worker grinned and explained that it tells your current state. Staring at that line in his soul stat, Sugito couldn't stop himself. What in the world did the cursed status the boy carried even mean? Sugito realizes there's no way he can ask the girl what his status really means. Doing that would basically scream, "I'm cursed." Meanwhile, the guild worker keeps talking, but he barely even hears a word. At last, the girl promises she'll spill one crucial detail. Then she leans in on Segudo and demands they stare straight at her face. After asking again, the protagonist leans in and studies the worker's face, locking in on her beauty like it's impossible to ignore. Just a few seconds later, a glowing system window pops up right in front of Syria's face, flashing her name, her job, and her clan. She's Syria, an Adventurers Guild employee, and that guild is her clan too. Segudo jerked back in shock and blurted out a helpless cry, while Syria beamed and said her name again. She'd been dreaming for ages to finally meet someone like him. The guild member tells Segudo that the name window is the key function of the tag. While other token carriers can be ignored, just by focusing, you can lock onto the target's name, and that's why Donald's men instantly clocked Segudo as someone who had no token. Saria points out that this feature is the key to spotting red names, the ones that make this feature so crucial. The girl says the moment a name turns red after a murder, it marks that owner for total suppression, no exceptions, and the second a red name person gets suppressed, you can grab their token and cash in for a reward. Sugito snaps another question: does suppression mean the red name holders get wiped out and will he himself escape a red name? Surya answers him cold: once the red name holder is eliminated, the color of your name stays the same. Now the protagonist finally gets why Ruri kept pushing him to race and make that token, because it slashes the odds of getting hurt or straight up killed. As Sugito keeps replaying yesterday's incident in his head, a cold realization hits: Donald could have easily ended him. Right then, Ruri yanks his sleeve and pulls him out of his spiraling thoughts, and Sugito demands, "What happened?" What? Ruri tells Sugito he's got to register first if he wants to become an adventurer. Once again, he just didn't get a word of what they told him, while Syria, who overheard everything, practically burst with joy, convinced the main character was finally going to want to become an adventurer. Ruri shoots back that he planned it all along, and Sugito bristles because nobody even bothered to ask his opinion. Syria barrels back into the building, completely brushing off the guy's nasty grumbles, swearing she'll grab the documents right now, while Sugito, totally lost, scrambles to call after her, but she's gone, and he gets nothing but silence. After a while, the heroes slid into the same inn and ate in dead silence, just like the night before, with only a handful of people in the dining room. Everyone else was locked up in their own business. Breakfast set Segudo back 60 larks, so now he was staring at just one single lark left. The terrifying guard at the inn's entrance let them into the dining room, but only if both guests handed over a token, and the guy sat there chewing like he was plotting something with every bite. Sugito finally figured out why the innkeeper shut the dining room door on them. He was scared the nameless kid was the one with a red name. Even with the danger hanging over them, the innkeeper still lets the two of them stay the night, and that's when the protagonist decides he must be kind, just scary to look at. Shaking off his thoughts, Sugito tells Ruri to dig in and eat vegetables, and meat too. The girl grumbles that she ate meat yesterday, and the boy snaps back, saying that argument makes zero sense. Just because she ate it once doesn't mean she can't eat it again today. Sugito realizes mufflins and pecorins can actually chew through meat, but Ruri can't stomach it, so every time the guy turns away, she scoots the plate of meat right toward him. Snatching Ruri's plate of veggies, Sugito grinned and said she'd had enough, and then demanded salad for himself too. He devoured it in one bite, shoved the meat plate toward her, and declared he was stuffed so she'd have to finish the meat. Ruri's face twists with heartbreak, so upset she can barely stand the sight of meat, and her pathetic look totally disarms Sugito. He promises, "Tell me why you want me to be an adventurer, and I'll help you chow down on meat." Ruri doesn't open her mouth right away, so Sugito starts poking fun at her, firing off silly questions like what she's gonna do, eat, talk, anything, until after a few seconds she finally snaps back and admits she wants to become an adventurer too. Sugito freezes for a second, then blurts that Ruri can strike out as an adventurer on her own, only for her to cut him off and say she can't. With her hands locked in her lap, she admits she's not fully in control of herself, so she can't just do whatever she wants. This twist throws Sugito into a fresh spiral of questions. Then Ruri flashes a grin and tells him, "I'll show you what you're already seeing." When he leans in, the name window reveals the truth. The guy can read that his companion's stuck in bondage because of debts. Sugito's face twists with shock and anger as Ruri admits she can't become an adventurer until her debts are paid off, and the way she sighs, sad, resigned, like she's been stuck in this nightmare for ages, makes it hit even harder. Once he finally understood what was going on, the protagonist realized Ruri wasn't messing around. She wanted him to become an adventurer so he could work, earn rewards, and prove himself, and then she shook as she confessed, voice trembling, that she wanted to help too. Sugito caught what she meant, so he asked if she wanted to be adventurers together, and when he got a shaky yes and a nod, Ruri hesitated, then struggled to get her words out. Rage and willpower flooded her, and she finally slammed the sentence out. Ruri said she wanted to rise higher and get stronger, and right then the girl's eyes burned with pure determination. Suguro replays Sari's words about the guild level in his head, and suddenly it hits him. Him and Ruri both crave the same thing, getting stronger, even if Suguro knows exactly how dangerous that choice could be. Without even glancing at her, the guy fires a question. Why does she want to get stronger? Ruri balled her fists and shouted her answer, loud, clear, and fearless, because she wanted to get stronger and crush every last bad guy, and that fire in her words totally shocked Suguro. The shock faded fast and the boy burst into laughter. Ruri, mortified and furious at someone else's grin, snapped at Suguro, and even though he tried to choke back his laughter, he still threw out an apology to her. After laughing, he finally admitted his tiny companion was right. Those simple words hit hard. He'd always wanted to smash the bad guys, but he couldn't do it yet, because back then he was nothing but a weak, scared coward. Even after everything, they still caught him. His companion, sitting right beside him, was pouting in plain view, and Suguro reached out a hand toward Ruri. The boy admitted he wanted to get stronger, too. His smile was gentle, yet you could feel the stubborn determination burning in his eyes. Sugito declared that starting right now, him and Ruri were partners, and he really hoped they'd click. Then Ruri, half stunned but totally smiling, squeezed his hand back. Ruri swore she'd get stronger, right alongside Sugito. Later, inside a strange dungeon, Rory demands that Sugito show his status since they're partners now, and Sugito agrees, then pushes back and insists on seeing hers too. They trade tokens and go status to status. Ruri checks Sugito's stats and skills, and her face lights up. She's thrilled because Evil Eye is a one-of-a-kind skill, but Sugito groans that he's stuck at rank F and only has a single point of mana. Sugito leans in and asks her friend if she knows anything about the curse, and the girl starts thinking, then blurts out that curses come in different forms, laying out how to break them. First, purification in the Holy Church, which Sugito shuts down on the spot because the risks are way too high. Ruri says the only way out is to beat the person behind the curse, and she suspects it's tied to Sugito's skill, so he demands answers. What if it's me who cursed you? But the girl just keeps silent. With a heavy sigh, the boy realizes Ruri has no clue about this, right as those windows flashing info about his companion finally pop up in front of Sugito. The boy's pride gets crushed. Ruri's stamina is just way higher than his. The rest of her stats are totally average for a 9-year-old, but those skill and mana points, ridiculous. Sugito leans on Ruri's noise detector skill, banking everything on it. With a pickaxe and a shovel in hand, the partners charged out to hunt monsters down. 10 minutes earlier, Sugito dared Ruri to dig up 2 full buckets of ore, so Ruri just stood there, baffled. She snapped, "What about hunting monsters? That way we level up for real." Sugito blinked in disbelief and asked if his partner really wanted to start hunting today, then got a flat yes, and he snapped that it was way too reckless. Before they even step out, they've got to gear up and hunt down the information first. The guy pitched mining ore for now since they only had 1 lark left, but the girl screamed it was too slow. Then the main character snapped back, "No, it's not slow, it's just steady and gradual." With a death grip on the shovel, Ruri blared that the bad guys wouldn't sit around waiting for anyone, and that warning hit Sugito like a sudden jolt. Staring down at Donald and his crew, he realized his plan was crawling way too slow, and Sugito leaned toward his partner like, "Tell me, how brutal are the labyrinth monsters?" The girl said they were right next to an E-rank dungeon, so the monsters inside were barely a threat, and with the noise detector, Ruri could spot them fast, meaning if they stayed together, both of them would get the advantage. Sugito figured Ruri must have used the noise detector to guess when Donald would show up yesterday, then he grilled her. "Can you tell the exact number of monsters just by listening?" Ruri grinned and said, "If it's only a few, it'll be easy." Sugito realized the setup was perfect. He could dodge the swarm of monsters and hunt only the loners, just like he'd planned at the start, so he headed right back to the weapon problem. Ruri lifted her shovel blade high with pride, and the boy couldn't help but praise it, though you could hear the dejection in his voice. With a heavy sigh, Suguro realized he had zero reason to quit hunting monsters anymore. Then he grinned and pushed for it. "Let's head into the dungeon and start the hunt." The second they stepped into the dungeon, the partners hit a maze of twists and turns, and Sugito immediately snapped that it turned into a labyrinth right away. Ruri told Segura she knew a route on the right, the garbage slit, and urged them to go check it out, but after they walked a bit that way, Segura froze in shock and demanded, "Is there even anything there at all?" Without a word, Ruri flicked a pebble, and the floor buckled beneath them with a terrifying roar. With a calm face, the girl said all kinds of junk get dumped into the garbage chute, and the main character just stood there, utterly shocked. Peering into the hole, Sugito discovered it swallowed the darkness, no bottom in sight, and panic tightened his whole body. After those two proved what the garbage slick could do, they ditched that path and headed elsewhere. Sugito snapped, so if it's not safe, does that mean we're already lost? Ruri shot back, we are. Then right when she said it, she heard something. The girl clutched the shovel like it was second nature and blurted that the monster had finally been found. Sugito gasped, asking if it was really true, then fired off where they were and how many, and the boy realized with a jolt that Sugito was freaking out, because this was his first battle. Out of nowhere, the girl snapped into excitement and swung the shovel hard, screaming that the monster was right there, and she yelled for her partner to strike. But when Sugito saw his friends spiraling into panic, he snatched her by the collar and roared at her to calm down, or they'd never pull this off. The girl's scream tore through the halls, it's here, and the monster surged closer as something hideous crawled out of the passage. Sugito snapped his gaze to the enemy and realized it was a goblin. Then the creature shrieked and charged the hunters full speed, and the protagonist froze mid-breath, cursing through the fear. Even with fear clawing at him, he swung the pickaxe, then clocked the timing and realized he didn't have a second to spare, so he hurled the weapon straight at the charging attacker. The pickaxe finally slammed into the goblin and blasted it through the air. Sugito's eyes widened because maybe tossing his weapon wasn't a bad call after all, not when that monster was charging at them like a runaway storm. At the goblin shrieking in agony, it suddenly lurched upright, blue blood pouring from its wound. Then the monster charged straight at Sugito again, and this time he had no weapon at all. The goblin lunged at the protagonist, slammed him to the ground, and pinned him there with its brutal weight. As Sugito battled the monster, he caught a glimpse of the attacker's teeth, bare, sharp, and hungry, like that goblin was gearing up to swallow him whole. Right at the last second, Ruri swung the shovel with everything she had, wham, and the goblin froze, stunned and unable to move for a few heartbeats, while her face burned with pure determination, like she was ready to keep fighting no matter what. Ruri swung her shovel like a hammer and smashed the goblin, which was still sprawled on Sugito as he crumpled back onto the ground again. Even as the girl tries to smash everything, the goblin barely even flinches, so Sugito realizes Ruri's strength just isn't cutting it, but Ruri refuses to quit and keeps pressing the fight. With a fierce battle cry, the girl snapped her grip on the shovel and swung it straight into the goblin's left eye. At last, the monster finally got hit hard, screaming in agony and bursting free from Sugito, when the boy snapped to it, mirrored his companion, and drove a strike straight into the goblin's right eye to throw the enemy off balance. The monster clutched its head and finally crumpled, unable to strike again. Sugito pounced on that opening and snatched the pickaxe he'd thrown earlier. With one wild swing, the guy landed the final, match-ending blow that left no doubt. Before Sugito's eyes, glowing system notifications screamed that he'd gained experience, and that he'd climbed from level 8 to level 9, while most of his stats surged upward too. Suddenly, the pickaxe in the boy's grip flared with a bright glow, so Sugito lunged in, snatched it up, and hoisted it over his head, grinning like he'd just won. Sure, it only added 2 strength points, but you could feel the difference the second it hit. Ruri's eyes flicked toward him, and right then he caught her lifting her shovel too. She started wearing a huge, satisfied smile after her win, and Sugito caught himself thinking his partner had total heroine energy. Suddenly the boy snapped to it. They'd both, without meaning to, struck the same pose, lifting their weapons high toward the sky, and then Sugito cleared his throat and asked Ruri what was wrong, because Ruri looked ridiculously happy. That girl bragged that she'd leveled up, and the protagonist couldn't help but praise her. Ruri then declared she was the coolest in the whole world. Sugito didn't know what to say, but later, when his companion pressed him about his level, he finally admitted he'd raised his too. With his pickaxe slung over his shoulder, the protagonist demanded what to do with the goblin they'd just crushed. Ruri promised answers, but Sugito had to address her as mistress first. He hated it, of course, yet he pushed the girl to spill everything she knew. Ruri snapped back that the goblin who'd vanished could be hauled in and sold to the guild, and that it would be the perfect proof the adventurer really crushed the monster. Turns out Ruri's been clutching a knife the whole time, meant for cutting hair, and when Sugito finds out, he immediately tells her, "Don't forget to clean it." Ripping himself away from the brawl, the main character caught his breath, steadied his mind, and promised, "All right, now I'll spell out what we're doing next." By the end of the day, the partners raked in 2014 larks, and it instantly made Sugito's heart soar, but Ruri didn't share the joy at all. She looked offended, dead set on taking the main character down. Sugito quipped, "So how long are you gonna sulk at me?" And she snapped back, furious that she wasn't sulking. No, not at all. The boy insisted it wasn't his fault the monsters had vanished, and Ruri snapped back that they had to go deeper, while Sugito warned that dropping down without preparation was pure death. Sugito vowed to stay razor alert, ready to bolt the second danger struck, then snapped that the goblins were way faster than he ever expected, and that they even had enough sense to act once the monsters were out of the way. The girl finally stopped arguing, but hurt still flashed in her eyes. Then he shoved some of his hard-earned money into her hands, told her to call it quits for the day, and asked where she'd sleep tonight. Rory said she'd stay at the hotel. She bragged that 3 silver coins bought her a whole night, lodging, breakfast, and dinner, so cheap it felt unreal, and Sugito jumped on it, begging to stay too, but Ruri shot him down and said he couldn't stay at the inn. When Sugito learned this place was built for slaves only, it all clicked. Those bargain prices were just the cruel catch. Now the boy had one question burning in his head: where could he even sleep tonight? On the road again, the partners suddenly heard a merchant yelling out to them. Turns out his name was Rail. He beamed that Ruri was safe, and Sugito shot back, "It's all because of you, Rail." He spun to his companion and told him the merchant was the one who pointed him to the shop where Ruri got cured. The girl thanked Rail. Sugito handed over 3 pieces of silver and said to the confused girl, "Then stretch your hands out." What? The main character slid the dried fruits he'd just bought right into the girl's hands, and Ruri immediately snapped, asking if Sugito was really handing her the bag. He grinned and said it was a gift, then swore they'd go even deeper tomorrow, so Ruri had to get herself ready. Ruri lit up and thanked Sugito for the gift. The girl waved goodbye and slipped out, and Rael turned to Sugito, who was still posted by his counter. Sugito said he'd handed his friend dried fruits because Rael couldn't trade straight with the slaves. The merchant's eyes widened as he heard it, and he demanded, "Sugito, do you even realize every street stall nearby is allowed to sell slaves?" The protagonist, of course, had absolutely no clue. Rail clocked Sugito's embarrassment, chuckled gently, and asked if the guy really wanted to pull off something cool. Then when the main character tried to deny it, Sugito waved it off and said everything was totally fine. The merchant promised Ruri would cherish it, and when the girl stared at the bag of dried fruits Sugito bought her, pure joy lit up her face. When night finally dropped, one of Donald's henchmen crashed into his home and demanded to know why Donald was locked up. Then he froze when he saw the boss in leather armor, totally baffled, and blurted, "Why on earth are you dressed like that?" What? Donald yanked his sword free, spat curses, and swore he'd track down Sugito. No token, no mercy. The heroes huddled outside by a nearby cave, their backs pressed against the rocky mountainside, and Ruri leaned in asking if Sugito was mad. Then the boy snapped his head toward her with a confused, "What, look?" Sugito repeated his friend's question like he couldn't believe what he'd heard, and then Rory shot back straight-faced that yes, he'd said exactly that. The girl finally added with a guilty glance that Sugito still hadn't managed a single word. He tore his gaze away, swallowed the words, and stayed completely silent. Long ago, the heroes busted into an E-rank dungeon called the Magic Ore Cave, just 5 floors deep, and sure, it's stacked with monsters, but the truly terrifying great poison spider and the blue killer fish only show up all the way at the bottom. Sugito remembered that this was all they had left on the second day. Then he roared at the top of his lungs as a huge rat clamped onto his leg, and he fought to tear it away. As the monster got tossed aside, Sugito shot up with XP, plus a fresh level and a boost to his stats, and when he whipped his head left and right, he spotted Ruri squatting right at his feet. She spotted the protagonist's shoes were different from yesterday, let out a heavy sigh, and the boy muttered that Ruri had noticed too. Then Sugito's thoughts snapped back to the memories of yesterday, when he'd gone to the armory beside the guild. After he inspected the gear, the boy realized it was way too much for him. Then an anxious salesman rushed up and insisted he could switch to Sugito shoes instead. Staring down, the protagonist realized his scuffed, ordinary sneakers were probably the one rare thing in this whole world, so the seller cut him a deal. Once Sugito clocked what was happening, he snapped for a pair of pricey boots and a full trade, making the other guy go pale, while he himself grinned like he'd just won. Still, the deal went down. Sugito got the Yinxian protective boots, looking like real armor, and to make them a true weapon, he had to pair them with his ability, constitution, and battle skills. Besides the shoes, Sugito also got stacked bonuses, dragonskin belt and not 1 but 3 throwing knives, so when he realized his not even 5,000 yen sneakers just unlocked all this, you could practically see the grin forming on his face. Ruri pouted hard and snapped that it wasn't fair, only Sugito got to fight. He thought it through and it hit him. She didn't level up today because he'd ordered her to keep her eyes on the enemies. The boy realized Ruri could be super useful, but hunting monsters didn't earn him any points, so Sugito, eyes sharp with a plan, proposed this: shrink the enemy ranks, then let Ruri go in and clean up the rest. He clocked that the girl was distracted and leaned in, asking what was wrong, and Ruri confessed she had a gut feeling someone was hiding in the passages. So Sugito inched forward like a shadow, told her to stay right behind him, and to keep that shovel ready. Even with the tunnel empty, the boy trusted Ruri's detector wouldn't miss. Then Sugito spun around and saw a gigantic spider monster hanging right above her. The protagonist shrieked at the top of his lungs, begging his friend to look up. She still didn't spot the threat. Then a giant poisonous spider lunged straight for her. Suguro tore off the instant the monster moved, but the moment he saw the distance, panic hit. He wouldn't reach her in time. A spider dropped straight onto Ruri's chest, crushing her under its weight, and Sugito snapped, screaming her name. From far away, the guy caught a glimpse of all that blood, and his whole body froze in horror. But out of nowhere, the spider halted mid-step, and that sudden stop had the main character's heart in a full-on panic. Ruri kept her shovel raised the whole time, and that's why the blood was monster red. She went for the spider, trying to toss it off, and when she saw the girl was safe, Sugito's face lit up with pure joy. But the spider wouldn't back down. It lunged to bite off the girl's shovel. The main character lunged at the monster, panic burning hard inside him because his companion's safety was on the line. Clutching the shovel like it was her lifeline, Ruri screamed that the spider was hers now, and then she struck down the monster that came crashing down from above. A burst of system windows flashed across the girl's eyes, and suddenly she knew it. She'd snagged experience points and shot from level 7 straight up to level 9. Right now, Ruri tried again to get through to Sugito, and she told him, "Since the fight, you haven't said a word. Are you mad at me for missing that spider?" With a heavy sigh, the protagonist softly ran his hand through Ruri's hair, and a sad smile tugged at his lips as Sugito swore he wasn't mad. He stayed quiet because he'd pieced things together on his own. The girl tilted her chin up at the boy, then clamped her mouth shut. A few seconds later, Ruri clamped her fists and snapped that they had to reach the truth together since they were partners, while Sugito realized her cold apathy had flipped into something way more unpredictable. He got lost in his thoughts again, and realized they'd planned to steer clear of the poisonous spiders from the start, venom and all, even if the monsters were standing there by themselves. Sugito kept mulling it over and finally figured it out. The spider that attacked them must have clung to the ceiling to stay hidden, and it probably used its web to glide in silence, because the monster still slid right past Ruri's noise detector. He finally clocked it, betting everything on the girl's power was a huge mistake. Suguro realized they couldn't rely on dodging forever, so he told Ruri they still had to stock up on antidotes and potions. He flashed her a reassuring look, told her not to worry and leave the shopping to him, then said it was time to call it a day and head home. Seeing the girl swing her shovel as she hauled herself up, Sugito clocked she wasn't messing around, she was drilling her swings. But his worry snapped into place, and he begged her not to hunt alone. Ruri gripped the shovel tight and swore she wouldn't hunt again today. Then Sugito flashed a smile and waved goodbye. Racing her departing partner with a wave, the girl yelled out her promise again, then tacked on a second line, and Ruri realized she was going to dig for ore after all, since she'd sworn she wouldn't go hunting. After a bit, Ruri lit up and shouted that level 9's power was unreal, because in no time at all, she'd already hauled up several buckets of ore. After mulling it over, she realized the way things were going. She'd rip up a mountain of dirt fast, wipe out every last debt, and finally flop into a hotel life with Sugito. Ruri crouched over her haul, tallying every coin like it could buy her one more night in that hotel, figuring out exactly how many nights her mind money could stretch. Right behind the girl, a voice suddenly chirped that she looked thrilled. Then Donald and his subordinates came closing in on Ruri. Sugito frowned hard and snapped that the price was way too high. The old woman who saved Ruri just shrugged and said her fee was exactly what the market would demand, take it or leave it, no complaints, and that's when we learned her name, Agatha. A sharp spark of irritation snapped between the buyer and seller mid-bargain. Sugito started counting every coin, and for his mission to wipe out the monster in the magic ore dungeon, they paid him 720 larks, so he quickly figured out the fang of the poisonous spider was rare, and he made up his mind to sell it. Antidotes and paralysis potions are 1,000 larks each, and health potions, they hit your wallet for 2,000 larks. The protagonist grabbed 2 potions of every type and bargained hard for a discount, and boom, he and the cranky old saleswoman snapped into another verbal fight. Trying to cool off, Sugito blurted out what happened, making it clear nobody owed him a discount, then threw in his own offer, but the protagonist said those potions were for Ruri, because she'd already been ravaged by a deadly poisonous spider, and her comrade couldn't just stand by while that danger loomed. Sugito instantly snapped from friendly to deadly, pushing for a discount for himself while digging at the old woman's guilt like it owed him something. After a brief moment, the merchant shoved him back out of her shop again, but somehow still let him have a discount. 6 potions drained 6,000 larks from the main character's pocket. Seeing how gentle that old woman truly was, Sugito tipped his hat and wished her a long, blessed life. Storming out of the medicine shop, the protagonist stared at the leftover money and wrestled with one question: should he grab dried fruit for Ruri? At first, he figured he should hold something back just in case, but then the memory of how thrilled Ruri was at the gift hit him, and he realized it was a small price to buy that kind of happiness. Inside the cave, Rory stood face to face with Donald and his minions, gripping a shovel as if the next second could ignite everything. Donald spun to the girl and told her to stop being so on edge. He hadn't come for an oar, but she didn't budge, still gripping that shovel like it might save her. As he kept talking, Donald swore that if Ruri would hear him out, she'd never have to haul his oar again. Then his next words snapped out with pure rage, and he demanded, "Where is Tsugyuta right now?" Ruri stared in shock as rage poured off the man, gripping her shovel to her chest while fear clawed at her face. Even as the girl shook with fear, she still snapped back that she wouldn't talk, so Donald didn't bother begging anymore, and he went straight for brute force. As the girl hit the ground, he snapped the same question again. Segudo's dried fruits tumbled out as the bag burst open, skittering across the floor. Then Donald lunged a step toward Ruri and stomped right through them, crunching Segudo's precious gift under his boots. The moment his patience started to crack, he doubled down, staying rude, spitting threats, and burning with temper. Clinging to Segudo's gentle smile in her mind, Ruri clenched her fists tight. The determined girl blared that she'd never spill a single thing to Donald. Night had already swallowed the city when Segudo, back at the tavern to crash for the night, finally cracked open the dried fruits he'd bought for Ruri, and the sweet, bold flavor hit hard. But the guy had no clue what fruit it was, so he decided to grill Ruri about it tomorrow. As he replayed that night in his mind, the guy realized, too late, that Ruri must have been in real danger while he was busy talking about nothing. She was yanked by her clothes and dragged off somewhere. That grip on her vanished in an instant, and Rory started dropping straight into the garbage pit, where no one ever makes it out. With a sickening thud, she crashed into the garbage pit, bloodied and screaming from unbearable pain, yet she still clawed at the air and tried to shout Segudo. That fair-haired hothouse kid clung to a dream. Then he burst forward, grinning like he'd just found out something huge. He grew up chasing the dream of becoming a world-famous adventurer, and he never let up. Day after day, he trained like his life depended on it until, as an adult, he finally earned the title of a fully qualified adventurer. He even stumbled into a group of friends who made him feel genuinely happy. At least that's what the boy believed. Then everything shattered when a massive monster tore into his team and snatched his comrades right up. That monster was a cyclops, one-eyed and terrifying, and it crashed into the scene out of nowhere while the others were wiping out goblins, only to prove it was brutally, shockingly strong. The monster slammed into the warrior who marched up front to shield the others and ripped off his leg like it was nothing. Then the hunter loosed an arrow, only to have his own hands rot under the monster's sick power, while another one of the boy's comrades thrashed on the ground, screaming in unbearable agony. The guy who hadn't even had time to get hurt looked absolutely terrified and stunned, like he couldn't process what just hit him. He left his wounded comrades behind and bolted, blade still locked in its sheath, because he couldn't face the dying eyes of his friends pleading for him to turn back. His comrades never came back from that mission, so the boy drowned his heartbreak in alcohol. Then his rage spilled onto everyone around him until he finally understood the ugly truth. Making money by deceiving people was way easier than swinging a sword. This kid, just like the dark-eyed man he grew out of, could only stand there and watch other people get killed. Denault sprawled back with his boots up on the table, and his eyes stayed dark and gloomy. In the caves where they dig up that magic ore, Segudo scanned every dark corner, panic rising fast in his chest, but Ruri was nowhere, and the girl he knew would have showed up early to start work just never appeared. Right then, Segudo felt the elderly stranger staring him down, and the moment their eyes met, the man snapped his gaze away like he'd been caught. While Segudo kept his eyes on the system window, he saw the stranger's name, Thames, and it hit him. He was standing in the exact same spot as Ruri. Segudo shouted at the man, demanding to know if he'd spotted Ruri nearby. Temza hesitated and the boy's gut told him this man was sitting on a secret. Then Temza started mumbling something about Denault. The second Segudo heard that name, his temper snapped. He burst out, grabbed the man by the moment, and demanded why he even brought that person up. Tempsis finally said Rory had fought with Denault the day before and gotten tossed straight into the ravine. Reeling from what he just heard, the protagonist kept pressing the man for answers, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't force a single word out again. Segudo finally snapped and started screaming at Tensis again, because he was watching it all unfold right in front of him, and Tensis had nothing better to say than this. Denold was hunting Segudo, so now Tensis's hands weren't clean either. The protagonist went stone still in sheer shock, and he couldn't accept it, because in his heart he knew something awful had happened to Ruri, and it was all his fault. Sujito spun around and plunged deeper into the cave, where one turn turned into 5 deadly paths, and the protagonist remembered the guild's warning. Every single passage ended in a dead end. At a fork in the road, Segudo barked the girl's name at the top of his lungs. There was no way in his mind she wasn't around here, somewhere. Biting down hard on his teeth, the boy sprinted ahead. Every corner of the dungeon was crawling with monsters. Right then, Temsis burst out of the caves and headed straight to a bar, where he told Sujito he'd scored a money token. Then he turned to Denold and his henchmen and said the moment that guy stepped into the dungeon, he went stone serious. One of Denault's minions shoved Temsis out of the way, turned to Denault and demanded, "So what are you gonna do?" Burning with revenge, Denault looked darker, meaner, and angrier than ever. Denault snapped up from the table and demanded they follow, and even when one of his subordinates begged him to stop, he refused to budge. Turns out, even death itself couldn't scare him off revenge. One of Denault's subordinates blurted out that his boss had been acting weird ever since he laid eyes on Sugito, because Denault had never been a risk-taker, yet yesterday he just threw all that caution out the window. The subordinate swallowed a grim truth. Denault wouldn't snap back to normal until Segudo was handled, so he stormed over and slapped the second henchman, hard, because the guy had passed out from drinking. The first subordinate snapped to the second that they had a job to do, and their target was that nameless man they'd met earlier. Then, after saying he didn't look dangerous, the second subordinate grinned and swore he'd handle Sugito himself. The three of them marched straight for the caves. Denault locked on ahead, his eyes blazing with wild fear as he gripped his blade in a hand that wouldn't stop shaking. In the caves, Sugito wiped out a bunch of goblins, and then he slammed another one down too. Rage burned through him as he snarled at the last goblin, demanding it scramble out of the way. Clearing a path, he ignored the monsters and shot ahead. Then a system window snapped in front of his eyes, flashing that he'd earned experience points and jumped his level from 11 to 12. As Segudo kept hunting, trouble slammed back in. He had to fight again. He finally crushed a monster that looked like a giant moth, and just like that, the cursed state got upgraded with the paralyzed state. After he smashed yet another giant spider, fresh poison got stacked on top of the ones he already had. Blood soaked him, yet Sujito kept crashing through the chaos, yelling Ruri's name over and over, his eyes screaming with a terrifying fear that something had happened to her. After all those battles, the boy finally had to slump against the wall, because sure, he craved a potion to refill his health points, but he couldn't risk it, not when Ruri could get hurt, and then 2 potions would never be enough. With his friend's bright smile burned into his mind, Sugito stuffed the potion into his belt pouch and tore off once more. At that moment, the protagonist tore through 3 possible paths, but Ruri was nowhere in sight, so he mapped out a 4th. Then all that was left was one final route. Dashing Dever into the passage, Sugito forced himself to believe Ruri would absolutely surface right here in this stretch of the tunnel. No matter how hard he pushed, the path still ended in the same dead-end wall, and this time he couldn't find a single trace of the missing girl. The protagonist froze in stunned disbelief, because this was the very last passage he could possibly use. Suddenly, Sujito snapped back to Ruri's warning about the 5th passage, the one on the right, and the horrifying thing it held, a bottomless garbage pit. He spun around and trudged back to the exit out of the dead end, refusing to believe his girlfriend had been tossed into that pit, yet there was nothing else left to do. Sugito knew Ruri might be gone too, but he had to check anyway. At the entrance to the labyrinth, the main crew stopped cold and stared. 3 newcomers had just slipped into the cave. Blood-soaked and barely holding it together, Sugito locked eyes with the terrified Denault. Through the system windows, the protagonist tracked down Denault's men, Garnon and Riot, and the only thing that stuck was how their names stayed pure white. Sugito then ripped out his question, shouting what they'd done to Ruri. Garnon, one of Donald's henchmen, snapped to attention the second he caught the boy's murderous aura, and fierce sweat instantly broke out on his face. Sugito strode a few steps toward the trio, then snapped the question again, right on each word, asking where Ruri was now, and Denault's face, same as all his men, twisted with pure fear. Even then, the man snapped at Segudo with a savage threat, claiming he was done with Ruri and warning the boy that the same fate would hit if he stepped any closer, and the moment those words landed, the protagonist's eyes went utterly dead. In the blink of an eye, his aura skyrocketed 100 times, crushing the trio of adventurers with even more relentless pressure. Sugito barely breathed as he prayed Ruri would be okay. He even clung to the hope they'd lied about her death, but now he knew the truth. He could erase people cleanly without ever getting a red name. A burst of system alerts slammed onto Sugito's screen. He shot up in experience and unlocked not 1 but 2 skills, Detect Magic and Magic Mastery. He realized the only way to keep his name clean was to yank off the badge before the massacre even started. Sugratu ripped the chain away in one brutal move, tearing it right off his neck. The moment the boy hurled his mark straight at the men's feet, Denault's stomach dropped. He knew the enemy was about to finish him off. Garnon and Riot screamed their lungs out to grab the boss's attention, but he cut them off with his demand to Segudo. If the boy lifted his curse, the boss would not forgive him. And in the middle of that chaos, the brutally calm protagonist just answered with a death wish. Denol tried to talk his way out, begging Sugudo to give him a chance and swear he'd apologize the moment the curse lifted. But Sugudo's eyes had gone fully unhinged, and he cut right back in, repeating Denol's own words. His aura surged into something even more terrifying, and that kill-mad hunger looked downright visible in the air. Denol snapped awake, realizing nobody was listening to him, and fear hit hard. Then with a deafening roar, he swung his sword to strike. Once the man dropped it onto the guy's shoulder, he froze, blood streaming from the wound, but the protagonist still stood his ground, while horror drained Donald's face. Out of nowhere, Sugudo shot his hand up and clamped onto the man's head, telling him that Denault wouldn't get to slip away the way he did before. Those words slammed him with terror, dragging up the faces of his dead comrades, men he'd tossed to the Cyclops himself because he couldn't stand his own fear. Sugudo's terrifying curse just snapped to life, and the power it unleashed is now activated. Denault's health points started dropping like a stone, fast and merciless. The man snapped to the truth: if he couldn't stand, he'd die. No matter how hard he fought, he still couldn't budge Sugudo's hand. Denault swallowed his regret and thought, if I'd been as strong as I was in my prime, I'd have crushed this boy in seconds. Suddenly the man's mind snapped. Why was he even standing here, and would he have met this guy if he hadn't started messing with the miners? Denault scrambled to piece it together, trying to remember why he came at all, and why he'd quit training and tossed aside his life as an adventurer. Screaming in agony, the man clawed at his own mind, desperate to figure out why he'd suddenly stopped chasing the dream he swore he'd win. The grins of his comrades burst into view right in front of his eyes. Denault couldn't remember a thing, and it crushed him, because he couldn't make sense of how he'd walked away from his dear friends. Tears poured down his face as regret crushed him. He never stood his ground, he left his comrades behind, and Denault's betrayal of his own dreams burned like fire. Even now, the hand gripping his sword trembled all over again. Sugudo, drowning in hatred and aching for revenge, spat out his death wishes once again. The moment the boy let go, Denault dropped hard to the floor, tears still streaming down his face, but his eyes had already gone still. While regret crushed this man from the inside, his life finally snapped shut, yet even in death, his fist stayed locked around the sword in his palm. Sugudo still remembered the day he and Ruri teamed up and swore, right there, that they'd get stronger no matter what. He couldn't shake the gut feeling that his tiny partner was already dead. People had already murdered him, and now two of those killers were standing right in front of him, while the third, who'd just been beaten seconds ago, finally got exactly what he deserved. Garnon couldn't wrap his head around it, so he shouted for Denault, thinking there's no way his boss could have gone down that fast and that easily. Riot snapped his eyes to the danger and bolted for the exit, but Sugudo clocked it instantly, snagging his belt in one smooth move and yanking out a throwing knife. The next second, the weapon hurtled straight at Riot as he scrambled to get away. The knife drove straight into his back, and Riot crumpled to his knees, screaming like it burned. As Garnon stared in disbelief, Sugudo suddenly burst into view and yanked the other man's sword clean out of its sheath with lethal, effortless precision. After chopping the fat man's legs out from under him, the protagonist calmly strode ahead, still gripping that bloodied sword in his right hand. Riot, even with that injury screaming through his body, clawed at the ground to crawl away. Then he looked back and slammed into Sugudo's murderous stare. In the next heartbeat, the guy swung once, and the swindler's head hit the ground with a single brutal blow. Garnon, watching it all, froze in stunned shock. Garnon snapped awake. His turn was here, so he lunged for the potion to heal his health points, but his hand slipped and it clattered to the ground. The guy reached for it, only for the flask to skid and smash right into someone's boots. Garnon looked up, and there was Sugudo. With a single pinpoint kick, the protagonist sent the last surviving man flying away, his begging for mercy cut short like it never mattered, because Garnon instantly saw it. This guy didn't give a damn about their lives. Sugudo snapped his sword up and swung for the finish. Right before they pulled the trigger, Garnon screamed at the last second that Ruri was alive, and for the first time since this meeting began, the protagonist's face finally flickered with real emotion. Terrified to say goodbye to his life because of that crazy guy, Garnon kept going, claiming he and Denault and Riot only managed to wound Sugudo's companion, then tossed her into the crack without actually killing her. Garnon knew Ruri had no way to survive, but he still fed the protagonist a lie, that maybe she could make it, and even volunteered to team up and rally people, all just to keep the dream of getting home alive. Sugudo froze with his blade held high over the enemy, then went dead silent for a tense beat. Then the boy dropped his sword, snatched up the health potion Garnon had dropped, and chugged it right on the spot. While he did, the protagonist took a few quick steps and grabbed the token he tossed minutes earlier, squeezing it like his life depended on it. Seeing the boy snag the mark, Garnon grinned as the name White still sat there in the system window. The man realized Suguro wouldn't dare lay a hand on him, because even a hint of scandal would wreck his reputation. Then the protagonist snapped and ordered Garnon to stand up, and they charged toward the last remaining passage right as Suguro lunged and shoved the man. Garnon lurched toward the abyss that suddenly opened under him, somehow saving himself by clinging to the brink. Then, no matter what, he still crashed onto the ground. Suguro whips back to his temporary partner and fires off. So Garnon, what's your max HP and what are you sitting at right now? Garnon freezes for a second, then admits his max is 322 HP, and he's currently at 216. Suddenly, Suguro slammed his curse skill into action, and Garnon, terrified and utterly stunned, started trembling like he was about to break. The boy snapped his skill's effect off and demanded Garnon recheck his stats. Confused, Garnon muttered that his max health had dropped by 5 points, and the status curse had shown up. Suguro finally got it. Cursed Evil Eye drains the exact same amount from his own maximum MP as it steals from the victim's maximum HP, and once the transfer hits, both of them walk away cursed. The protagonist didn't save Garnon just to run tests. He kept repeating the man's words, even if you tumble from that height, you'll live, and then he demanded again and again who they belonged to. Garnon stared at the bottomless pit snapping behind him, and the fear hit hard. One wrong step and he was done for, but he still said it out loud, daring the truth, and that only made Gyuto doubt even more. The next second, the protagonist shoved Garnon to the ground, daring him to back up his words. While Garnon hit the floor, the man could only wonder if it was pure madness to go after him right after they'd just grabbed that token. Suguro stands there, frozen with emotion, and listens as the man screams plunge into the abyss. Clutching his token like it was life itself, the boy stayed perched by the pit's edge, and 3 minutes later, his name was still blaring in pure white. When he finally understood the truth, the protagonist shot out of his seat. If Garnon hadn't bitten the dust so fast, Ruri would have lived too. Suguro launched himself into that endless pit without so much as a second thought. Plunging into the abyss, the protagonist gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of focus into the moment. No blinking, no closing his eyes, because he couldn't afford to miss a single way out. Suguro swore to himself he would find Ruri, no matter what. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash erupted straight in front of the main character. Suguro plummeted from a dizzying height, the water swallowing him with a dull splash, and he thrashed his arms like crazy, fighting to stay afloat. If you fall, water's the only mercy, but even then it doesn't save you, because the dark depths hide a blue killer fish that's ready to rip you apart. He finally crushed her resistance, then the fish twitched one last time and went still, but the wind cost him everything fast and the air was gone. He scanned his surroundings without ever climbing out of the water, and where he'd broken the surface felt wrong, too eerie, too grim. This wasn't some normal lake, it was a drowned cave, maybe even forgotten catacombs. He inched through the water toward shore, eyes locked on those bleak vaults, because the exit was way too far and all he had around him was endless water. Then he spotted movement and froze. Those men were getting dragged under the water by the same blue killer fish, jaws locked on his arms and legs as if it knew exactly where to bite. He finally recognized it. The blue killer fish, one of the deadliest monsters in this world, living in the catacombs and guarding the ancient magical ore. Then he spotted a thin crack in the wall, crammed himself into it, and clawed at the slick edges until he slipped out the other side, finally gulping air on solid, dry ground. This kid was an F-rank adventurer, and Ruri better be here too, so he clenched his fists, fought the shake in his hands, and rushed out to find her. This floor didn't feel like the first one at all. If those blue killer fish were lurking here, then the boy might have made it to the 5th floor, but hey, this was still an E-rank dungeon. The young man crept forward with razor-sharp focus, refusing to look away, until a massive rock slammed into view right in front of him. He leaned in and spotted a tiny gap between 2 slabs of rock, and the moment he got close, he crouched, then slipped inside with careful, steady moves. Right in the passage's middle, his eyes snapped to a red handprint on the wall, small, like it belonged to a child. He shoved forward and finally burst out, ready to sprint back to the press because the ink was dry. The young man stomped into a puddle and the splash snapped through the cave. Then, right away, a sharp cry ripped from behind the rock, demanding to know who he was after someone caught sight of him. The footsteps died down, and then out of nowhere, another set of prints crept closer. The girl snapped into fierce refusal, swearing she'd never hand Suguro over. The boy went still. Then he heard it, Ruri's voice. Her voice cracked with raw desperation. She screamed, she sobbed, and still she refused to break, while he kept hiding, eyes locked, waiting for the instant he'd finally have to step in. Ruri choked through her tears and then went deadly still, because a boy was right there, half hidden behind a rock, staring at her. Ruri was drained to the bone, and the moment that young man saw her like that, rage erupted in his chest. Ruri inched closer on trembling legs, wrapped her arms around Sumihara, snatched the bottle, and took a few desperate sips. Sumiharu leaned in and asked, "Did you cry?" This girl walked straight through a full-on nightmare, even in the deadliest place imaginable, and she refused to quit. She stood between him and danger all the way to the very end, never once thinking about her own safety. Seeing him like this left her completely stunned. He sat there with his head bowed, and the tears kept streaming down without stopping. She slipped in quietly, lifted her hand, and gently stroked his head. Then she made it crystal clear. Everything was fine, and she wouldn't tell a word. The second he woke up, the whole world flipped, because he didn't just rise, he became one of a kind, and that special status set everything in motion. He was born with a power no one else in his species had, and he could use it anytime he wanted, no limits. There was zero doubt this was the king, no question. The crowd erupted into a roaring storm, and amid the chaos she lifted Excalibur, the holy sword, like a goddess who just stepped down from heaven. It was her, the heroine, Mrs. Rue, R.I. The little girl blinked awake, and the boy whispered, "Are you up?" Then she shot to her feet and declared, loud and fearless, "I'm a heroine," while he just stared, totally lost. After everything she'd endured, they tossed her into a garbage pit, and she never even got the tiniest moment to sleep. Now they had to stay on full alert. This place still reeked of danger, and it was way too early to let their guard down. They tumbled off the first level of the garbage pit and splashed straight into the floodwaters below. They couldn't just sit around. Dried meat and fruit were all they had, and the girl begged for dried fruit, but the boy snapped back that she had to eat the meat too, or he might starve to death. The girl said, "We've got to find the exit, now." Then she turned back and checked that way first. Rory realized the place was trouble the second she saw a huge guy waiting for them, and it hit her like a punch to the gut. The young man's frown deepened as doubt gnawed at him. What if this big guy was a monster and a real threat? She snapped her arms wide, showing just how massive the one she'd spotted really was. Suguro nodded and admitted, "Yeah, it's huge." Ruri didn't even slip once, so he figured he had to check it himself, because if danger was lurking, intelligence would help them strike back with smart countermeasures. After a grueling 20 minutes of trekking, they slammed into a fork in the road, and before hesitation could even hit, they ripped left. 10 minutes later, a weird sound slithered out from ahead behind the rocks, and he shot up his hand, telling the girl to freeze and stop doing anything reckless. He crouched behind the rocks and peeked out like a hunted man, because what he'd glimpsed out there could only be a monster, and then that massive shape started to move, slow as doom. A monstrous, growling cyclops, scarred from head to toe, prowled in with rows of razor-sharp teeth bared. The young man stared at the monster and froze, like his brain had short-circuited, until it finally clicked. The thing wasn't losing it at all. It was battling a whole school of blue killer fish. Then it hit hard. This cyclops wasn't just battling them, it was swallowing them whole. A blue killerfish clung to his body, tearing into his flesh and staining him with bloody marks, while the cyclops roared in rage, flailing his arms and charging straight into the walls. The cyclops and the blue killerfish tore into each other, devouring teeth, first in a raw, primeval frenzy. The young man's stomach turned. He called it an abomination. He watched without a word, praying this brutal brawl would finally spell the end for these monsters. Then the cyclops snapped his head up out of nowhere, and the young man stared, totally baffled, like he couldn't even piece together what just happened. The young man finally got it. The cyclops hadn't just moved the water, he'd blasted it into nothing, and this wasn't some ordinary monster anymore. With one brutal exhale, the cyclops heaved a rising wave, and it thundered downward like a tidal doom, knocking them off their feet in an instant as the water spun them into a wild whirlpool. The young man hacked again, then spun around to face the girl, eyes full of concern as he checked on her. "Cyclops, yeah, they don't belong here, and that black skin isn't how they usually look," the girl told me. 5 minutes later, they stormed back to that fork in the road, the exact spot where they'd made their first turn. Ruri had barely made it 20 minutes when he spotted another fork in the road. The young man slowed to a crawl, scanning everything like, how did we even end up here? Ruri and he huddled for a quick talk, then they chose to turn left, praying that road would finally spit them out near the exit. 20 minutes later, Ruri suddenly burst forward, and the young man sprinted right after her. He could barely process what he was seeing. She guided him to a line of dusty old chests, and just like that, a whole new shot at finding something important was right there in front of them. The girl was stunned. She couldn't believe what she'd found. They prayed these crates were treasure chests. Ruri stood there, eyes locked on them, barely daring to breathe. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, because the chests were way too oversized for a dungeon this level. Someone dumped them here on purpose, and the young man snapped into action, scanning the area with sharp, careful eyes. Then the girl shoved open a chest right as he snapped at her, warning this could be a trap, and she just stayed cool, saying everything's been fine so far and nothing bad has happened. Inside the first chest, a dagger waited sharp and deadly. They held back from the others, knowing one wrong move could spell disaster. The young man, desperate to keep the girl safe, vowed he'd open the next chest himself. And when the second chest finally popped open, it revealed a ring. Ruri's breath caught when she saw the ring, but the third chest hit her hardest. Whatever was inside stopped her cold, and in that instant she knew it wasn't chance at all, it was fate. A shovel was sitting there and they dug it up, snagging a steel dagger, a ring, and that shovel in the same breath. Rory lit up with pure joy, hiding nothing, but the young man couldn't help feeling let down by the prize. The dagger wasn't just a weapon, it was an equipment artifact that latched onto an area called the soul, sucked in mana to build up power, and then let you forge abilities from within your own soul, piece by piece, so the owner could use them freely. So yeah, every adventurer wanted it desperately. Now they've got a level 2 expert steel dagger, plus steel dagger again, a cursed eye, a level 3 golden treasure ring item box, and even a level 1 reinforced iron shovel with pure, no guts left behind aggression. Turns out they were all artifacts. Ruri swore the shovel was hers and demanded it back, and he really wanted to split every piece of loot with her, but he wouldn't hand over the shovel because he wasn't convinced she actually wanted it, since it was the weakest item there by level. She knew he was itching to keep the shovel, but she'd found it first and demanded it, and he finally caved, saying he didn't need it at all, then straight up asked how long she'd put up with that weird name. Because she wouldn't back down, he had to fold. He acted like he wanted to keep the shovel, but this time he finally handed it over to her. She thanked Suguro, swore she'd look after the shovel, and then boom, told him he could keep the other 2 items too. Guilt crashed into him because his stuff was way better and worth more, but the moment she clutched the shovel, she lit up like she'd just won. Nothing else was here, so the only move was to backtrack to that fork they'd come from, the same one he'd spotted 3 times already on this level. Without even pausing, they bolted down the left path, when they hadn't dared to try yet. But if his worst fears hit home, this road would spit them out at yet another fork, forward, left, and back to the right, so there'd have to be a mark pressed into that exact stone. Yeah, there really was an imprint, and that sealed it. The worst in his head had come true. This floor circuit was shut, rage burned hot in his chest, and he had no idea what to do next. He mapped the spot in his mind, the level's imprint, where everything lines up, right where they finally met. He came to the girl with bad news, and another that was worse. He pointed out there were 2 things to tell her and asked which one she wanted first. She shrugged and said it made no difference since they sounded the same anyway. Then he hit her with it. All right, I'll start with the bad one. He leaned in and told her dead sure there was no escape from this level, then softened the blow. This wasn't a time for training because right now they had far more urgent things to deal with. The girl said it hopefully, praying this was finally good news, and he snapped, "Listen right to the end, that's the whole point." The young man warned that what he was about to say was barely grounded in anything, yet he was almost sure. Since they'd already found those chests, this cave had to be magic, and if that was true, there had to be a way out. He asked her where the monsters in this cave even came from, and she said they'd been crawling in from outside, just like one guess. But between what happened with that poisonous spider and the stuff he dug out of the guild books, he had a way stronger hunch of his own. 3 theories hang in the air. Either the monsters crawl in from the outside world, or the first settlers here started breeding and multiplying, or worst of all, someone locked these monsters inside this cave on purpose. This cave is messing with space, tiny outside, gigantic inside, and that tier in reality can spread beyond the dungeon too. Once you're inside its reach, you're basically yanked in like the world itself is swallowing you, which is exactly why they call it a cave that swallows people. But there was a way around it. If the conditions were just right, the delay could be stopped before it even started. To rip open a way out, they needed to hit the spatial distortion at its source, by destroying the dungeon boss himself, because his very presence pinned the distortion in place and kept the whole space sealed shut. Once the boss drops, the exit might finally unlock, so if they can smash that monster, escape could be on the table, and in the end that meant one thing: good news. After thinking it all through, the young man told the girl, "When we finally break out of this weird, deadly cave, let's turn into real adventurers." She nodded on instinct, like that choice had been brewing for ages, and she gladly grabbed his offer. Then he paused just long enough to land the next part. Based on everything he'd said before, she needed to look exactly where he was pointing. He jabbed a finger toward the cyclops lurking behind the rocks and declared he was the boss of this level, and then it hit them. There was no way back, just one last mission: take down that monster together. Ruri shot Segudo a quick question, "You ready?" And he slid on the ring, faced forward, and told her to trust him with everything. Then blue killer fish burst into view right ahead. Even with fear gnawing at them, determination burned bright in their eyes. Cursed by the dungeon, the giant was one of the ones trapped inside, 3 passages linking 3 brutal zones: the Aborigines' habitat, the fierce fish's lair, and an empty stretch with nothing but silence, a sealed world with zero way out. Years in captivity shredded his mind, his senses went dark, his thoughts vanished, and all that was left was one brutal goal: survive, fighting side by side with ferocious fish. After all these years, this was the first time irritation hit him this hard. A cold shiver shot down Sugito's spine as the Cyclops' massive eye locked onto them. A sickening dread crawled up from his soul, like something was poisoning the very core. Then he demanded, "What's happening?" 25 hours ago, the young man swore that if they beat the Cyclops, they'd claw their way out of here. But with that monster's pure madness and monstrous cruelty, he couldn't even picture a world where they'd win. The girl insisted everything was fine and swore they could beat the Cyclops, begging him to trust her. Then the young man snapped back to calm down, saying her confidence was just a delusion sparked by the shovel. He realized one raw attack wouldn't cut it against a monster like that, so he cracked open his evil eye, and with a master mage's skill, his spells and fight techniques surged to insane power, but victory still demanded he think through every last detail. The Cyclops was already standing there, and the young man kept throwing himself at it, over and over, like he was chasing a miracle that felt insane. If he could, he'd have just dropped his guard with that evil eye, but he never expected it to go this smoothly. He barked out, tense but certain, "Let's go," and the girl heard him instantly, then braced herself for the fight. Now he was going to unload every ounce of damage he could on that monster, because the second he got too close, failure would hit him like a guarantee. His evil eye curse at level 1 let him hex people with a stare, siphoning health from anything, even a hulking Cyclops. But every time he used it, his own sanity slipped away too, and the curse wouldn't break until either the target or he finally died. The Cyclops bellowed in pure rage and charged straight at them, and Rory and Segudo clenched up, because they knew the real damage was hiding in that incoming throw. Segudo knew one flash of the evil eye would be just barely enough, but if that Cyclops closed the distance, everything would spiral fast and ugly. Now it was hunting him down, and its speed and power were way beyond anything human. The young man lunged ahead with everything he had, gasping in sharp bursts as his legs barely kept up, while the gap between him and the Cyclops snapped shut at terrifying speed. The Cyclops bellowed, shot out his massive hand, and his claws only ripped a shred off the young man's shirt. Then a huge stone slammed into place in front of him, cutting him off from his target. The young man watched his own stone vanish into the monster's hands, and right then his gut told him it wasn't the Cyclops dungeon anymore. Something had flipped and everything changed. That huge rock, once jammed on the flooded area's divider, now sits right between the Cyclops and the fork. As he fed the girl, the young man, she suddenly snapped, asking if he was going to move the stones. He swore he'd shift every stone in those tunnels, because to fully unleash the evil eye, he'd need a full 480 seconds, 8 straight minutes of non-stop running, and he planned to do it all through those tight, narrow passageways. He stared down a brutal mission. Shifting all those stones was no walk in the park, and before he left, he slipped a ring onto her hand, only to watch it hang loose and slip right off her finger. Now she finally got her shot to see if that ring actually worked through the gloves, so he told her to press the stone and yank her hand away right after, and the second she did, the stone vanished. That gold ring on the treasure chest wasn't just jewelry, it basically turned into an item box, a rare, unbelievable skill that let you swallow any item you touched into a special space and pull it back out anytime, and that's when they headed for the boulder hiding a garbage pit. Ruri's tiny hands still managed to shove that giant boulder, the exact one the Cyclops had been hiding behind. The Cyclops shoved for a gap between the rocks, hoping to squeeze them through, but the boy could slip through since he's only the size of one person, meaning if he can spot at least a piece of himself and fire off the evil eye, he might stand a chance. At least that's his best guess. The Cyclops had no choice but to scramble up the exposed rock above, just like he did, and sure enough, he started climbing while the young man sprang forward and raced to hit his power. The moment the Cyclops broke free from the boulder, he realized he'd already crossed straight into Segudo's territory. The young man set the stones so tight that only one person could squeeze through, turning them into a brutal wall that pinned the Cyclops in place and stopped him from unleashing his full strength, while the young man sprinted straight into full speed, ready to snatch distance and trigger the evil eye's power. He was ready to burn him with an evil eye and vanish from the battlefield in seconds. Right then, they hit a fork in the road, a stinky garbage pit nearby, and a huge room hooked to it. Segudo prayed the plan would hold, then he'd circle the enemy, drain his strength bit by bit until he hit the bare minimum, and finally reel him straight into the trap they'd set up way ahead. The monster crept up without a sound, then halted dead in the middle of the corridor like it was planning its next move. A brutal invisible force yanked the young man straight off the ground, and before he could even process it, his mind spiraled in total confusion. Segudo could tell the Cyclops was up to no good. He was about to smash every obstacle standing between them and his goal. A mysterious power pinned Segudo to the icy stone so brutally and non-stop that he thrashed in agony and rasped out painful hoarse screams. He couldn't wrap his head around it. No way the Cyclops could pull that off. No way he had that kind of power. The young man gulped for air behind a jagged pile of stones, panic choking him, because when he finally looked up, horror crashed in. The Cyclops wasn't just there, it was the one carrying the evil eye. The Cyclops kept shuffling forward, slow, relentless, unstoppable, and Segudo's mind couldn't catch up. When he used the evil eye, the body had to freeze, so how was this thing still moving? It shattered everything he thought he knew. He knew his body felt locked tight with pure tension, and every step came like a struggle. Because if the Cyclops had halted, just like he did when he snapped the evil eye on, they could have gone for a clean stare-down duel, where it'd be all willpower and razor-precise timing. He didn't have time to wipe the enemy clean, so he turned his focus to one brutal goal: smash the monster's strength until the next trap could finish the job, and once he lured it in and got caught too, that's when he'd finally have his shot at victory. He thought it was all over, so he faked surrender, let the Cyclops swallow the lie of victory, and with his legs barely holding him up, he fumbled out a few coins and hurled them onto the road right ahead. If he was truly alone, he probably would have thrown in the towel already. He sprinted through the rocks, slipping into a razor-thin passage he'd already set up to cage the monster and slow it down. Right from the start, once he saw what the Cyclops unleashed in the open, the truth hit him: this thing could attack from a distance and fast. So he cooked up a plan. He slipped from the shadow of one stone to the next, dodging sightline after sightline just to stay alive. Ruri spotted coins glittering along the road, and it hit her. Segudo's signal was clear. She didn't hesitate for a second. It was go time. Segudo bolted ahead, and the Cyclops slammed into pursuit right after him, while Ruri trailed behind at a careful distance, never taking her eyes off them, straight toward where the chests had been, and now Segudo felt his evil eye's power surging as the gap to the Cyclops shrank fast. He crouched behind the rocks, feeling utterly worthless, weak, broken, ready to quit. Then his fear fought back with one stubborn truth: even if he had to crawl, that was still the road to victory. He hit the fork in the road and had to work fast. First, he cleared the left path and kicked the stones out of the way. Then later, those exact same stones would slam into place as a brutal barrier, blocking the monster's way. Segudo's shoulders finally dropped with relief when he saw how perfectly Ruri nailed it. Everything was exactly where it should be, just like he'd prayed for. He ordered Ruri to duck behind the start of the left path at the fork, and the second the Cyclops stomped past, she had to trail him, grab the stones, and slam them back into place to choke the path. While the Cyclops' evil eye snapped away at the fork, the young man seized his chance and bolted off, no stops, no looking back. That distant prize and the way back hidden inside all this chaos crushed the Cyclops' mind until his reason finally snapped. The Cyclops, used to ruling with absolute power, tormenting and destroying anyone he pleased, got blindsided when some pathetic little creature actually outplayed him. Rage swallowed him whole, and he crushed the stones behind which his annoying target was hiding. The young man barely had anything left to do, just one final fork up ahead, and then it all would be decided. He spotted Ruri coins scattered right at the fork in the path, and only one conclusion hit him: the plan was still working exactly as intended. The Cyclops grinned, and right past that point, the world opened into the lair of the magic fish. The Cyclops stared at the giant boulder again, baffled as the young man just wouldn't get it. This rock was never going to stop anyone. The monster couldn't believe how his prey hurled that massive stone around, but now he had the terrifying truth: he could climb it. He found the boy pathetic and hilarious, then wondered how to break him or end him until it hit him. He hadn't heard screams in ages, and his thoughts snapped awake as memories of devouring corpses came roaring back. The Cyclops was ready to smash every pathetic trick they threw at him, because those weak attempts couldn't stand a single chance against this monster's raw power. Everything felt off. Where water should have been, there was only cracked, dry land, and the Cyclops' prey. No, Segudo was down on his knees. Ruri stood right beside Segudo, staring in silence at the monster barreling toward them. Then Segudo suddenly grinned. He knew the Cyclops would climb up for sure, so when the monster slammed onto the top, Ruri was already gripping her hand with the ring pressed to the rock's base, and the stone just vanished. The Cyclops crashed down, and a nightmare pit of blue killer fish tore open beneath him, horror freezing him as his eyes went wide with total, clueless disbelief. That monster thrashed underwater like its life depended on it, because this perfectly calculated, ice-cold trap had been built for it alone. The second they said goodbye, Ruri moved in silence, slipped the stone back into place, and swallowed the entrance to the trap from sight. The young man dared to believe that if they could smash the Cyclops boss, the exit would finally unlock, then they'd be free to escape this level for good. The Cyclops couldn't climb out of the pit at all, and just as it got a sliver of hope, a stone slammed shut the exit again. Ruri whipped back the moment it fell and locked it in place. They finally let out a breath like the weight of the world had just lifted. A low, deadening rumble crawled under the stone, and Ruri snapped awake, her ears tuned in to every movement lurking below. Sujita stared at Ruri and demanded she yank the stone out, because the noise finally died. Then he warned her that the exit door to the outside could pop up anywhere. Everything finally clicked for them, then the Cyclops stumbled right into their trap. Just 23 hours earlier, they were huddled by the garbage pit plotting their move. Then Sugito spotted the spot with tight passages, scattered rocks, and open space, and knew it was the perfect trap. Sugito made it clear the pit had to be deep enough for the Cyclops to start drowning, and once he ringed the hole with stones from his inventory, the bottom vanished underwater completely, so anyone who fell in there wouldn't crawl back out. He leaned in and told the girl that's not even the best part. Even though those blue killer fish came in hot, they never really posed a danger from the shore. He aimed to snatch them all at once, slam them into a trap, and bet the Cyclops would get chewed up too. Then everything hit exactly like planned, and not a single one of them got hurt. They fought to stay calm, but something felt horribly off. Then they heard the earth tremble as rocks started vibrating and smashing together. The rocks under their feet lurched, crumbled, and vanished like something inside blasted them away, and Ruri and the boy plunged straight down together into the water. Ruri's ring still sat on her finger, and the young man could only pray she'd remember how to use it, because getting to her took everything he had. He saw just how hard she'd pushed, then promised himself he'd spoil her with anything she wanted, right as something eerie started to twist beneath the waves. Staring at the stones through the water, he suddenly remembered, 24 hours ago they'd been right here, perched on these same rocks. Then it hit him like Ruri had kicked a stone, one quick sway, right under his eyes. She insisted she hadn't touched it, but he couldn't shake the gut feeling that it moved all on its own. Then it hit him, this wall was rebuilding itself right before his eyes. He remembered what Ruri said earlier, the dungeon's vaults would repair no matter who smashed them. Turns out at this level the dungeon didn't just have stones, it was made of them, and if anyone nudged one, the system counted it as destruction and snapped it right back into place, which is exactly how the Cyclops managed to slip out of the trap. He didn't waste a second, he sprinted straight into the fight. The young man burned through every last bit of strength to shield Ruri from harm. The Cyclops' punch blasted them skyward, then they crashed back into the water with a brutal splash. The only thing that kept him from dying on the spot was the water, but even as it softened his drop, the hit still smashed his right arm and shattered his ribs, and he blacked out. They dropped to their knees, but Rory clutched the ring tight, like it was the last thing holding her together. With that power, they finally broke free and shot up to the surface. Ruri pushed with all her might to shake Sugito awake. When he woke up, his brain didn't catch on right away, but the Cyclops was already breathing down his neck. Rage surged through him when the Cyclops came into view. He shoved Ruri aside and planted himself right in front of it. Ruri crashed down and the young man's lungs screamed as pressure slammed in, like his body was seconds away from tearing apart. Caught in the Cyclops' deadly gaze, he couldn't do a thing, like some loyal vassal staring down his king. If that's the power of the king, then the weak don't get to choose, they just have to bow. The young man was bleeding everywhere, burst blood vessels, a broken arm, shattered ribs, and he thought it was over, but Ruri barreled in to save him as she slammed the Cyclops hard in the leg with her shovel. Ruri kept gnawing at him, and the moment the young man saw her, his heart sank. She refused to quit, no matter what. Sugito snapped awake to the truth. Doing nothing and calling it fine wasn't cool at all, so he forced himself to get up. He snapped his cursed eye open. Cyclops finally saw the truth. His fear wasn't fate, it was panic, and he couldn't swallow that, not when he was the king. He was certain he could crush him. He wanted to end him the same way he'd done it before, without mercy, for anyone who dared come next. Ruri smashed the Cyclops in the leg with a reinforced iron shovel, and the blow left him badly hurt. She clenched her resolve and swore she'd save Sugito, no matter what. Another wild thing happened. Alongside the wreckage, someone tossed the criminal's body into a dumpster like they couldn't care less, and even after death, it just stayed there. This was a boy who'd already given half his life. That blade in his grip meant more to him than any apology. Then, as he dropped from the sky, Donald drove it straight into the Cyclops' shoulder. He drove the blade deeper and deeper, like he could stab the regret out of his bones. Then, calm at last, he let the sword go, plunged into the dark depths, and never surfaced again. Cyclops lifted a leg to stomp Sugito flat, but the knee wound and the shoulder pierced through his armor forced him to back away. Inch by inch, he couldn't go forward again. Once the evil eyes stopped, the water snapped back to its normal flow. This was their final shot at bringing it down. Sugyuto's scream tore through the air. Ruri bolted straight at the cyclops' eye with a shovel. The cyclops stared at her like she was just a pesky, biting louse, while his own body kept seething with rage and pain. He begged her to shut him out and leave him alone, no interference at all, while that young man started casting the evil eye meant to rip the soul apart. He was trying to scare him, and while that thought hit the air, Rory tensed up to strike, because this tiny opening was all they needed. Ruri slammed the cyclops' huge eye right on its edge, but that wasn't the end of it. They had no clue what was happening, but one thing was obvious. The cyclops wasn't down yet. It snarled like pure fury, because a shovel was never going to pierce a creature like that. The shovel was built for digging, but Ruri still ripped the cyclops' eye out with it like it was nothing. With his eye gone, the cyclops charged straight into the whirlpool and plunged in, then tried to claw his way back to that missing eye, but it was out of reach. When Sugyuto finally caught sight of the eye, disbelief hit him so hard he couldn't even breathe, like the nightmare was over for real. Ruri paddled through the water toward him, and when he spotted her, a tired grin cracked across his face. She was swimming like a dog or a sheep, and he reached out with his hand. Then boom, his hand went totally numb, like it slipped out of his control, and he just stared as Ruri closed in. Then it hit him. This was the second time it was happening. Sugyuto figured it was all pointless now, but the moment he realized he didn't feel nearly as awful as before, relief hit him hard. Ruri sprinted toward him, panic crashing through her, while he fought to hold on, just a little longer, that's all he needed. Sugyuto couldn't stop dreaming about traveling with Ruri. Then the boy's eyes rolled back, and he crashed into unconsciousness. During this stretch, his EXP skyrocketed and his level shot up from 16 to 24. Then he earned the title * Emperor of the Evil Eye ***, unlocking the * Evil Eye of Truth ***, Evil Eye of Pressure ***, and a whole avalanche of other brutal upgrades. Sugyuto's subconscious collided with the cyclops, and the moment they locked eyes, contempt poured off him. The youth leaned in and snapped, "What do you want?" The cyclops crumbled into a huge, glowing cloud of dust, and the young man stared, frozen in shock as it all unfolded. A burst of light blasted upward, and he leaned in, staring into the funnel, freaked out, because it felt like something down in those terrifying depths was staring right back at him. He snapped his eyes open and found himself sprawled on a spotless bed. Then his grandmother was right there, watching him like a guard, and she immediately realized he was awake. Granny Agatha was grumbling up a storm, demanding he hurry home, because he'd woken up and her shop had been shut for ages, strict as ever, yet deep down caring. She even fetched him a glass of water and brought it straight to his bed, and when he mumbled, "Go home, I only need a little rest, unless you forgot I'm wounded," Granny just snorted and said, "Your wounds healed ages ago, you've only been lying here the whole time." What? His right arm must have been shattered to pieces, and still, he couldn't help wondering how on earth he'd survived it all. She told him, thank that girl, because if she hadn't used the potion, he would have already been gone to the other world. Now that I think about it, he could have just called the potion up on his own, but he never once used it. Ruri was sprawled against him, sound asleep, and he couldn't for the life of him figure out why. He felt pure gratitude toward her for saving his life, but the insane stream of drool leaking from Ruri while she slept on him was totally unbelievable. Granny heard they deconquered the Magicor cave, and the boy who led them there didn't waste a second. He spilled every detail to her at once, saying that if panicked flight counted as conquering in her eyes, then maybe she wasn't wrong. No one had ever laid eyes on the boss inside the magical ore cave, so when they found an uncharted pocket of the world and the ruler of this zone, there was only one conclusion. They didn't just enter, they conquered it for real. And you know the adventurer guilds are already clocking what's going on, because now they're going to demand answers. If Granny didn't run her mouth about conquering the cave, nobody would have known, though the monsters might have seen it too. Still, Sugyuto hadn't checked his profile window yet. After all that chaos, he finally sits on the throne as the Emperor of the Evil Eye. This title isn't something you just ask for, the world hands it to you, and most people never get that chance. Adventurers with titles are a rare speck in the sea of the elite, so yeah, it's way more than kicking in a dungeon door. And now this young man is about to get hit with problems, so many they might as well be written in the stars. Grandma Agatha snapped that the title was already staring out from his profile, and now there was no way he could dodge it. It felt like a sentence. He had to lay every card on the table, no tricks, no hiding in the shadows, because this wasn't just about him, and there was no way he could resign himself to it. Sugyuto stared at the sleeping Ruri, and then it hit him. She was Digger Frights. Agatha chuckled at the joke, but the young man just couldn't wrap his head around why she'd been handed the title Digger Ease. The boy had no idea why, but the girl adored shovels like they were treasures, and Ruri would be thrilled to hear it. The grandmother warned them to handle their own mess, then told them to head home the moment the girl woke up. When he looked at her, he finally understood there was never anything to fear, because choosing to become an adventurer with her is what unlocked his true path from the very start. From that moment on, he chose to push forward, no looking back, just like Ruri, and no matter how brutal the road got or how many battles he had to survive, as long as his partner stood beside him, he'd dig a way through. And if anyone tried to block their path, he'd glare them down without hesitation. They've got to level up side by side, fighting for each other with every step. Right now, Sujito was sitting on the throne as the Emperor of the Evil Eye. And just like that, Ruri earned the title Digger. Sujito swore Ruri had gotten even fluffier, and the second she fell asleep, he just had to slide his hand through her hair. Once the cave packed with magic ore was finally cleared, the two people who showed up out of nowhere claimed the title on the spot. At dawn, the ore magic city of Burgu jolted awake to a non-stop buzz of chatter. Everyone was trading the same wild rumor. Two adventurers had crushed a cave that used to live only in terrifying legends, and from street stalls to mine crews, traders and workers alike spilled the details with shaky, breathless excitement. Clearing an E-rank dungeon should have been nothing, but the shock hit like lightning, and there was no stopping it. The man in the market couldn't believe what he was hearing as the tale spread from mouth to mouth, and soon the whole area was buzzing, with rumors multiplying every single time someone retold it. They spilled the details on how this crew dove straight into a garbage pit, tore through the dungeon boss, and then, somehow, snapped back out of it alive, even earning titles along the way, pure recklessness powered by terrifying strength. They swore they must have been top-tier experts, paid and backed by Lysheimer, or a whole swarm of companies, until the truth hit hard: they were just kids. The guy from the market swore it was a gloomy boy and a fluffy girl, white as snow. Meanwhile, Grandma Agatha, Ruri, and Sugito dug into breakfast, and then the young man spun around to face Ruri and spoke to her. Ruri kept chewing, not once turning her head toward him. He knew she heard every word, so he called her again, and again she didn't even flinch. In the end, he just let out a heavy sigh. He switched gears, snapped Digger Ruri, and asked for her time, and she replied right away, practically glowing at hearing her title, because the pride in that name was impossible to miss. He begged Rory the Digger to stop piling meat onto him and to save some for herself, even if it was just a little. Then she smirked back that she had her own vegetables, and they were way better than meat, so really, what else could she say? The young man whipped his head toward Grandma Agatha and demanded she jump back into their talk. She brought up inheritance, and he pushed, "Fine, explain exactly what you mean." She sipped her tea and started talking, starting with the title. The one they have now is loaded with insanely powerful skills, but there's a catch: nobody knows exactly what their effects do. And since they're that valuable, you can bet there are people out there already plotting to steal them. They didn't fully know how to grab a title, but one truth was already clear: inheritance, because if you kill someone, you can steal their title and wear it as your own. No one's got guarantees here, and the odds of success are brutally tiny. So in normal times, risking it just makes you look like a fool chasing some super high-rank adventure dream on scraps of chance. The young man said they might be weak, just kids, so Grandma Agatha nodded and warned, "Then we'll be easy prey." And yeah, it was totally possible. Right then, Ruri was done eating, and Sugito piled more bacon onto her plate. She stared at the bacon on her plate, stunned, while the young man made it clear he wanted anyone who thought they were easy prey to pay for it, and Ruri couldn't stop trembling at the meat right there. Grandma Agatha warned them to stay sharp, because even in the best times, that girl could vanish in a heartbeat. Ruri chewed through her meat, but it barely tasted like anything. He fired the question at Granny: "Any wounds on her?" She checked her over, but not one scratch showed up, and they still couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that she'd really battled a dungeon boss. He nodded like he finally got it, then thanked his grandmother for everything she'd done, and the girl made sure to thank him too for the food. Agatha told him he could call himself the girl's protector, but if he actually asked her what she thought, she'd admit it straight. He was still a kid, and the thought of those children dying would trap her in nightmares all by herself. She sat down at the table, told them she wasn't handing out free breakfast, demanded her money back on the spot, and made sure they didn't forget it. Sujito swore he'd pay the money back, and Ruri cut him off fast, telling him he wasn't her protector. She said he was her partner, and Segudo gently stroked her head. Then he turned to Grandma Agatha and told her he understood it all. They stormed out of the house and swore, no doubt about it, that they'd come back together. He said that, but during the Cyclops fight they'd nearly bled themselves broke, throwing money at signal magic just to stay in sync. Now he stared at the price of the clothes on his back and pushed for going back into the dungeon to mine magic ore again. Suddenly the boy's stomach lurched, his vision warped in a blur. For a second he swore the potion had totally healed him and the status window looked perfectly normal, but panic sparked anyway, so he told Rory, "I'm just tired, everything's fine, like nothing bad would happen." They cut through a roaring market, where vendors shouted their wares at the top of their lungs, and the whole place buzzed with energy. The young man realized the only places he'd ever been beyond that dungeon were Granny Agatha's shop and the armory, nothing else, and as they strode along and stared around, people clocked them instantly and started whispering like they'd just seen trouble. The girl panicked, clung to his side, and tried to match his pace. As they rolled past the candied fruit stand, Ruri couldn't stop staring. She kept moving, but every step tugged her eyes back to those sweet treats like she was dying to try them. He stepped in and quietly stopped her, telling her straight up, "We've got zero money, breakfast just hit the table, so there's no way we can buy a snack right now." Back in that cave, strength draining out of him, he remembered the promise he made to her. If they lived through it, he'd get her anything she wanted, so he snapped to a stop, sucked in a deep breath, and swung around to face Ruri. Right outside the sweets shop, he handed her the choice, "Pick whatever you want to get." Ruri's eyes lit up, and she eagerly scanned the counter, picking through one mouthwatering treat after another with her gaze. They dropped down right on the roadside, and when he asked if it tasted good, the girl lit up and declared it was simply divine. Then she said it again, like she couldn't help herself. The young man could barely wrap his head around just how mind-blowingly delicious it must be, but hearing her gush like that made him grin anyway. Servants weren't allowed to trade unless they had special permission, and they could only shop at places right by the dungeon. So this girl had zero chance to pay for anything in the city because she was a debt servant owned by Ligemer. Ligemer Company is a giant corporation that runs the city's mining and keeps supplies coming, so it hires adventurers to storm the dungeons and wipe out monsters, because the man in charge, Ligemer, isn't just a boss, he's basically the ruler of Berg. Seguido was just about to grill Ruri for her past, especially how that debt shoved her into servant life, until he clocked that her canteen was bone dry. He froze for a beat, swallowed the question, stood up, grabbed the empty container, promised he'd be back fast, and sprinted off to the water source to refill it. While he filled his flask at the wrought iron fountain, his eyes snapped to Ruri. 4 rough men stormed up to her, and one of them yanked the girl up onto his shoulder on the spot. Right then, the young man with the flask spun around at the commotion and saw it clearly, even though he had no idea who they were. Just as he sprinted to where Ruri had been sitting a second ago, the men were already gone, snatched her away before he could even catch up. Grandma Agatha's warnings hit like a punch, and it was all real. He yelled that they couldn't hide from him, but halfway through the shout, his voice died and his eyes locked in shock. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He was sure that potion had fixed everything, and the status window showed nothing off, but the truth was, something still felt horribly wrong, and there wasn't time to figure it out. The world suddenly warped in front of his eyes, and his legs buckled as he crumpled to the ground. Helpless, he just watched the kidnappers, silhouettes hoist Ruri up and vanish into the city crowd. Ruri kept demanding the same thing, begging him to let her go, but the man ignored every word like it didn't even exist. The man hauling Ruri on his shoulder snarled the second she tried to wriggle free, then slapped her thigh and snapped that she was a stupid kid, telling her to shut up and stop making noise like she was annoying him just by breathing. Next second, Rory snapped around and drove her elbow into his back with everything she had. Shock hit him hard, his groan tore out, and he lurched forward. The man's balance shattered from the brutal hit, and he stumbled hard to the ground, while Rory, thrown off his shoulder, crashed down too. Then, as the men closed in on her, Rory suddenly unleashed several vicious blows. Ruri, the level 20 winner, strode out with total confidence, smashing the enemies so hard they got wiped out and dropped to the ground. She remembered how Sujito panicked, chased after her, and then returned. So when he came back, she was ready to force him into giving her a thigh massage, and when one of the kidnappers tried to block her, her arrogant glare hit so hard he started trembling with fear. Even though the kidnappers knew Ruri's status, they dropped their guard the moment they saw how frail she looked. She radiated pure strength and crushing pressure, like she'd stared death in the face again and again, and every single time she tore victory out of the darkness. Once they verified she truly held the title, they dropped into a bow, called her mistress, begged her to forgive their failed kidnapping, and offered to escort her, because in their minds it was a favor that would help them too. They keep dropping to their knees for Lady Ruri, shouting "Milady" as they beg for her massive heroic power, and the praise comes out like one roaring chorus, every single one of them pouring out real awe for just how unstoppable she is. Rory owned up to what happened, read the danger in the air, and decided to move solo. Her words hit like a death warrant for the kidnappers, a fearless command that only she would handle what came next. They shot each other a quick look, then a grin flashed across their faces, and as they dipped their heads, they gestured hard with their hands, telling each other which way to go. Segudo still buckled, his strength was gone, and his blurred vision barely held him upright. He realized these hidden corners were totally unfamiliar, so he quit the chase, switched tactics on the spot, paused to read the scene, and locked in his next move. He knew he had to march into the Adventurers Guild and file a missing person report for Rory, even if it meant lighting a target on his back, because those who snatched her might be adventurers after inheritance titles too, and if that was their play, he couldn't afford to waste a single minute. He planned to hand over the expert steel dagger as a reward, an artifact adventurers would kill for, because that was all he had right now, though he was dead certain it was worth a fortune, and he also knew exactly where the Adventurers Guild building sat on the main street. He caught the rumble of a cart on the street and snapped his head toward it, only to see it come barreling straight behind him, and panic hit so hard he threw every ounce of strength into a desperate sprint, charging forward with everything he had to escape. They finally caught up, and the white-haired man driving the cart screeched to a stop beside him. Then, with his head slightly bowed, he apologized for the abrupt intrusion. He yanked the carriage to a halt and, without ever tearing his gaze from Segudo, gave a sharp nod, like he'd just confirmed who stood before him, the Emperor of the Evil Eye. Then he introduced himself as Freed, and suddenly this meeting felt like the spark of an unexpected alliance, or the first step toward fresh, dangerous trouble. Fried dipped his head, kept his distance, and told Tokudo he'd come straight from his mistress, Liasimer, bringing a message meant for Tokudo alone, and making it clear he wasn't just some random guy, but a legit B-rank merchant tied to the Liasimer company. Sugado realized that before he even moved a muscle, he had to listen to Freed first. The young man stayed on guard against people like that all this time, convinced they'd try to snatch Rory the moment she got her honorary title, until this morning, because now she was kidnapped and Liasimer snapped into action, ready to tear the world apart to get his property back. Freed snapped to the point. He'd gotten direct orders to grab Ruri, the digger, and Segudo, the Emperor of the Evil Eye, and since he already knew they'd be traveling together, he'd come for both of them. Segudo blurted out to Freed that Ruri had been kidnapped, and panic crashed into his voice as he begged him to help hunt her down, like now. They charged up to the building and Segudo's stomach dropped. This was Liasimer's home. Inside, people were darting left and right, clerks, guards, messengers everywhere, while Fried shoved the young man along and pointed the way. Freyd spun toward one of the maids and, with perfect politeness, demanded to know where Mrs. Liasimer was, and she snapped back that she'd just wrapped a major business meeting and was holed up in her office. As they marched there, Freyd flicked a glance at the young man, then dropped his voice and sent him a sharp warning. Freud stared at the boy with a stone-cold face and snapped, "Pull yourself together for your own sake." But Segudo couldn't quite get what he was really saying, because there was more hiding in those words, and right now wasn't the moment to chase pointless questions. Fried blared out crystal clear that he'd brought the Emperor of the Evil Eye, Segudo, and as the young guy stood nearby, he couldn't help but feel that tight, prickling tension. Then, without even waiting for a reply, Fried shoved open Mrs. Liasimer's office door for him. In that huge, classy office, a stunning girl sat there, waiting for them. Segudo didn't find a refined girl or a fancy office. Right in front of him, something far worse lunged into view, her form twisted into a nightmare made of shadow and rot, eyes blazing with the deep abyss. He had no clue what was happening to him, and it left him completely stunned. He clenched his focus, battling through his warped vision, while the lady stayed cool as she greeted the Emperor of the Evil Eye like it was nothing, saying she'd been waiting for him and that there was zero reason to drag out formal introductions. The young man bowed with respect as she cut right to it, demanding he become her subordinate, and when he refused flat out, she softened her tone, yet kept pressing, insisting he at least hear her out so she could explain why she was asking in the first place. With steel in his voice, he swore, no matter what, he'd never bow down and serve as anyone's subordinate. He refused straight up ever becoming her subordinate, swearing he'd never bow to her or let her sniff out his weakness, and if he sensed that pulling him in would trap him again like it did Ruri, then he'd go to the bitter end to stop that fate from repeating. She said, "That's rough, but if you ever change your mind, you better tell me," then spun toward Freed and demanded to know what happened. Freed looked genuinely crushed and admitted the servant had been snatched by some mystery crew, so before he even went after her, he decided Segudo needed to be brought to her first. Segudo tried to speak up, promising he'd help them if Ruri came back unharmed, if they traded him the full details. Then she cut him off cold, saying she'd already gotten a complete report on the incident and knew every last thing that happened. She said it like this: her servant had secretly linked up with a special adventurer and went off script, breaking the rules, and now Oliver Rory's property would be confiscated as punishment. But here's the twist. Part of that property plus the reward would be handed to the young man for helping out. Then she leaned in and asked, "So, what do you think?" The moment the young man heard her graceful speeches and polished official wording, he knew underneath it all was a brutal plan. This woman wanted to strip him and Ruri of everything they'd earned, risk every step they fought through in the dungeons, and finally declare them as her property. Right now, Ruri's sitting on 2 killer artifacts. One of them is a ring packed with the item box skill, letting her stash and carry all kinds of things, and that's exactly the ring she's about to snatch away from Ruri. From the start, this property didn't matter much to her. If she dared to make that offer, she already knew they had those artifacts. The real mystery was how she found out, how she got that information, and just how far into their business she'd dug. He refused to be played and swore that even if she held the two artifacts right now, they still belonged to him. Then he warned her, if she wanted to take them from his side, she'd have to leave the artifacts with him first. He watched every reaction like it mattered, and then Mrs. Leisheimer broke into laughter, claiming his demands were totally out of touch, and even admitted she liked it, saying she hadn't met a kid as stubborn as him in ages. She snapped that if that's the deal, he'd get nothing. She'd get her stolen servant back, and he'd return his artifacts too. Then they'd forge an equal alliance, joining forces to take back what was stolen. He realized this wasn't simple at all. Some sly, dangerous intelligence hid in that woman, and it couldn't be ignored because the moment he pictured Ruri in those hands, his stomach twisted. He knew he couldn't let her get pulled into someone else's twisted schemes and cruel games. She asked, soft as silk, whether he'd rip Rory's servant shackles off and hand her freedom back. She couldn't figure out why he was so desperate to free Ruri, so she snapped at him. She'd tell him the truth. This girl was sold by her own father, and even if he yanked off her shackles, she'd still be worthless to everyone. She insisted that if he freed Ruri, he'd never truly be able to help her, and that being alone was her proudest win. Ruri had nothing to stand on, so she was basically a helpless lamb, unable to live on her own. That's why she decided it'd be smarter to get her placed somewhere safe and start teaching her manners, if he could understand what she was really saying. He still remembered the quiet words Ruri once whispered about becoming an adventurer. Those promises burned into his head, packed with hope and grit, and he knew that for her, this choice was pure freedom. She craved power, yet this woman standing before him had zero clue what Ruri truly endured, how she fought tooth and nail and somehow still made it through, because beneath that fragile look was the kind of strength and will that doesn't break. They shut up and listened as he spoke, then they calmly told him to go free. Mrs. Leisheimer immediately ordered Fried to hunt down Ruri and rescue her, because they wanted her back right now. When Fried finally stepped out of the office, he caught Segudo looking sick right after their talk, pale face, hazy eyes, and that exhausted, drained look hanging on him. Mrs. Leisheimer couldn't stop herself from wondering what in the world had terrified Segudo, so she studied his face like a puzzle, hunting for every secret thought and feeling hiding behind that expression. The second she realized he was the Emperor of the Evil Eye, her gut told her Segudo must have spotted something he had no right to, and now she couldn't stop imagining what that could unleash. Ruri ended up in the same group of kidnappers, so they ordered her to watch her step since the sun was already gone, and even admitted they were only this far because she was there, a hero with matching strength, calling it an honor. But Ruri snapped back, told them to leave it to the digger, and promised she'd take care of the rest herself. They called her into the room, and Ruri strode in with bright confidence, owning the moment and the situation. That title isn't just a name, it's proof the world took Ruri seriously. A mysterious power fate dropped into her path, so strange people call it an anomaly no one can wrap their minds around, and right now, Digger Ruri is trapped in that room. They erupted into laughter and started hurling cruel insults at Ruri. One of them swore that the perfect hideout was that abandoned house, because the basement sat right under it. In the slums, these spots pop up everywhere, and their crew keeps treating them like a go-to stop on the road. They figured it was smarter to wait upstairs for Lanza to show up. Despite her being the official bearer of the title, they called her nothing but a stupid kid. Rory snapped back to her senses, realized this place didn't feel like home, and stormed to the door, yanking at the lock only for it to refuse to budge. Ruri clutched her shovel handle like it was a lifeline to the girl she used to be, and the one she swore she'd become. Then she faced the door, inhaled hard, and refused to back down. Across the room, the boy snapped to attention when that faint rumble crawled through the air, and the other kids in the cell shuffled in close, eyes wide with fear and hope, pushing forward again and again to demand, "When are we going home?" The boy eased down beside the younger kids, stuck on what to say, then drew a breath and whispered that he didn't know when they'd get home, but he'd stay with them until the very end. Rory stared at the door, aching to shatter it, lost in dreams of breaking it open. She hoisted the shovel and smashed it into the door. Metal bit into the wood but wouldn't break through, and then it jammed. Ruri yanked it free with brute force, slammed again, and kept repeating the brutal strike until the moment felt endless. As Ruri's shovel crunched into the wood, a weird little memory slammed into her, scooping up soft, crumbly potatoes with a spoon, and though it hit her out of nowhere, it felt oddly comforting. After 3 long minutes of focused, relentless work, a clean hole finally punched through the door, big enough for Ruri to slip through in one go. She gave a small, controlled nod as pride and satisfaction surged through her chest, then she marched into the corridor and headed straight for the exit. Next door, Ruri spotted something shifting, and right in a tiny barred window, a girl suddenly popped into view. She hauled herself onto her older brother's back, wobbling so hard she nearly toppled, thin fingers clamping onto the bars as her cheeks smashed against the cold metal, while the boy below tilted his head, wondering if she could even see a thing. Another kid popped up behind him and tugged his brother's sleeve, begging to be lifted onto his shoulders, so the boy snapped for him to stop. The girl leaned in and claimed something light and fluffy was behind the door. The boy asked, "A cat?" But she shook her head, saying it didn't look like a cat at all. And on the other side, Rory kept staring at the girl, frozen in suspense. One kidnapper watched Ruri slip out of the cell, then snapped to Lanza that she was planning to escape, because he saw her slash open the door and burst through. Driven to figure out what was happening outside, he hauled himself up, clutched the door bars, and climbed onto it, right as Lanza stormed over, refusing to believe Ruri had really slipped out, and shoved closer to prove she was just a little kid. He said that even if he used indicator magic to gauge her level by the mana left behind, she'd come out at around 20, but then he stared at the wrecked door and realized her power had zero respect for that low number. That's how power worked here. It wore the title like a badge. Lanza was a C-rank merchant in Myriad's crew, and the moment he showed up, the girl froze in fear. He unleashed his power, spelled out lightning pierce, hurled lightning, and called more down from the sky, then realized the girl had sharp instincts. The girl snapped out of Lanza's lightning strike at the last second and bolted for her life, escaping before the blast could finish her, and leaving Lanza frozen, no time to react as she vanished. That jagged bolt of lightning crashing from the ceiling made it obvious. This girl wasn't just trained, she was battle-ready, even with kid hands. Lanza clocked it instantly, while the boy in the next cell kept staring, locked in on every second. Lanza snapped into action and summoned a swamp right under Ruri, freezing her in place and shutting off her escape, before the ground turned slick and gooey, trapping her with every step. Before Ruri could even move, he snapped out a lightning spear spell. Lightning tore through the air so fast the girl couldn't dodge anywhere, and the hit pinned her solid, unable to move. The blast slammed her to the cold floor, exhausted, burned from the shock, breathing in harsh, ragged bursts, her clothes and limbs marked by the lightning as the last sizzling tension still made her shake. Once their master crushed it, the kidnappers erupted in relief, smiling like they'd always known he'd deliver. Then Lanza snapped, cutting through it all. Kill the noise, tie the girl up, and keep her watched so she doesn't wake up too soon. In the cell next door, the boy clung to every word as Lanza snapped that once the mark was gone, they'd tie the girl so tight she couldn't move a single finger, then shove her straight into a train car. When he heard it, horror slammed into him and left him completely frozen. They were debating if the carriage had already vanished, and everyone scrambled to get ready, while the boy, pressed to the door, couldn't stop himself and slid down to the floor. Lanza shot the kids a glare, then demanded of the kidnappers why they hadn't even managed to sell one of the three. They told him their business partner had demanded a huge discount this time, but it was non-negotiable, so they shut it down and refused, no sweat, because clients were easy to find. Meanwhile, the boy sat there in the cell, tense as a wire, right alongside the other kids. They asked Lanza if it was okay for them to make those calls on their own, since Mr. Myriad wasn't always thrilled with the idea, and Lanza admitted he was still on edge. He wouldn't stop feeling uneasy even if they got everything perfect. Staring down at the unconscious Ruri, he said they could even top it all by handing Mr. Myriad a real prize, the girl they'd snagged today, because she was clearly worth far more than the rest, and the boy lurking around the corner clenched his teeth the moment he heard it. With a bitter gulp, he accepted the truth. One day, this girl would end up trapped like the rest of them, forced to serve underground with no freedom at all, so he swallowed his tears and quietly pulled the scared kids beside him into a silent hug, like, "You're safe, I've got you." What? In Berg, the magical ore city in the southeast, the slums are pure darkness, and Frade and Segudo can't ignore it. They figure the kidnappers would hide right here because no one would ever look in a place this grim. So they've already dispatched a bunch of people to hunt through the other areas too. In the deadly slums, Freed decided the smartest move was to dig for answers up close. Rules didn't matter here, so they'd have to chat with the locals, search their surroundings, and trust their instincts, while the boy just listened in silence, chewing on every detail. Fried clocked that Segudo looked rattled, like he was terrified of what the legacy could unleash. He understood that if anyone tapped into that method, the girl's life would hang by a thread. That fear gnawed at Segudo's mind, and it turned into raw anxiety and the kind of determination that forced him to move with extreme caution. If that's the case, then yeah, things should be fine because she's just as strong as him, and taking her title won't be easy at all. You still have to satisfy extra conditions before you can inherit it. Fried told him straight up, if you want to inherit, you've got to snag at least one skill tied to that title, like Segudo, who needed the Evil Eye Spectrum skill to become the Emperor of the Evil Eye, and those powers don't grow on trees. Frida snapped that for Ruri, the digger's inheritance is going to be a nightmare, because nobody knows where Ruri even came from, or where the digger herself really came from either. The kid insisted that even if she was freed, it wasn't really that, just somebody swinging a shovel. Yet he knew he was the only one who'd seen her get struck, meaning Freed had no clue what her digging power was, and maybe she didn't know it herself either. First, they scoped out the place, and right on the way there, they ran into two men. Then more of them showed up, closing in on Fried and Segudo, hungry for a fight and ready to throw down. As they stared at Sugido, it hit them. He wasn't just some guy, he was the Emperor of the Evil Eye. Freud snapped one of the men's necks with his bare hands. Seeing that, Sugiudo and the other bandits went completely silent. Pure shock hit them like a punch. Freed ripped Mana straight from his mark. They only meant to question the locals about Ruri and grab intel, but Freed couldn't help it. He had a fighter's instinct, and he just had to move. The young man's eyes narrowed as he realized those marks didn't match the work they were made to do. The men closed in on them, fists clenched as they geared up to throw down. They surged in from behind and lunged at Sugiudo, treating him like a kid, despite the killer title he carried. The young man caught sight of him and drove a brutal kick into his leg. He twisted out of the way of every punch. He wanted to be gentle, and they quickly realized why. He was targeting their legs on purpose, so he wouldn't kill them. The man said, "It's over now, so come on, let's talk for a bit." They swore the hero was insanely strong, so strong he didn't even need to use his evil eye. The guy begged them to listen, saying they were hunting a kidnapped girl, but the other man snapped, "That's not us." Then they pressed harder, "So it looks like there are 4 kidnappers out there, do you know anything about them?" They were debating whether one of them could have pulled off a kidnapping. Then someone drops a bombshell. Malik's men kidnapped the woman, yet everyone's still side-eyeing it because it feels like it could have been another guy behind the scenes. He said that if we were talking about 4 men and a girl, then yeah, he could spot the whole group. Turns out she didn't look kidnapped at all. He couldn't recall them ever discussing it, but he knew it was something he had to say. If you trust what he says, then yeah, those words send them straight there. The building looks totally abandoned, so he thinks, perfect, this'll be my spot to scout what's going on. The guy insisted the prisoner never noticed anyone go in or out of that building. He just told everyone that 5 men and 4 children had been there only a short while ago. They snatched them up in this smooth, elegant sweep, and just like that, everyone scattered, leaving nothing marked behind. The man demanded, "Are you sure?" And they told him, "Yeah, we haul them in huge carts and cart them off in groups to places just like that." These kids were snatched away and dragged into slavery, forced to live as servants. The kids who got seized are handed loans to pay for their food and upkeep, trapping them as legal debt servants, while the company, with its own contacts in the Merchants Guild, has the power to approve the servants and even strike deals right in the open with the underground workers. He swore he knew exactly where that girl was hiding. Then he dragged everyone straight to Rosalick. The company that runs every servant in the area, including Burke, has the Rose sitting right in the middle. If the culprits dragged underground servants along, then there was zero doubt the whole sprawling company was in on it. They finally saw it, yep, they'd made it, and turns out that rumor about them heading to Rosalick was dead on. So yeah, those were the red names. The second a marked killer with a mark-equipped name strikes another marked target, their name tag snaps red, and bam, everyone marked like that becomes a full-on hit list, hunted like a monster from that point on, even if they already had a bounty on their head. Right there, standing before them, was a girl with a blazing red name, the kind of title that hits like a warning. She was one of the 3 terrifying crimson disasters, so when they asked what she'd come to do in the country, she better have a good answer. She demanded to know if he was really planning to block her path. He lined in and demanded to know what her goal was. The girl swore her goal was to wipe out the dealers who sell underground servants and free those trapped souls for good. Beyond Berg, north toward the city of Magic Ore, way past the Holy Road, 2 carts rattled into view, rolling by like they owned the path. One was already a whole hour out from the Rose, and the other was moments from crashing through the gate. Half asleep, the girl mumbled that the fruits tasted absolutely delicious. The boy couldn't believe it. How could she look so carefree in a moment like this? Only 3 people on the whole planet have ever read the names, the ones who got nicknamed the 3 Great Crimson Evils. At first, anyone with names like that was treated like a criminal, wanted dead or alive, with a fat reward on their heads, so they had to hide in the country just to survive this brutal world. Then out of nowhere, this trio burst from the shadows, slipped into crowded places, grabbed their food, struck down anyone who got in the way, and claimed their shelter like they owned the night. Even while attacks and contempt kept raining down on them every single day, they still refused to change and stayed exactly who they were. Only 30 brave warriors made up that squad, and their strength was so relentless they could take down even dragons. The man barked that he'd never let a monster like her cross into the country. Num's defensive spell will freeze the opponent solid, stone still, unable to move, so he's ready to blast the girl into helpless disarmament. Berdard burst up behind her and swung his sword in a deadly arc. The girls snapped in and bit him to a stop. Teeth and artifact power matched his skill, and they even hurled a spell at her, but it still didn't work. The girl lit up and said it was absolutely delicious. The three Crimson Evils finally dropped the act, no more hiding, while they dashed and vanished to save themselves. No one dared step up and challenge that cruel monster until it was too late. The letter slammed the news. The underground trade would be shut down, every dealer would be wiped out, and all the underground servants would finally be freed. The girl blurted that she'd ruined everything, and now she needed to beg them for the exact location. In the elite district of Rosalica, right at the top, in the company Myriad's headquarters. The man snapped that ages had gone by since they were meant to come back, then demanded what any of it even meant, and where he ended up. They told him he was expected at the president's office. The man snapped that he was loud, just like always. The boy whipped around and demanded, "So why'd you come back empty-handed, without selling a single servant?" He was told point-blank that everything had already been explained. Because the client dragged the haggling out for ages, the whole deal collapsed at the very last second, and now the guy was demanding answers as to why. The maid swore the two acted completely wild around each other, because they're childhood friends who, rumor says, grew up side by side in the same slums. He fumed that the family suddenly started whining about the price, and he just couldn't get why she wanted a discount so badly. Then the man snapped back half. They snapped back that it was absurd. What was she even thinking? Then they admitted the girl wasn't that simple after all, and chances are she already had a plan brewing. The man snapped at the boy not to turn this into a tragedy, because he didn't come back empty-handed, and he brought a souvenir just for him, something fresh that had been driving the market prices through the roof. He got the intel straight from his informant. In Berg, turns out the magical cave of ores got conquered there by some titled kid. The kids all whipped around and begged the boy, "Hey, check this out." She was pale as snow and so fluffy you could swear her hair was made of clouds. But she never opened her eyes again. Right after Kyle and Vita were brought in, he got pinned with orders to watch those human kids, every single moment. Now they've added this girl, so if they toss her in right here, it's basically a signal to him, keep your eyes on her too. She snapped awake and he swore that not a single 100 years had slipped by, then she stared in shock because she looked like a caterpillar. He told her they caught her by hurling her straight into their hands, ripped her token away, and now he was yanking at the knots, only to realize they were cinched down way too tight. The ropes vanished in a flash and the boy froze in pure shock. Then the girl snapped, "Who are you and where am I?" He introduced himself and said, "Right now we're in Roslik," then told them how every single one of them had been snatched up by an organization that called itself the Myriad Company. They're demanding payment by forcing them into the company's service contract, and it looks like that's exactly what's about to swallow her. The girl blurted that everything was falling apart, then demanded to know what happened to the boy, but he just stared, clueless about who she meant. She shoved his t-shirt into his hands, and he gasped at how torn it was, like he hadn't worn it in ages. The boy sniffed her once, then blurted, "You don't smell like anything." Turns out he's Canaan, so his nose is way sharper than a human's, and he still can't remember anyone who ever came to them like this. The guy leaned in and asked her straight up if that person mattered to her. The girl gave a quick nod, like she was ready to jump straight into it. He shot back, "I get you," and she felt it hit home. The people he loved were still stuck in his village back home, and it's been 100 brutal days since they dragged him away. He can practically feel the worry in the air, knowing they're already out there hunting for him. At least the boy's already kind of grown, but the other kids are still tiny, and their parents are probably panicking twice as hard. He told her, "That's exactly why I have to get stronger for them. No matter how slim the escape looks, I'm going to find a way." She kept using that skill, the box of objects, over and over, and the boy finally demanded, "Who are you?" then pushed her to tell him a little about herself. She introduced herself as Ruri, said she was a super cute digger, and told us to hand it over to her, because she'd take the job and her shovel would do the digging. He was stunned by the digger's wild title, nothing like it had ever crossed his eyes, and then reality hit hard because the title holder was just a 9-year-old kid. He admitted he hadn't seen the fight with his own eyes, but the way people talked about how brutal that monster was made it sound like she wasn't exactly weak either. Then they hit him with the real shock. He'd stumbled onto a treasure worth a fortune. The man wondered if this power could be studied and recreated, and his companion shook their head, No one knew how, but if it could even be inherited, then the whole process had to be insanely complex. The man leaned in and asked, "You're sure you don't want to learn that skill for yourself?" He told everyone loud and clear that he wanted nothing, and had no intention at all to inherit anybody else's titles. They cornered him and asked straight up whether he was truly happy to leave the Adventurers Guild. He shot back that he'd already made up his mind. They snatched her that easily, but they're still worse off than before, so they grilled him and asked what went down, and the guy just stared, stunned that he came back to the city and still had no idea what was unfolding outside it. The dragon's beloved child is already sprinting toward them, and the Adventurers Guild sent a whole detachment of their strongest warriors, only to discover moments later that every last one of them was dead. By morning, they finally found her out in a deserted wasteland. The man pressed for answers again, making sure she was one of the three great crimson evils. Then he was told, "They say the girl eats people, but it's all just rumors." He shot back, confused about why she needed that rose, then admitted he had no clue whether she'd come to town just to see the sights, but if that was the case, he wouldn't mind inviting her for a cup of tea. Suddenly the ground jolted with an earthquake. Everyone panicked, unsure if it was a real blast or something else entirely. The man demanded, "Are you telling me it's that girl, or does a dragon have something to do with this?" "She's locked in the secret room on the third floor, staring at the walls while the noise is blasting from the first floor. This is way worse than it sounds." The man told her their tea party was cancelled, dead. The main character lined in and demanded, "So what the hell happened at the Myriad company?" The protagonist demanded answers, what happened, and why that building split down the middle, and then he pressed, "Is this where the girl's being held right now?" The man just nodded and said, "I think so." But with powers like theirs, he figures they can scramble over the wreckage, sneak inside, and hunt for someone who can finally tell them what happened. He's convinced they should kick things off with an investigation, dig through every body they can find around here, one after another. He couldn't stop wondering, was he really putting the girl through this kind of nightmare all over again? The man swore the Evil Eye Emperor and the Lesheimer Company are here to save Ruri, but he just couldn't bring himself to claim they're in any kind of good position. He finally clocked it, those were the guys. They told him to wait and talk. If they help them, they'll finally listen to everything they're trying to say. The main character blurted out, "Where is she?" The man leaned in and started laying out the deal, telling him to listen close, because right now was absolutely not the time to throw down. Rage surged in him and he demanded again, "Where's Ruri?" The man snapped back that the hero's just as stubborn as he is. The girl snapped that the man couldn't possibly know a thing. She lined in and demanded, "Where's the myriad?" Right then, total blackness swallowed the hero's vision. As he stumbled back, his vision snapped back, then it shifted again almost immediately. His real evil eye finally snaps on, then he stares, watching the world warp into a twisted, distorted scene. The main character had no clue who this girl even was. Someone told her point blank to eat nothing at all, except this. The girl clutched every command her mother figure gave her like it was priceless. They called her a beast to her face and demanded to know what she'd done to their daughter, then they shoved her out, warning her not to ever show up again or come within reach. The girl couldn't stop asking herself why everyone kept staring at her like she was something they'd been waiting to uncover. He spat "monster," and the word hit her like a blade. He couldn't tell if he was seeing all of this by himself. He figured out those morning distortions weren't sickness at all, because if they were, everything wouldn't have stayed exactly the same later. If you've ever played an RPG and watched passive skills run nonstop, that's what he calls them. Because the evil eye is built the same way, and it won't stop as long as there's even a tiny bit of mana left in reserve. When mana surged into his eyes during the use, it supercharged the true evil eye, twisting the world and warping everything in its path. At first, he still didn't know what those hallucinations really were, so he didn't just wake the evil eye again. With raw magical mastery, he reactivated it, seized control, and sharpened its accuracy to a razor edge. He stared in shock as water burst out of nowhere. But this wasn't like anything they'd seen before. Something cleaner, stranger, a weightless, almost unreal liquid spilled through their world. A crimson haze swallowed the whole place, and he swore it was Freed's mana. The other guys were all tinted gray, like the color had been sucked right out of them. The man snapped his head toward the hero and shouted that they needed to run, because they stood no chance against that monster. The black dragon skimmed the surface of the water like a blade cutting through waves. Her power kicks in at a whole new tier. He gets swallowed up, trapped inside a raging vortex. He could read her status like it was right in front of him. The girl whipped around to face him. She leaned in and asked if he had something he was dying to tell her. The girl demanded to know where Myriad was, and the man shot back asking what she wanted from him. She answered that she'd promised to be gentler if he finally told her. Every single one of them shuts out advice from anyone else, and even though he picked his own road, he still seethes at being stuck doing all the nasty, dirty work. The boy stared, baffled as his mana flow kept climbing, and the man shrugged, saying he was planning to resign anyway. He said that if fate ever gave him the chance, he'd burn the door shut and never lay eyes on them again, those three great crimson evils. The man snapped into a lightning-fast dodge. Freyd's revelation hit the protagonist like a shock. Then Freyd asked if his ears were still ringing and said, in just a few words, he'd unloaded a ton of valuable info. Lightning Dodge is an advanced spell that looks like teleportation, but it's really way more intense. It lets you move at pure lightning speed, so opponents swear you just vanished. It felt like the world was ending, because from the way those two were talking, it was obvious. She's the main enemy of Myriad Company, and every pogrom traces back to her. The guy spun around and demanded, so you're telling me everyone in that company is just bad? He admitted it was tough to put into words, because he still didn't know what a bad person truly meant to him, then dropped the bomb. Only a small circle even understood the underground traders, pawns shuffled by tons of companies, treated like royalty while they kidnapped the poor to turn them into servants, and the rest had no clue these secret operations were going on. The boy pressed, so Ruri's in this, and they told him the troublemaker was one of the red names, the girl tied to the three great crimson evils, the kind who couldn't care less about what common folks called justice. So he snapped, forget her, get away now, and they made it clear it was time to retreat. With the true evil eye guiding him, the main character finally clocked all 6 parameters, level 56, a girl with a red name, and the moment he saw the stats, he knew he couldn't beat her. They don't just feel justice differently, they live by a whole different code. A maid blurted out to a stranger, begging for help right then and there. Freyd laughed and warned that the hero stood no chance against her. He lined in and said, "We're together." And they just can't accept it, those stronger than them keep crushing them down, like they're being trampled for no reason. When the blast tore through the air, it revealed the secret headquarters, room 11, plus a hidden room beneath the underground servants. The boy froze when a blast rocked the building, then demanded to know what was happening. After that, he rushed in to calm the kids, telling them, "Don't be scared." The boy wheeled on the girl and asked, straight up, how he could dig a hole in a brick wall using nothing but a shovel. He grabbed her attention and demanded she stop. The boy asked what she'd do if they caught them, and the girl snapped that she'd just beat them up. Then he reminded her they'd already tossed her in there after all the damage, and their brawl was right there in plain sight in the dungeon. She said she's done playing for good, and next time she'll absolutely crush them. The race is ridiculously loyal. People swear that under pressure they'll snap that loyalty, but once they buy into you just one time, they latch on fast and adapt to the person they decide to follow. With her attitude driving him, he couldn't say no, so the boy nodded, agreeing they should take a completely different route. He pointed and challenged her to punch a hole clean through that wall. She smiled and said, "Easy." The girl said those merchants kept pointing her toward a warehouse in that direction, and he told her he'd accidentally caught their whispers, so he already knew exactly where everything was. The boy understood it better than anyone, and then he found their tokens. He swore her badge wasn't there, and said the men probably grabbed it and hauled it off with them. The boy shrugged, said there was nothing they could do, and told them to grab a gun, because they had to be ready the moment danger came. He said he wasn't impressed, even though it was his first time grabbing swords with his own hands, and since it was an emergency, he told everyone to get ready. Then someone pointed out his tail was wagging. Ruri swore that a shovel is the ultimate weapon. The kid said he'd go with a sword, then froze at how huge it was, because all he had to do was grab it, pull it free, and cut down the enemies in a single swing. The girl asked him straight up if he could get it, and the kids instantly dogpiled on him, saying he couldn't do it, that he'd have to pull harder. Now their getaway has officially kicked off, no turning back. They had to carve tunnels straight through the walls, and since he'd already put in a ton of work for the company before, he knew that building like the back of his hand. The boys insisted they had to head there, so they tracked down a back door and slipped right in. He told them the carriage was already waiting, and they had to bolt out in it right now. The hero declared he'd head to the stable for the horses, but he insisted they had to get inside right now. But before he could react, a man who was already in the carriage cut him off and demanded, "Who decided to bring you visiting me?" He said they both thought alike, and then he asked if they'd slip through the back door too. The main character grabbed the girl's attention and yelled for her to sprint away fast, because staying there was pure danger. He fired off a question to the villainous woman, did she know Ruri? She snapped back that she didn't know a thing. The guy pressed her, asking if she remembered the names of everyone she killed, and the girl snapped back that she didn't know. She shrugged it off and said she didn't care at all. The second she closed the distance to kiss him, he felt something weird hit him out of nowhere. He's like a fake crown wearer with teeth on his tail, except it's not a snake chasing him, it's a whole dragon. A cold shiver snapped down his spine, screaming at him to flee. Yet he'd swear he'd left that cowardly version of himself behind long ago, the one who bolted from problems without ever fighting back. He swore he'd never run, and if anything happened to her, he'd make sure she didn't just die, he'd make it impossible. He caught the panic and the outright refusal, and then felt the disgusted eyes of people staring straight at him. Even if his eyes caught it, his body still couldn't take the impact. The explosion hit like a thunderclap, and the man's jaw dropped in pure shock. His guard grabbed his attention and told him to stay inside. The Myriad Company's deadliest guards showed up at once, the Bellamy brothers. The man labeled the girl with the same title as the digger who had conquered the cave of magic ore, then begged her for forgiveness, because it felt like neither of them truly understood the other. They were in serious danger, and he demanded to know if they understood this wasn't the moment to fight. He leaned in and urged us to cross that border together. The man insisted that they'd all be saved, and honestly, he made it sound like that was the only way. The main character was pinned beneath the rubble, broken and breathless. He tossed his worries aside and started counting sheep to force sleep to come. And somehow that felt weird to him. The hero begged the girl to wake up, then snapped, "Where are we?" She smiled, said good morning, and he cut in fast. "Yeah, right now is not for greetings." The girls snapped that they weren't making jam today. She told him they were stuck in a space-time called Cooking with Ruri, and he snapped, "Don't say it like it's normal, stuff like that can't be routine." She spun in place, utterly lost, while he stared around like, what is even going on here? The girl lit up and said breakfast was amazing, then begged him to show her how to make jam. She shot back that she'd handle everything, but they still had to haul in at least a ton of fruit. The boy quickly realized this was supposed to be a simple fruit-picking trip up in the mountains, but then trouble hit because he knew nothing about nature, and even the sweet, candied treats she popped in her mouth might as well have been an unsolved riddle. These are little Apollo fruits, sour-sweet bites that taste like a challenge, and right now they're getting ready to be picked, growing quietly under the branches like tiny hidden dairies. They tracked them down, and the moment they did, it felt like someone tore open a portal straight into a fantasy world. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and confessed he felt sick over how the main storyline turned out. There was something else on the tree too, and the girl swore it was just as tasty, but they were way too high up to reach it. The boy scooped her up, and the girl grabbed the fruit and hauled it in with a shovel. But the shovel smashed them in the process, and the hero figured it was just another attempt to make things worse. He scooped her up and told her, "Now you're in charge, go on, pick it." The guy demanded to know why she grabbed just one, and then offered to go fetch more. It felt just like a tiny kid who just has to be picked up, screaming his lungs out to be taller. He felt it, those paternal instincts were finally waking up inside him. The boy practically begged his granny to hurry up and whip up the jam. She shot back that everything was ready to go. First, they got the warning, wash the wild Apollos super well because beetles love to cling to them. Then they grabbed dried leaves to get a fire going, and finally they chopped the Apollos and split them into different pots with the fruit. Drown them in a mountain of sugar, give Apollo just a bit more than half, and the cinquefoils about a quarter. The boy blinked, shocked that it was so much, and his grandmother smiled and said, "We've got to grab something sweet." The girl declared she'd do exactly what she wanted, no questions asked. Digger won't hand out that title for nothing, so don't let that fearless young girl think anyone or anything can stop her. Granny ordered him to start because that's where the scale would show up, so they had to reel it in fast and toss it out. For Cernushki, toss in citric acid or a punch of herbs and spices to crank up the flavor. Then once it thickens up, pour the jam straight into bowls or sterilized jars. Yeah, it's a solid shield, but she likes hers warm, and that guy couldn't stop raving. It's insanely delicious. He said it'd be awesome if the girl ate meat too, but Granny waved it off and told her to eat whatever she wanted, since it didn't change a thing. He told her, "Don't spoil it for me, no protein means no muscles," and she shot back, "I don't need to be some muscle man this young." Then he leaned in and warned her, "You're an adventurer, sure, but without weight, you won't have the power to fight those monsters." What? His body hasn't gotten any better at all, because even if he's back on Earth with everything he's got right now, he could still fight his way into becoming an international wrestling champion. Levels can't be judged by looks alone. That girl looks fragile, but cruelty forged her into a beast of strength and speed, so unreal she leaves every human in the dust, and yeah, they've already heard about the 3 great crimson ashes. He still couldn't wrap his head around how she'd actually crossed paths with one of them. Granny yanked her into the house and told her to come over for just a minute, then shoved some road supplies into her hands. The woman demanded why the house looked so weird, and they told her flat out that they lived there together. He leaned in and asked the girl if her grandma had ever given her a gift, then demanded she show it to him. Agatha grows the plants herself, distills their essential oils into something that makes hair feel thick, light, and full of life, and yeah, that gritty goodness is exactly what you'll find in her store. The girl shouted his name, then he snapped back that they wouldn't stay put, not even if a gun was pointed at them. Grandma told her they'd added Apollo extract too, and the moment that aroma hit, it melted all the tension and put her right into a calm, relaxing state. He admitted he was terrified he'd end up turning her into a dakimakura, his cuddle pillow, the kind he'd hug to sleep. The girl snapped back that it was him who wrecked everything, and then she promised he'd be the pillow. She promised that next time, they'd cook exactly the way Grandma likes. A thunderous boom ripped through the air, like a giant bomb just detonated. The man leaned in and offered to cross the border together. Honestly, it's smarter to dodge the threat closing in on them and stay alive. The boy was absolutely certain those bees were the company's toughest guards, the very best on the payroll. The man demanded his weapon be dropped, but the guards snapped back that they couldn't afford to lower their defenses for even a second. He said the girl was probably insanely strong, and the man snapped back that he already knew, so he told him to back off. He throws out a heartfelt apology for how rude his guards were, tells them to clear out because they probably don't understand what's happening, and promises he'll explain everything on the road. Then he urges everyone to think hard about the three kids' lives and whether a retreat is really the smartest move for them. The girls shot them a hard question: will you take everyone and leave nobody behind? He told them he wasn't just talking about them, he even promised he'd treat them right. The man praised her as smart and sweet, then told her to hop right in while the boy blurts, "Where are we even headed?" He shot back that they weren't heading south at all, then told the girl she'd better know those districts inside and out. The man snapped, "That's exactly why I loathe using magic. Lightning evasion isn't some spell he can't touch. He's got that level of magic mastered, turning things into electrons like it's nothing, and he even reached perfection by plotting his routes ahead of time before he ever made his move. The only snag is getting his body back from that lightning, because it's still imperfect, it shatters him and leaves him badly injured, but with that power buying him time, he manages to slip away from the disaster's grip. That's why it's one of his most valuable military assets. He swore he'd fight until the last drop of blood, and he didn't even buy his own words. That meeting with the myriad was locked in already, so we had no choice. We had to head south toward the holy road that takes you there. But tell me this, why can't we just wait there first? The city had been stripped clean of every last soldier. It had 0 military left. But he wasn't done yet. There was still work waiting for him. Fred demanded to know if the protagonist was okay, and the answer hit hard: "We're safe now." He blurts out what happened, because all he can remember is that girl's fist slicing past his face. The man told him that after that attack, she vanished without a second thought, and he was almost certain she believed he'd already been killed. His face felt pulled tight like it was about to split, but not a single scratch marred his skin. Right at the last second, the man slammed the potion into place. Somehow he pulled it off and called it luck. Then the other guy bowed and apologized. He waved it off and said everything was fine, even though it shocked him he hadn't been erased, because apparently his defense skill was insanely high level. He leaned in and demanded, "What kind of skill do you even have?" But he couldn't remember a thing, because no matter how high he leveled up, he'd never once spotted anything like that. Fred said, "Yeah, even so, I still flew straight from outside all the way here." He figured blocking the rollover was a long shot against death itself, but somehow he survived, not by luck, by pure skill, because if he'd been weaker for even a second, he would have smashed through that building and turned into mincemeat. The man declared that the kid made it through, and the maid kept praying every single second, begging fate to spare his life. She said she wanted to show her gratitude no matter what, no excuses, no backing down. He said that if they'd pushed him just a little farther, there'd be nothing left of the building she crashed into, and he told everyone to treat the rescue like a miracle. The girl shot back, "Yeah, even if that's true, I still believe it all worked out only because of you." He told them straight up that someday they'd have to bolt the company, because those scoundrels were dragging everyone down. The man demanded to know what was going on, and they snapped that the kids they'd mentioned had vanished, so he urged them to hunt down the spots where they'd been held. The boy demanded to know who he was, and they told him, "You're an adventurer from the city's guild, here to wipe out the mess the Red Crimson evil left behind." The man swore there wasn't a soul in sight, no bodies at all, because every dead person there was a company man. He demanded to know the mission conditions, and she told him it was an assignment she'd snatched from the Adventurers Guild. The girl got put on the spot, asked why she'd come crawling into the guild. He unleashed his deadliest oppression squad across the city to find her, and when the intel unit finally came back with reports, one thing hit like a hammer. Her sudden pop-in could only mean one thing. As the Adventurers Guild leader, he couldn't let her butcher the townspeople, so he demanded to know if his own life was payment enough. She told me she wasn't hungry at all, so she said she didn't need any meat right now. The girl dropped her assignment onto the desk. Before all this, I swear rumors were flying around already. The punchline is that the beloved dragon child keeps adventuring even though her name is Red. The moment he first heard it, he scoffed at how ridiculous it sounded, but now it's crystal clear to him. They've got neither the muscle nor the fighters to stand against it. The man told them the girl was in the guild bath, showering right now, and then he snapped at them to clear their minds and start with something she'd never need, because from this moment on, they were going to keep watching her. Now their only move is to reach Berg. Turns out every servant was huddled in one spot, so yeah, she wasn't creating chaos for nothing. He shot a quick question, is everyone here? And they told him 10 had bolted during the riots. According to the missing person list, 3 more kids were still on there, making the total hit hard. He figured she must have slipped away with the others. He said that if the assignment was to free the servants, then she was trapped in the same rules too. The man snapped that he'd missed something big, and then he made it clear. This mission was all about saving the company's servants, while Ruri had absolutely nothing to do with it. He demanded to know where they'd gone, and they told him to go corner the adventurers posted on guard. He shot back that his job was already done. They told him straight up so he wouldn't get the wrong idea. Those guys had a couple questions they needed to ask him. He threw out an apology for bothering him even though he'd already crushed so much work, then asked if he'd managed to catch sight of Safina while he was around, only for the guy to snap back that she wasn't there because he was stuck on duty. He said the boy looked lost about what was really going on, so he'd lay it all out right now. That ability, with all its sharp observation, just doesn't work on her. The scouts who'd shadowed her and somehow came back alive had leveled up to a long-range vision. And yeah, her detection level is way too high. A few of the squad survivors stayed behind to keep tabs on her, using the snow detector and sound detector from far out. But Safina runs a totally different setup, and they're sure she's got something like gaze detection watching back. It means someone else's line of sight is right where that view is located. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't spot her. His power is too weak, so from far away he can't tell who's who. All he could do was listen to the ground shaking through his boots. The guy snapped back that everything was fine and said he just needed some kind of lead. Then he asked, "Do you know anything about the kids who ran away?" The man blinked in shock and shouted that the mighty Crimson Evil padded in soft steps, so he forced himself to focus, though part of him couldn't shake the fear that there might not even be kids there. He asked, "You sure?" because there were 4 of them, and when he answered, he snapped that he definitely didn't remember anything. There was no way he could have missed the roar of a whole crowd. The hero demanded what they should do next. Then Fred snapped back that they'd already combed the whole area, and the man warned they could have slipped into the carriage. It felt like the company's big shot was trying to cheat the carriage as far as he could, so he told them that straight up, and he could still hear the wheels clanging and scraping on the ground. Right now, someone's closing in on him. Once they lock eyes on the full picture, they'll blast out the exact location without wasting a second. He fired back that his detection level wasn't low, and that he'd been helping them like crazy. The man snapped back, saying he had no clue if the girl could even slip out with the company, and the hero shot back, "Don't overthink it, we just have to test the theory." He pushed for splitting up, ordered the guy to stay put, and then took off in the opposite direction. The company's main building loomed ahead, then he unleashed lightning magic, and a cold stream of gray mana started to surge through the air. It lay scattered on the ground, stretching out toward the horizon. Right at the base sat a metal tube, like the start of something dangerous. The guy begged the girl for just 1 minute, insisting the drain was acting weird, but she shrugged and admitted she had no idea what he was talking about. But for some reason, the company was ordered to build a massive sewer and canal system across the whole city, and this ditch stretches way beyond their own building. Frey told him that lightning dodge lets you move like pure lightning, so he stared at his spell and wondered, did it actually hit that pipe? If it did, that thing would have turned into a working pathway, just like power lines. The moat hugs the main street, winding out past the city gates, and it even stretches along the holy road where they finally rode back into town. A faint gray haze still clung to the Mona there. That guy was probably one of the right-hand men of the myriad, so if you really wanted the leader, you'd have a much better shot by hunting down his henchmen first. And the girl too, and just south of that road lies Berg. The girl slammed her knuckles against the door. She blurted that a message finally arrived from the Adventurers Guild's master in the city. The girl blurted that it was an emergency. They cornered her and demanded to know what he truly wanted from an ordinary merchant. The man demanded to know where they were, and she swore she'd destroy anyone who said her name again, then anyone blocking her path, and if she laid eyes on them, she might even come for them. Safina is one of the three terrifying crimson evils, and the deadliest enemy all humans fear. Something far, far worse is coming. The boy begged them not to frighten the little kids, then the man burst out laughing. The boy begged, "Don't eat, he might have poisoned it." The man snapped back, "Break my heart, why would you say that?" And the boy shot back, "Because we can't trust the kidnapper." He snapped back that the kid got it all wrong, this kidnapping wasn't his doing at all. He said he'd been treated like a servant most of the time, but somehow it was him who saved that boy, shielded him, gave him a roof, dressed him, and even covered a pile of his expenses. The boy snapped that he was nothing but a shameless liar, then admitted he'd been spinning wild stories about that girl. He admitted he felt crushed and warned they probably wouldn't get along, then the man snapped at the girl. Subordinates never forgive the mistakes he makes, no matter how sincerely he apologizes. She said everything was fine now, and he begged her not to bite on his bribe. Like he'd already warned them, they were trapped in the same danger, so they had to run out together. He told them to drop the city for a bit and just head north. He swore he'd take it back to the girl, because without a token, you can't even glimpse anyone else's name. The boy stared in shock. Turns out it wasn't just a name at all. She actually had something that looked like a real title. The man blared, shouting how much longer she was going to keep him standing there. He couldn't wrap his head around it, why these pitiful merchants like her were suddenly demanding personal meetings with them. They warned him, "Go ahead, snap at her all you want, but she's still the house's representative." Someone told him to stop throwing tantrums, and at this point he should have seen it coming why they were called, because no matter what, they were still headed to the negotiating table. Since it's all about the three crimson evils, the girl flat out said they haven't changed a bit, and told him not to keep them waiting. It looks like she's dead set on seizing full control of Berg. At the meeting, they focused on one of the three crimson evils barreling straight for the coast, and nobody knew what it was hunting. If it came from the north, it would probably smash through the city first. Half the city lay in ruins, then word finally hit them from the Adventurers Guild, and by the last count, nearly every warrior there was dead. Her sights lock onto the main merchant, the one who runs the company with a whole swarm of other partners. He was a famous merchant, all power and trade locked inside the city, so he built a monopoly and used his influence to choke servant sales everywhere else, even around Berg, and everyone's been watching him like a hawk for ages. He became a target because Safina took that mission, wiping out the underground merchants and freeing the servants, because yeah, he'd heard about her, and everyone knew she was weird. She kept taking jobs for the Adventurers Guild, even with that red name hanging over her. If she suddenly decides to head for Berg, it'll all fall apart, just ruins left behind. So they better move now because they're in serious trouble and time is slipping away fast. They've almost got no good fighters left, and nobody even knows how long it'll take to get everyone back on their feet. He snapped that they were nothing but show-offs and that their amazing skills should save the day, not chase applause. Then they shot back, "If you're so sure, send the holy knights after her." He turned on her with a brutal insult, snarling, "Why would I waste my warrior's strength on some red name? I've got more important things to do." The girl snapped, "You're fools." That sweet dragon kid, fueled by one clear mission, stepped up and promised she'd simply stop right there, without doing it. The girl demanded, "Why am I slacking off?" They told her the paperwork was a nightmare, and they still hadn't sent a single update since that morning. Plus, they reminded her that her admin job mattered a lot, but she couldn't lose track of those two. The girl said she could feel the hard days waiting for him now, and the other one fired back, "Then let's go back to work." The man flashed an apology, and then blurted that he had to run right now. He said he had to see the guildmaster, no delays. He claimed he had 0 meetings on his calendar, but he was sitting on some priceless intel about the 3 great crimson evils. He wants to fire off a request for Myriad to wipe the Safina clean off the map, and if the guild already has that job lined up, he'll back it with money, so he asked to make sure the leader hears it. The girl snapped back that they'd been handed a totally different assignment, because that organization only gives special tasks to all adventurers when things go bad, like when a monster invasion hits. The man snapped that they needed to hurry, this was insanely important, and demanded, "So what's going on?" The girl snapped back that the Adventurers Guild had been handed a job to snatch up the Myriad Company's members, and then she leaned in and told the man, flat out, that he was under arrest. He snapped that she was crazy, insisting he couldn't recall a single thing the company had done that deserved punishment like that, while she swore they'd set up a black market just for them. The man snapped that she was spouting nonsense, then insisted it was all legal and that they even got their badges renewed. But black market servants don't get that break, they're shoved into the slums instead, while the guild keeps using that same kind of service. The girl shot back that anything involving prisoners was handled by the merchant guild. She insisted they were just order followers, and the smartest move was to surrender quietly and do exactly what they said. They had zero proof, no way this could be the reason behind the guild's first order, and honestly, he'd seen something almost exactly like it before. A brand new quest just dropped, one that promises serious rewards and guild recognition, and he has no clue who cooked up this brilliant idea. The man said, "Now I finally get what's going on, and trust me, it's way more exciting than I thought. These three great crimes and evils are the true enemies of humanity, so the city's adventurers throw their lives on the line to wipe them out." He demanded they admit it was a damn shame to toss him into a sacrifice just to keep Berg's adventurers safe. Orders came down from above, surrender from every front, no exceptions. That lightning dodge still left his body reeling, and the man realized, too late, that he should have stocked way more potions. They tried to tell him, "You're nothing but a wounded merchant," and swore they could crush him for good. Then the man unleashed a thunder curtain. The woman snapped that those annoying posts kept flooding in, one after another, non-stop. The woman pointed to a big sign on the door. All of the shops were shut down for the day. Then she demanded they stop pounding on the door. The man demanded that he sell him a couple of potions. Riding up to Berg in a horse-drawn carriage, the Myriad Company's chief merchant leaned in and talked to Bayou, and the boy stared at the empty street. Then the man smirked and said everyone's gone silent because they'd somehow heard one of the three great Crimson Eagles had arrived. The horse screeched to a sudden stop and blared a thunderous neigh. 4 kids are crammed in the carriage, then bam, the sudden stop hurls them into each other, and they're left utterly clueless, staring like, what just happened? The man snaps at the coachman for the sudden stop, saying he nearly got thrown off his seat, and while he fumes, the kids sprawl on Ruri's soft hair like it's a down pillow. The merchant leans out the window and demands to know what smashed it. The second the sword's tip nears his face, he shuts up like a switch flipped, and seriousness slams into him. 2 armed soldiers swung their weapons up, barked the order, and demanded everyone get out of the carriage, right now. The Endless Company and the kids spilled off the transport, and as soon as their feet hit the ground, they realized they were ringed by adventurers, every one of them leveling swords and spears right at them. After making sure everyone around them is on the company's payroll, the 2 men make a cold promise. They won't lay a finger on anyone unless the merchant agrees to come with them. A scarred blonde man stepped up to the adventurers and straight-faced called them bandits, claiming they were nothing but unfriendly trouble. While he ranted, Rory didn't even glance up. She just kept quietly devouring the delicacies like nothing else mattered. The armored man slams his fist to calm everyone down, saying the guild's mission was announced ages ago, because their job is to capture the people of the Myriad Company, and every last thing unfolding right now is just the mission finally catching up. The merchant blurts in confusion, asking what they mean and whether anyone even warned them about the invasion of the Red Name. Then, the adventurers go dead silent and stare at the dirt. Fixing his shirt, the towering boss of that company erupts into loud laughter. One of the adventurers in the group snaps in shock, saying, "This isn't funny at all." Perched on a wooden crate, the merchant leans in and asks if that beloved dragon kid is really an A-rank adventurer. Everyone around the carriage gasps at the question, because they realize Master Myriad can read even the emotions flickering across their faces. A fighter from the trading company jumps in with a plan to wipe out the adventurers, then the leader shuts him down in mid-sentence. The merchant swings his legs together and demands, "So what did they promise you for finishing this job?" And the mercenaries are left staring in shock. The leader of those Myriad mocks them, sneering that the so-called great adventurers are nothing but bribed cowards, no fighting, just planning to sacrifice him so they can stay alive. And the man, burning with sheer curiosity, asks how much the mercenaries would get for a noble deed like that. An armored adventurer with a wicked sneer grabs a merchant's attention and demands to know if he has one final wish before he heads straight to the afterlife. With his eyes shut and a grin blazing across his face, Master Myriad leans in and drops just one word. The company boss throws the mercenaries an offer worth *** 100 times what the guild promised, so they can reclaim their honor, and the adventurers are absolutely stunned. The armored man makes it obvious he doesn't buy a word of it, and then he snaps back, asking if he's really decided to joke about this mess. The merchant rams home the truth to everyone. Safan has already unleashed a pogrom in Rossalik, and she won't spare anyone, not even if they plead for mercy. Yet Master Myriad clenches his resolve and plans to fight to the very end on his own terms, so he's ready to pay right now. After sizing up the warrior ranks, he figures the guild can cough up 10,000 larks, but the merchant is ready to go way bigger, 1,000,000 larks even for each of them if they'll just say yes. The adventurers can't wrap their minds around it. This sum is so insanely massive, it's almost impossible to put into words. The dark-haired warrior snaps his voice at Myriad, demanding this circus stop right now, because the sum he's named would take a normal person half a lifetime to earn, and handing that kind of money to every adventurer around their crew is just too much. The scar-faced man swears it's true. This merchant's loaded, and you can tell he's got a real obsession with priceless treasures. The mercenaries' faces went wide with shock, and in the same breath their blood started boiling, like they didn't know whether to fight or scream. Master Myriad is convinced that back in the day, adventurers used to wear battle like a badge of honor, proud to clash and fight, so for all warriors to just quit would be crazy, but they can feel the merchant's point is dead on. They didn't even try to deny it. Everything pointed to the fact that they really were ready to sacrifice their leader to Safana. Their pride could be rebuilt in an instant, along with a profit boost 100 times over, and the man immediately demanded, "Are you all okay?" The merchant realized that in a moment like this, every word, no matter how small the voice, could sway them completely. With a crooked grin, he tapped his token and urged everyone to speed up, then march straight into line. Digital money is a ghost in the machine, stored inside the owner's token, and it can be swapped for real-world cash anytime. The merchant's token clanged against one adventurer's with a sharp metallic ring, and just like that, 1,000,000 larks blasted into the mercenary's account, pushing his total resources to 1,052,210 larks. He stared at it in disbelief, and then the joy hit. He screamed, pure happiness bursting out of him. He clutched his token in both hands and shouted, like he couldn't believe it, he really had gotten the money. The Myriad boss stared him down, signed off on his story, then demanded, "Why would you lie?" After that, he personally counted the bodies and pressed him. "So you're really saying there are 23 mercenaries?" Ruri stood at the back of the line, chin up, praying she'd get her own chance to earn money too. When it finally hit her turn, she marched up to the merchant, thrust her hand out with the token, and bowed deep. He stared at her with pure awkwardness, and in that moment it hit him. Money really can blind people. He leaned in and asked Ruri if she truly wanted to get hired by him, and she just nodded hard, like it was a done deal. Staring at the digger, he snapped that she was already claimed by someone else, so there was no hiring her, and that function wouldn't work on her token either. Ruri dropped her gaze in pure disappointment, yet the merchant kept talking like nothing could stop him. Master Myriad demanded answers. Did she really owe the Leiserheimer company? The man had to talk to their boss, and yeah, they were old friends. Ruri's eyes snapped to a bracelet blazing on the merchant's hand. She asked whether his inventory was packed with candy, and the man nodded yes, then bragged that there were coins in there too. The head of the Myriad thrust his hand forward, and a shower of sparkling coins spilled straight into the girl's palm. Ruri was bursting with joy. She cracked a big smile, lined in, and stared at the money like it was pure magic. The man said he couldn't wait for even more cooperation, while the girl dumped her loot onto the ground and counted every last piece. Bayou marched up to the merchant, stared him down hard, and stopped just a short distance away. The man caught it at once and demanded to know what the boy needed. With his whole heart, Bayou blurted, "I'm jumping in too, because if they've got 1,000,000 larks, then Vita and Kyle can finally clear their debt." The Myriad Company master calmly declared the boy had completely misunderstood his actions, unlike him, then backed up the digger's price, insisting she was worth every penny because she was special. His voice dropped into a scream. He swore he could fight, but the merchant shot him down like it was absolutely out of the question. Bayou knew that man was mocking him, sneering that he was just a barking puppy who didn't get fighting, and yeah, it somehow hit too close to the truth. Even so, he couldn't just bolt because that status would still follow him, and right now was the perfect moment to settle every single one of those debts in a single brutal fight. The boy was racking his brain on how to talk the merchant around, because he definitely wasn't the smooth-talking type, while the man sat on a wooden box, staring down at his thoughts and scratching his head like the answer was right there. He snapped his arms across his chest, sat up straight, and started hammering the situation through his mind. The Myriad boss stared at the boy like a judge and said, "You're old enough to know what money is worth, but you're still a kid." Then he pressed, "So can someone this young even fight like normal?" Bayou's eyes went wide the moment the merchant spoke, and he snapped his head toward Ruri, Kyle, and Vita. Then he spotted them counting the coins and grinning, so he tightened his fist around the token. Then he leaned in with total confidence, saying he could handle it, all while praying to get the man's approval. Master Myriad broke into a grin and fixed the boy with a confident, promising look. He nodded, and when their tokens collided with a sharp clang, the deal snapped into place. There's a special episode where Koptelnitsa cooks porridge, and right after that, she leans in and tells you to open your mouth and make a long, drawn-out sound so you can eat it. Sujito got hit with a cold from everything going on around him, and now he's absolutely miserable. Ruri charges into his room, slams the door wide open, and booms that she just cooked him steaming porridge. The girl boldly names her dish porridge that she digs for, and the young man asks what it was again. Without hesitation, Ruri repeats it just as firmly. She launched into the story about a legendary porridge, veg smashed with a shovel, cooked only by real diggers, and her explanation hit like she was rapping. Then the girl said it was scorching and blue spots showed up on top, so she grabbed a spoonful of the porridge, lifted it to her mouth, and breathed on it to cool it down. Suguro just stood there, quietly staring at Ruri's bright, happy grin. Then the digger yanked the porridge off the spoon and packed it straight into the shovel. Right after she told the young man to open his mouth, she swung the shovel up toward him, and Suguro blurted, loud as thunder, asking if she really had to use a shovel. Magic Ore City splits into two worlds, the main area and the outer area, where the east stretch along the mountain's base near Magic Ore Cave belongs to the main side, and everything west of the Great River Bridge is tagged as the outer lands. And because the Holy Road cuts right through the outer region, you'll run into all kinds of merchants there hunting for valuable ores, and those outer region streets are usually buzzing with life. But right now, since word spread about the beloved dragon child being invaded, everything in those places has gone silent and empty, like the world just vanished. Only one moment broke through the chaos. Bay was screaming at the boss of that countless company empire, begging them to let him go, while Vita, Kyle, and he swore they'd wipe out the entire debt for all three of them. The boy's sitting on a cool 1 million larks in his account, while Vita and Kyle are laughing and playing like nothing can touch them. The merchant tells them, as soon as this battle ends, I'll make it happen, no delays. Bayou snaps, demanding why he can't do it now, since the half-wolf can fight, only for the man to stay cool and warn that the boy might disappoint him, and then it'd be a whole different story. The head of Myriad rubs his chin and sinks into deep thought, because the frozen currency Bayou has is totally useless, since only Bayou can spend it. After thinking it over, the man hands the boy a handful of coins and even grants him freedom to shop anywhere, and Bayou grabs them, totally thrown off. Once he clocks what's happening, he tries to speak up and insists he didn't mean to go shopping, but right then, one of the guards grabs the master's focus and demands, "So what are we supposed to do?" The plump man shoots the boss a question. What do they think they can possibly beat one of the three red names with? The merchant lets out a tired sigh and snaps back that it'll never work, no matter how they spin it, because every adventurer he's hired is only D or E rank. He keeps on talking and declares that it's time to head to Berg, hunt down the most powerful adventurers out there, and pull them to his side. Just then, one of the mercenaries barges in and slams his doubts on the table, saying this plan is flat out impossible to pull off. That's because the toughest adventurers in the whole world have already dropped into dungeon magic or vanished into some cursed cave. The merchant squints at the man like he can't believe his eyes, then whips his gaze straight to Ruri. He demands to know why they even need this, because this dungeon was already cleared by that girl. Digger strides up to the fruit and vegetable store with absolute confidence, no words, just pure swagger. She stares at the coin in her hand, clenches it like a promise, and snaps her eyes to the door. She slaps the door twice, praying it'll open so she can snag a snack. Everyone stares at this picture in dead silence, like nobody dares to breathe. The adventurer snaps the silence by backing up the merchant, then hits him with the real truth. The dungeon didn't just get conquered, it got hijacked by sudden, nasty mutations, and the moment it started, its whole structure began to warp. A dungeon mutation is so rare it feels unreal. One moment the labyrinth is normal, the next the terrain flips completely, spawning brand new monster species, redrawing the paths, or even birthing whole new layers packed with fresh, brutal challenges. He kept talking and told all those workers one wild truth. The stairs to the secret unknown level have been rebuilt right where the garbage pit trap used to sit, and now the dungeon's new floor feels like a mountain of treasure, with everyone praying they'll strike gold and find chests and rare artifacts. So every top-tier adventurer raced toward that place, and the merchant nodded along, weighing the man's words like they might cost him everything. Right then, at the greengrocer Lotto Fruit and Veggie Shop, the employee was shuffling stacks of boxes and muttering to himself that he'd have to shut the store down for a bit. He shoved himself to his feet, hands on hips, fuming because the merchants had vanished from these districts, and all that time and effort he poured into his shop suddenly felt like it was getting robbed. He wasn't about to quit either, not after more than half his life in this business. And yeah, the greengrocer might look pathetic to everyone else, but his convictions weren't for sale. He'd stand his ground no matter what. The man strode up to the boxes, grabbed a fruit, and declared it was the season for fruits and veggies. Then boom, a knock hit the door and the seller snapped his head back. Staring at the entrance, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was pulling his leg, because nobody should have been here this early. He edged toward the doorway, watching it swing open, then peered out with total confidence that the streets were empty. Suddenly a tiny hand yanked his clothes down hard, tugging like crazy to pull the seller's attention. Ruri rose to her feet and stared him down, hanging on every breath, desperate to see what he'd do next. The girl blurted out just one word and the merchant froze, because the kid's rank hit him like a shock and he couldn't immediately figure out she was there to buy vegetables. Ruri thrust a coin into the man's hand and told him she wanted to buy vegetables, and the seller's jaw dropped in total shock. A giant gold coin sat in his palm, worth a whopping 100,000 larks, while a bag of dried fruit cost just 100 larks like it was nothing. He fumbled out a question, asking if the girl had gone to the owner to ask permission to buy his goods, and she snapped her head no. The merchant hung his head and apologized, then flat out told her he couldn't sell her a thing, so Ruri puffed her cheeks in this outrageously adorable little huff, and it made the poor man's embarrassment hit the ceiling. The girl didn't back down. She marched right up to Bayu, snatched him by his clothes and dragged him to the merchant, leaving the greengrocer stunned by 3 extra children, while the boy screamed in pure confusion and demanded where they were headed. Ruri then snapped into professor mode and grilled the boys with a lecture on how awesome healthy vegetables and fruits are, while Vita and Kyle leaned in, hanging on her every word, and the merchant in the bale just stared at her, awkwardly dumbfounded. Then the girl pulled a heartbreaking cute face and told them, "If you eat these, the kids will feel better." Right after that picture, Vita and Kyle stared at the moorknob in awe, clutched it in their hands, and then passed it along, only for the half-wolf to get shoved toward a merchant who looked totally baffled. When Bayu asked if Rory wanted him to buy her some, the kids lit up and started dancing with joy, and the greengrocer couldn't stop smiling at the incredible sight. When the seller spotted the boys buying permit, his eyes widened at just what kind of kids they were, right when the merchant's wife cut in and told him, just hand it all over to them. She said the rest would be thrown out as spoiling junk anyway, and the man nodded, agreeing on the spot. Those tomato-like mornabs got sliced into bite-sized chunks, then they were showered with spices so even the kids couldn't resist the flavor. A pair of traders smiled warmly as the kids tore into those sweet treats, loving every bite and stabbing them onto fancy wooden sticks. Zonchik couldn't shake the feeling this was straight out of a fairy tale, because the city had just welcomed one of the 3 greatest evils, and now even the head of the Myriad company was thinking, we won't have the strength if we even try to fight from the guild. What? Suddenly a shadow streaked across the sky. Something was flying straight toward the adventurers and the company employees. Everyone, guards, mercenaries, even the leader, snapped their eyes toward the mysterious, unidentified object. With a thunderous thud, the armored body crashed onto the ground, so mangled it wasn't recognizable anymore, and for a few heartbeats it looked like a giant red raindrop, splattering in a fresh puddle and sprays. Everyone froze and stared at the thing that had just slammed down, and terror hit them all at once, because they finally understood what they'd been seeing. Metallic screech rang out as something, off that guy, if you could even call him that anymore, sent everything flying. It plummeted straight onto the feet of the adventurer, and he lunged to grab it, hands trembling like crazy, yet he inched them, one shaky breath at a time, toward the ID card of the one who'd fallen from the sky. Snatching the token, the mercenary stared at the name, Katsi, and dread crashed over him as he kept reading the find. The leader of Myriad shot a question, asking who he was talking about, and the mercenary replied that the name etched on the metal belonged to a C-rank adventurer, one of the mightiest hunters they'd pulled in for the guild. This guy's body rolled in from the west side. Somebody hurled him into the sky, and he slammed down here after flying the whole way from the main street where the mercenaries had launched. Then he hit the ground so hard all that remained was a butchered pile of meat and a dark red puddle. Safina, death itself made flesh, the dragon's beloved child, is already charging straight at them. The guards of Myriad's head went pale with terror, burst out screaming, and begged the master for orders. Then a wicked grin snapped onto his face. He burst up from the wooden box he'd been glued to, clapped hard, and shouted that they'd beat Safina for sure, so panic was totally unnecessary. One of the adventurers shouted that they were done for now, no matter how humiliating it felt to say it, and the merchant just stared back and asked who, exactly, gave him the right to dodge his debt. He also made it clear, don't twist what he said, his words don't mean you should go charging ahead recklessly now. The merchant jabbed a finger toward the jagged mountain peaks and barked for everyone to retreat that way, now. If you had to sum up Myriad in a single word, warrior would be the only one that fits. Even though he looks like a total newbie and he's barely hitting double digits, he pulls off a move so weird it makes you stop and stare. It's like those anime and game stories where everyone picks either the sword path or the sorcerer path, thinking it'll make them stronger than the rest, so one person goes all in on the best option for themselves to secure the win. But Myriad suddenly chose the merchant life, convinced they were the strongest force in the whole world. A carriage rattled through the bustling heart of Berg, the magical ore city, pulled hard by horses as around 24 mercenaries shadowed it like a loaded gun. Suddenly something huge smashed into the carriage roof, and everyone inside and out jolted in shock, because that ride still held steady like it couldn't be shaken. Lanza peered through the window and shouted that the whole place felt buzzing, and Myriad blurted that the man was already here. The leader didn't even flinch, he just wore a huge, joyful grin, while the kids stared, stunned by this unexpected guest. The cloaked man, hair and fabric snapping in the wind, gripped the carriage like his life depended on it, refusing to hop in, and bragged that he'd reached Berg way before Myriad's leader, but then it all hit him. Things were definitely not going to plan. Lanza remembers that after he left the guild, he rushed to the magic shop because he had to buy a potion to bring his health back, only for the old lady behind the counter to shrug and say she didn't care about the Myriad company or any guild quests at all, since those were just scraps adventurers got. The merchant snapped, asking if she looked like an adventurer, and her stare dripped with contempt. Then Lanza turned to Myriad and said, "I was saved by a sweet old granny." But instead of beating around the bush, he zeroes in on what's happening right now. He blurts out his thoughts, and all he gets back is a cold question from the leader. What's wrong? Lanza, baffled, jabs a finger at Ruri and demands why she was brought along. And just then, the girl rips her gaze away from her food and locks onto him. The merchant shoots back that he hired Digger because she's pure gold, and the horned girl solemnly echoes his claim, then introduces herself. Ruri steps in with zero doubt and declares, "We're winning." Grinning, the girl grabbed a stick-shaped veggie and lifted it like a blade. Then she fenced with it like a pro, using bites of the delicacy as her sword, and Lanza just stared, saying nothing. Once the performance wrapped up, the cloaked man hauled the leader up to the roof to set everything straight, and Myriad practically couldn't wait because he'd been itching to talk too. Once they scrambled up onto the carriage roof, Lanza's kicked off the talk, asking if the leader knew the guild's mission and why a whole pack of mercenaries was charging ahead of them. Myriad leaned on the railing and said, "They're all allies. I hired every one of them for 1,000,000 larks," and the magics erupted in loud, shocked surprise. Up on the roof, Master Myriad finally forced the question out, burning in his head the whole time. Did Lanza know that the digger was Leashimmer property when he snatched it? The cloaked man admitted it was true, though he blamed his own mistrust of the elf because she just felt way too suspicious. After all, there was never enough labor, and Berg always had his hands full when it came to magic ore, yet the Leashimmer company kept begging for miners, even as their leader acted strange as hell. With everything happening right now, Myriad goes straight for the mystery of Lanza, devouring curiosity like it's candy. Usually, the master hides behind a ready-made excuse, claiming he's only protecting children because everyone else can't. But when he turns to the cloaked man, the head cuts through the spin and demands to know one thing. Did you mean it, and did you tell the truth, fully and openly? Lanza stays silent, but the memory hits hard. He still sees how helpless Bayou, Kyle, and Vita looked. Myriad kept going, saying the slums were where the underground debtors, until they had tokens, were shoved to live, and you'd never call the place habitable. Still, that cloaked man hauled kids out of there and handed them over for care. Then the head filled out every needed document and swore he'd give Myriad proper care and solid shelter. Yet nothing about his promise would change what Myriad's business truly is, and he knows it all too well, with zero mercy. Profit comes first, and he'll use any tool he can get his hands on. The chief swears Lanza runs on a whole different set of rules, and the cloaked man just stays quiet, because when the chief speaks, every word lands like truth, and he's too afraid to even challenge it. The master thinks the mage needs to dive back into adventuring, because no matter what, they'll all make it out alive. Lanza glanced aside, hesitated for a beat, then told Myriad, once again, what he wanted, while the company boss smirked and asked if he should have played it more modest. Somehow, he still looked totally relaxed despite everything. Then the master drove deeper into his scheme, smashed the red name by heading straight for the magic ore cave and hiring the absolute best adventurers he could find, paying out 5,000,000 larks for every C rank, 10,000,000 for each B rank, and a whopping 100,000,000 for every A rank, because with that kind of cash, the deal would practically close itself. The moment the results were announced, Lanza shot up with shocked disbelief, screaming that Myriad was about to torch the whole company. Harsh words, sure, but you could hear the worry underneath his fear for the master's call. The master didn't even bother answering. He leaned in and demanded the magician tell him what would happen if he could wipe out all three great crimson evils, the deadliest on the planet, then stared at his subordinate, chin planted in his hands, like he was waiting for the truth to land. Myriad's glowing eyes and that unsettling smile screamed one thing. He was hungry to be the best, and right now was the perfect chance, because walking away would be unforgivable. The wagon tore down the road at full speed, and the mercenaries surged all around it, matching every jolt. Bellamus, the younger brother, rode on the outside of the carriage with his guard up, watching every move like a hawk, ready to shield the leader and everyone inside the moment trouble struck. The carriage rattled past the clock tower and up on the roof. There it was, a shadowy figure crouched beside the bell like it was hunting its next victim. The guard clocked it instantly, his sharp eyes zeroing in as the long hair whipped and fluttered in the wind. She gripped the tower with one trembling hand and stared out below, perched high for the perfect view, because the dragon's adored child knew her prey would show up any second. She just had to wait a little longer. The second she spotted the carriage, she dug her fingers into the hand clinging to that stone column. Too much power slammed through the rock, and with a brutal crack, one of the three great crimson evils snapped clean off. Her pupils snapped into narrow slits, and her eyes turned razor-sharp, like a snake or a dragon sizing up its next meal. Bellamy's, the younger brother, barely had time to yell a warning, so he threw his own body over the carriage entrance and shielded the unsuspecting passengers from the danger. Right after that, something screamed through the air and slammed into the carriage at full speed. Things spiraled so fast that out of everyone there, only Lanza, Bellanis' older brother, and Digger Rookie clocked what just happened. Only 3 people saw that lightning-fast incident happen in real time. A small object came rocketing at them from behind, right as the younger Bellamis brother snapped his left arm up to shield the master and the others, but the arm was ripped away. The shot ricocheted, smashing part of the carriage roof to pieces. Lanza stared at the wreckage and the red name, and when he blinked he realized it was just an ordinary stone, leaving the man frozen in stunned silence. Bandaged hands clenched as the girl stared people down with a predator's grin, and Myriad cut in that she'd already made it, while Ruri and Lanza snapped their eyes to the tower, ready for the fight to erupt. After everything went down, the mercenaries burst into shouting, and told the others the dragon's beloved child was already here. A red-named watcher stared at the cart as it wrecked everything in its path. Realizing her attack didn't faze them, she jammed her hands into the very column she'd already shattered. With one sharp motion, the girl ripped a huge chunk free from the structure, determined to finish what she'd started. Myriad stared it down, snapped at his men to vanish out of sight, and Safina hurled the column straight toward her mark. Bellanis, the older brother, hauled off a wild cast of *** stonewall **, and slammed a blazing shield of earth into place to block the blow. Lanza even bolstered the defense with a brutal wall of solid mud, while the mages slammed it into place almost at the exact same moment. A colossal projectile came screaming at the defense, and even then the stone block still shattered, pieces raining down under the cart's wheels as the whole structure fought not to collapse. The coachman snapped into action at the last second, yanking the carriage so hard it swung into the closest alley, just in time to keep everyone safe. The mercenary sprinted ahead, and the warrior in his armor snapped his directions to Master Myriad, right where to run, because they were racing through the alleys to reach the magic or the cave and stay alive. Lanza shot him a serious look and demanded, "Can you handle this?" The magician stepped out of the carriage and stared him down. A scarred blond man locked eyes with his colleague, staring like it could burn through steel, and when the master demanded that Lanza hold back the adored dragon child so he could flee and stack more power, the blond man froze, stunned, mouth hanging open. He pictured a bruised, burned boy with a battered face, still grinning like nothing could break him. Lanza flashed a smile, swore Myriad would become the strongest, and shoved him to go. Then the CEO's face cracked into a proud grin. The master snapped his attention to the digger and declared it was her moment to shine. Then the girl stood beside the cart, fists clenched tight. She lifted her brows just a notch and snapped her mouth open, caught completely off guard. Myriad glanced at Bayou and said the boy would stay here too. Then the half-wolves' fur bristled, their surprise and fear snapping to life at once. Right then, Big Brother Balamis grabbed Vita and Kyle by the arms, and the leader stared them down like, "You two are coming with me." Meanwhile, in the back, little brother Balamis yanked his left hand tight with a rope and dumped a potion over it. The plump man snatched the kids, and they sobbed and screamed for their brother, while he shook in place, staring at them in terror. He knew it would keep the boys safe, so he nodded hard, heart-pounding, because Vita and Kyle were his family, and he wouldn't let them get hurt. The adventurers pushed the master forward, and just before they bolted out, Myriad grabbed Lanza and demanded his token, right in the middle of the chaos. Those metal tokens clinked together, sealing the money transfer like a done deal. The magician stared in disbelief and demanded, "Why did the chief hand me all this money?" The master snapped out a quick command to hire the Emperor of the Evil Eye, then kept talking, all while gripping himself, ready to spring up at any second. Myriad heard from adventurers that he and Digger already conquered the magic ore cave, and his gut screams that the one responsible is heading straight here, to the battle site. Lanza snapped at the man's back that this was going too far, yet the leader only grinned, kept marching forward, and said he was counting on the mage. She sprinted across the rooftops, then leapt from one house to the next until she finally landed at the destination. She flicked her eyes across the crowd on the street, weaving between the towering stone buildings. Lanza, Ruri, and Bayat waited, eyes locked on the adored dragon child, fists tight with pure anticipation, ready for the battle to kick off. The three fighters' faces told three different stories. While the digger looked oddly calm, almost lost in his own little dream, the magician stared at his opponent with stone-cold seriousness, and the boy sat there shaking with fear, fighting to keep his hands steady as cold sweat poured down his back. The girl gripped a tiny pocket watch, aimed it straight at her opponents, and Lanza unleashed a swirling magical mana trail, like smoke curling behind him, while Safina watched it all. Before, the guy couldn't wrap his head around how she found them so fast. Now it all clicked. She was using a magical tracking device, the Nyan artifact, and if she wasn't chasing him as Myriad, then it boiled down to one thing, tracking the target's blood or mana. Lanza jabbed a finger at Safina and kept talking, claiming that back then he'd sworn mage warriors were the mightiest around. The man pressed her, asking straight up if her real strength truly lived in magic. Safina's wild, outrageous restraint was no act, and the red-named bearer just watched in silence as the mage unleashed it all. He tried to spark a conversation just to buy time, but it crashed instantly, yet she stayed standing there, and then the man snapped, asking if she was even going to ask where Myriad was. Safina's stare was ice cold, and the adored kid of the dragon shrugged it off, saying everything was fine, she'd already heard it all. Then the girl snapped her eyes to the alley, where the leader and the mercenaries had vanished. Lanza suddenly realized one of the three great crimson evils had caught the plan. Then Bayu burst in from the side and slammed his shoulder into the magician's arm. The boy trembled with pure terror, sweat poured down his face, and even though he desperately wanted to help, he had no clue what to do. The mage stared at the half-wolf and clung to Myriad's words about using whatever you had at hand, while the man quietly questioned whether their business rules were even that different. Then a wild idea snapped into his mind. Bayu's jaw fell open when Lanza yanked the boy by his shirt and barked that he'd use him for a moment. Then Lanza swung to throw, leaving the kid even more lost and stunned. The half-wolf shrieked as the mage hurled him skyward with one furious hand, and Safina snapped her attention to the boy, drawn away from everything else. Lanza had it all figured out. This was his opening, so he slammed the lightning thread spell onto the girl. Lightning magic snaps into motion so fast it feels like it's guaranteed to strike the enemy, until you realize the lightning is brutal to control, even for the caster, because you can't predict its path with confidence, so you've got to map the target's mana track first. As the magician spun circles around the girl, the boy pulled the rival's attention away, and right in her blind spot, behind her back, he unleashed a strike of lightning. He was absolutely convinced it would work, because the lightning slammed straight into Safina's back and came so close it almost kissed her skin. Safina froze in shock, sensing something wildly wrong. It was like something invisible and colossal had yanked the lightning away, wrapping the adored dragon child in a protective shield. Bayu ripped through the air toward the girl, screaming at the top of his lungs, pure horror blazing across his face. Safina shot him a glare of pure contempt, then flicked her hand and swatted aside the incoming living projectile like it was nothing. The boy shut his eyes, bracing for the pain that was about to hit, and the magician even believed that with this attack, unstoppable at least up until now, anyone would drop dead. Just as the red-named hand was about to slam into the Bayu, something soft materialized out of nowhere, snapping in between them and stopping the strike cold. Rory shoved the boy out of the way so he wouldn't get crushed, and the girl froze in shock. She never expected anyone to dodge her strike. The digger slammed down on top of the boy, and the half-wolf hit the ground hard, then blacked out, just lying there in the shock. Rory shot a glance at the dragon kid, and before the moment could even breathe, she whipped out her beloved shovel and nailed a cool, confident pose. With her weapon aimed at Safina, the girl snapped that she was a bad person for throwing a stone at them. Then she jabbed the shovel toward Lanza and snapped that he was a bad guy too, since he'd insulted Bayu. The magician opened his mouth to talk about the exact moment they were trapped in, then right as the truth was about to spill, he cut himself off. Right then, Seguta's carriage slammed to a halt in front of the gate to Berg, and the driver snapped, "I can't take you farther. One of the three great crimson evils could be loose in the city." Seguta nodded and swore he'd go on his own. He even said it'd be quicker to just walk, and Sugado tugged at his shirt sleeve so he could move without a hitch. A fierce look flashed across his face as he went over it in his head. Yeah, his muscles had actually grown since he arrived in this world, but even so, he still couldn't match the other guys standing around him. A wild thought hit the boy himself, hulking and rock-solid, carved from pure muscle, while Ruri rode on his shoulders like she belonged there, calling him to fight someone, and that's when doubt slammed into him. Would anyone really try to kidnap Ruri if he looked just like that? When Segudo tried to quiz Agatha at her consultation center, she kept snapping back that this was a magic item store, and even then she only gave him half-baked clues, muttering that their digger thoughts matched, all while sounding fed up. Agatha told the boy the girl had shown up earlier and asked the same thing, and Ruri's mind started racing. Was that woman hiding some potion to turn her big, strong, and horned? In her head, she already saw a terrifyingly buff horned woman, yelling that she was awesome, refusing to get kidnapped, and standing guard to protect Segudo. The boy instantly snapped back to those days when the sheep kept waving a shovel at him like it meant something, so he took a wild guess, and Agatha cut it off fast, saying it was just muscle training. Then she told him, if you want to get stronger, train with Ruri, because she had no potions for building muscle and strength. Ruri gripped the shovel in one hand and snapped at Lanza and Safina, yelling that they were both bad people. The mage stared with a grim face, while the digger's gaze radiated pure confidence. Bayu couldn't quite grasp what was happening, so he stayed down on the ground, then pushed himself up on his hands. Safina stood her ground and started spitting out a warning verse about what would happen the moment you got in her way. Right after that, she bolted away from the scene, like the truth burned too hot to ignore. The next line kept on whispering that a person like her would die, and she tried to finish it, but her words just wouldn't come. The girl lunged to strike Lanza, but the man snapped off a spell, lightning invisibility, before she could land a hit. Safina drove her fist into the mage's stomach, and it looked like his body split into two. But in the blink of an eye, those pieces slammed back together and flared with bright light, leaving Safina stunned and confused. This spell shot power through the man until his body crackled like lightning, and he unleashed it just in time. One of the three great crimson evils stared at Lanza, stunned with no mask on at all. Right then, while the girl was distracted, Ruri lunged in from behind and slammed a shovel at her, but the girl bolted forward and managed to dodge it at the last second. Lanza was stunned that Safina pulled it off. Digger was firing from a total blind spot, and the guy even started to wonder if she had eyes in the back of her head. As the red name dodged, the magician waited for the perfect opening, then slammed his strike home. He went straight for the girl's stomach, drove a full-force kick into her, and Safina didn't even get the chance to react. She got hurled toward the nearest building, right into a cluster of market stalls. Boom, the whole place erupted in noise. The mage exhaled in relief. His physical strikes were actually working, right as he shoved her aside, and then he spotted something closing in from behind. Ruri was the one who swung the shovel at that man. Furious at what he'd done, she lashed out to protect Bayu. Lanza tried to shut her down by yelling at the girl, but Digger swung in anyway, snarling that the man was a bad person. The magician snatched the shovel with one hand and threw her hands up, raging as she kicked wildly, desperate to force the girl to the ground. Meanwhile, the man kept trying to snap her back to her senses, until he realized his orders wouldn't work because she was still just a child, and then Lanza finally swallowed his pride, apologized, and tried to calm her down. Ruri snapped back at him, saying he had to beg Bay for forgiveness because Bay's offense had truly crossed the line. The magician snapped around and blurted out an apology for hurling him, and the half-wolf just froze, completely baffled by how fast things turned. Digger finally cooled off and warned the man to never do that again. Then he gently set her down. Right after, Ruri knelt on the ground, flashed a satisfied smile, and said she forgave him, giving one quick nod. The girl kept insisting that if Sugita saw this picture, rage would hit him like a truck. Then Lanza cut in mid-sentence and demanded, "Who are you talking about?" He figured she must mean the Emperor of the Evil Eye. Ruri swallowed her fear, ignored the man's words, and swore she'd be way stronger with Sugito here, because he was her partner, yet he wasn't anywhere. Safina burst out from between the market stalls, flicking away the dust and the flour she'd landed in. No scratches, nothing. The magician stared and realized he couldn't hurt her after all. Even after Ruri spoke up, the Evil Eye Emperor's power still left that man completely baffled. With this girl plus the shovel and her title in hand, he felt rock-solid sure they'd smash the enemies for good. Lanza shot the digger a question. He needed the girl to fire her title power again, the same one that helped her break out of that dungeon. Ruri stared back with a blank face and asked, dead serious, what he meant. Lanza said she was talking about the moment she blew the dungeon door to splinters. After a few beats, Ruri's eyes flared with brilliance, and pure excitement poured out of her. because only now did she finally understand the true power hidden in her title. The girl refused to doubt it, so she jammed the shovel into the stone under her feet, and it slid in so easily it felt unreal. His mage's faces hardened with pure determination as he declared this was a practically irresistible force, an actually terrifying power, so now the promises were going to sound downright awful. Lanza pushed the plan, hit Safina first, forced the girl to finish her off, and then he demanded to know if the sheep could pull it off. Rory's chest tightened at promises, terrifying power, and the brutal weight of finishing the job, while sweet, thrilling sensations made her ears twitch like crazy. The girl shot the shovel up over her head and brightened, practically daring them to hand this job to her. Ruri and Lanza faced Safina while Bayu hung back behind his allies, nerves buzzing because this was the first battle he'd ever seen. But staring at these three, he still had no doubt they were all ridiculously strong. This time the heroes don't wait, they strike first. Lanza fires off spell after spell to buff himself up, boosting his agility, beefing up his strength, and hardening his defense for what's coming. Right when he became an adventurer, he invented his own technique, spiral around the enemy to lure them in, slip his comrades straight into their blind spot, then surge in like lightning beside Safina. Then he yanked a vial of potion from under his cloak and hurled it straight at his opponent. She instinctively smashed the bottle, exactly what the magician was waiting for, leaving a strange, bubbling liquid slick on her bandaged hand. With his tactic locked in, Wanza went for the ultimate curveball. He uncorked his upgraded potion and watched the girl hesitate. Inside the bottle was a poison so vicious it was hard to block, and Wanza prayed it would buy him even a split-second delay. The mage tried to narrow her options to seize the perfect opening, but when she slapped the potion aside, the girl shot up her hand, blocking the view just enough to throw her off. The man snapped for initiative and charged straight at Safina, fists ready to slam her. It was just a cruel misdirection. While everyone's eyes were pulled away, the mage was ready to strike with his leg, betting the girl wouldn't have a single second to dodge. One of the three great crimson evils dodged with jaw-dropping speed, exactly like everyone feared, and once again the attack crashed and burned. Safina darted, jumped, and weaved with unreal grace, never letting a single strike land on her. While Lanza didn't back off, he kept hammering forward, desperate to either clock her or at least pull her attention away. In Bayou, the fight played out like a wild dance, and the boy just gawked, mouth hanging open, as surprise and pure delight lit up his face. The mage figured the extra agility wouldn't stop her from dodging his relentless strikes on perfect timing, yet he didn't quit, because this was exactly how the plan was supposed to play out. The second Lanza clocked the perfect opening, he snapped off electric kick, his legs blazing with lightning discharges. His magical martial art turbocharged every punch. He zapped his own muscles with electricity to crank up his strength and speed, and if that lightning hit the opponent, it could even leave them paralyzed. Lanza launched this thunderfast strike just to shatter her timing, and she juked out of it again barely. Ruri's silhouette flickered behind Safina, exactly like they'd planned. The girl shot up, thrusting the shovel toward the red name, while the sun blared down on the sheep, and her hair floated like a fluffy cloud. Under normal circumstances, Safina would have been trapped, one leg lifted, her body leaning back, no way she could have dodged in time, until she spotted Ruri closing in behind her, and realized she could slip out with a quick push while she was already on the ground. The magician was convinced Safina wasn't normal, so he unleashed Quagmire, and the stone beneath her foot dissolved into a choking swamp, leaving her with nowhere solid to stand and totally exposed. Lanza dared to hope for Ruri. If things ran clean and Digger could do the job right, they'd finally shut their opponent down, and Safina would be staring down a checkmate. Suguro forced himself to stop for a breath, then marched toward one of the three crimson evils, shoulders pumping with frantic air as his collar stuck out in every direction. He stared at a crimson pool of flesh, worry etched across his face, utterly clueless about who it belonged to or what horror had just unfolded here. He edged closer, snatched the metal piece, and scanned the token for the adventurer's name. Then he let out a heavy sigh because it wasn't his partner's body. One of the shop doors cracked open, and an agitated man shot a glance outside, then fear hit him hard as he stared at the puddle. Suguro stormed up to the shopkeeper and shouted whether he'd seen the Pecorana girl, because Ruri's safety was eating him alive, and he needed to find her fast. The man leaned in and asked if the boy meant the girl tied to Leshamer. She just snagged vegetables from his shop, with the other myriad guys right beside her. The shopkeeper trembled and demanded, "Is that real blood?" Then admitted that one of the three great crimson evils really had gone to Berg to hunt myriad, so Suguro heard it and immediately bolted out the door. He had zero time, so he sprinted at full speed, because Ruri was in danger, and he refused to let anything happen to her. On the battlefield, Digger stared at her shovel in shock, while the half-wolf beside her gawked with his mouth hanging open, because Safina's right foot was stuck fast in the liquid she'd just created. The girl crumpled on the ground, gripping Ruri's shovel in one hand, and somehow she managed to stop the hit. Everyone stared at the shovel's tip, sitting on the red man's bandaged palm, and couldn't believe their eyes. Lance's whole plan had collapsed. The sheep stared in disbelief as the unstoppable force got slammed to a halt, and not a scratch, not even a tiny mark, showed up on the girl's palm. In the next heartbeat, Safina snapped back to herself, and with one brutal swing, she smashed the weapon right out of her own palm. She clamped a hand around Ruri's head, yanked her down hard, and hurled her to the ground, still gripping tight, refusing to let go. One of those ruthless crimson evils kept repeating it over and over, until the stonework beneath them finally cracked and sank in. The girl finally let go of the sheep, and it slumped there, face down. Then a burgundy puddle started spreading from Ruri's head. Lanza's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe what he was seeing because it felt impossible. When defeat finally sunk in, he threw in the towel and sprinted, and Safina clocked it instantly, charging straight at him headlong. The second they closed in, she slammed the mage in the stomach and sent him flying back from her. Lucky for Lanza, he pulled off lightning dodge once more, slipping away clean and giving his body the chance to heal up again. Safina slammed in another round of strikes, and the magician just kept twisting away like he'd practiced it, because the girl was blazing fast, but he refused to fall behind. Then the adored dragon child blasted another lightning strike. Only Lanza's spell hit a split second too late, and he never even got the chance to defend himself. His cloak kept snapping in the wind, and a brutal gash tore open his side, like someone had ripped a chunk of flesh clean out of him. Lanza erupted into brutal coughing fits, and thick red liquid poured from his mouth. Safina licked her lips like she'd just been served, still clutching a chunk of his flesh, and the man lurched, losing his footing as he started to fall. He gave a faint grin, praying he'd bought enough time for the chapter, while the magician stayed stone calm, counting on a whole swarm of possibilities. His body crumpled onto the ground, and Safina planted herself between him and the sheep lying right behind him, while crimson puddles spread beneath both, and neither one moved. Bayu stared at them in sheer terror, frozen stiff, scared to make a single move. Feeling his eyes burning into her, the girl snapped her head around and looked his way. Fear pinned him to the spot. He already knew anyone who got in Safina's way or pointed her wrong was dead, and if she locked eyes with him, Bayu would meet the same grim end. His sweat poured down his face as panic filled his eyes. The boy remembered Kyle and Vita, hauled off by Myriad's men, and he couldn't just stand by. Protecting his family burned hotter than fear, so he had to fight, and Bayu yanked the blade off his belt. Suguro sprinted deeper into the city, chasing the trail Ruri and Myriad's men left behind. Then he stumbled on a severed left arm, a shattered road, and debris littering the streets. The faster he ran and the more blood-soaked proof of battle he spotted, the tighter panic squeezed his chest, until finally the boy skidded to a stop. Right in front of him, a brutal battlefield came into view, bodies sprawled everywhere, until he saw that fluffy hair and that familiar bow, and when he realized the girl's body wasn't moving, despair crushed Suguro like a hammer. Just like that time when a whole group of adventurers injured Ruri, rage and bloodlust surged through the boy, along with a brutal sting of remorse. Rage boiled in his eyes, boiling black with horror, and hatred etched across his face, because all he wanted was revenge. The boy jolted to his feet, sprinted straight at Ruri, and yelled her name at the top of his lungs, praying she'd finally wake up. Suguro sat in a bizarre pocket of time, clutching a sheet of paper covered in a schedule, because right now Ruri's cooking was supposed to be happening. The girl gets crushed by where the main story is headed. She tucks her knees to her chest and sobs in silence. Seguro's hit with the same heavy depression, but this time it's wrapped in gratitude for Granny, so now they're stuck and can't do a thing. Suguro grabbed the cooking duty this time. Ruri's out and he's stepping in. After what felt like forever, Seguro finally managed to cook the dish, using those tomato-like vegetables they'd spotted earlier, and then the whole cooking montage got straight up cut. He whipped up a simple mornab paste. He sizzled crushed garlic in olive oil, tossed in chopped mornabs, covered the pan and heated it until it smelled incredible. Then he stirred it into cooked pasta, and boom, he ended up with a gorgeous dish. Sugito clanged the ladle against the shovel and shouted to Ruri that dinner was ready, and the moment the girl heard that sound, she glanced back. Then the boy spun around like, nope, and decided to do something else. He thrust his hands forward and screamed the spell, summon Granny. And boom, magic circles flared up, a blinding light blasted the ground, and right from the circle the merchant Agatha materialized, utterly confused. She stared in shock at the boy's magic, and Sugito just shrugged and said he'd learned it, because Lanza had blasted out too many spells in the last battle, and it drove him crazy, so he decided to study magic too, even if it could only summon Granny. Agatha and Ruri stared at the dish the boy had whipped up. It was so pretty and mouthwatering it almost felt unreal. The boy snapped that Granny was locked under a contract with him, meaning she couldn't return until she ate the paste, and Sugito was warned not to pull a move that frightening out of nowhere. Agatha leaned in, grabbed a bite of the boy's dish, and after twirling a little on her fork, ate it straight up, saying it would help her. The grandmother chewed in silence, stuck on the paste's taste, surprisingly edible, yet raw, dull, and plain, and that rough Mornab skin the boy never peeled off still clung to her mouth. Sugito stared at the woman, holding his breath as he waited for her to speak. This was his first real cooking on his own, and he needed to know how it landed. Agatha shot the boy a sharp look from beneath her brows. Feeling soft, the grandmother admitted that since it was Ruri's first try, the dish was genuinely great, and Ruri practically beamed because she loved vegetables most. Then she told the boy he'd earn a flower circle, basically a gold star for his tests and exams. Grandma Agatha told me to peel the extra knobs, then just toss the veggies into hot water and watch the skins loosen up fast. Ruri giggled as she twirled her pasta on her fork, and right then Segudo leaned over to Granny like, "Tell me something this time," because he couldn't stop thinking about those status tokens and name windows. Grandma swore that as long as you've got the token, you can lock onto someone else and pop open their name window, but only if you're close enough, and no matter what, it'll show you just 3 things. If you want the full details, you've got to swipe someone's token, then hit it with magic to get it equipped, because the moment a person first receives a token, the mana streaming from their soul to their body pours straight into it, and that's what powers the token into place. With a focused look on his face, Sugito shut his eyes tight and declared, "I got it, everything." Ruri's safety had him so rattled he missed all of it. Then the boy had the sheep use a shovel-shaped spoon alongside the fork to help her eat, and Grandma just shrugged like, "Yeah, that tracks." Agatha stared at her name window and froze. Another job had swapped in. She wasn't a merchant anymore, it now read familiar, and Sugito's name sat right there. Ruri stared at the boy and demanded his share, and the boy admitted he totally forgot to cook for himself, then shrugged, saying he'd be thrilled if the sheep happily gobbled hers. The girl snapped her eyes wide in shock, then scrambled to grab the food a whole new way, until she finally spun those noodles on her fork like a pro. A sheep handed the boy a fork to feed him and urged him to be happy too. Sugito took his first bite, and right then Granny was watching them. The boys figured Agatha wanted Ruri to feed her too, but even when Agatha snapped, the grandmother didn't argue. She just let it happen, then slipped back out looking completely satisfied. Staring at the bodies sprawled across the floor, Segudo's mind latched onto it, 2 maroon puddles just like that. Spotting the girl, he tore across the distance toward her, yelling her name at the top of his lungs. He slid beside her and checked Rory's condition, then spotted the wound on her head and swore he wouldn't move her. With his hand hovering near her face, he felt the faint breath of air. Good, the sheep was still breathing. The boy whipped his head left and right, sizing everything up right there on the main street of the main district, with the aunt's shop practically at his doorstep. No more waiting, he had to rush out and grab potions now. The young man spotted another body just a little farther off. Sugito recognized him from the time he'd seen him hanging around Myriad. So with the street empty, he figured Lanza and Ruri had traded blows until it ended like this. Rage surged through him at the man, and his eyes burned with pure, terrifying fury. That mage's name window was still open, which screams that he's most likely still alive, so Sugito wouldn't let Lanza go after Ruri again while the kid was away. With his hand sliding to the blade in its sheath, he made one ruthless decision. He'd fix every problem that came next. He strode straight toward the corpse, locked on the merchant's grim face, and just as the young man reached for his weapon, footsteps thundered in from somewhere nearby. Somebody was coming. Sugito spun around and locked eyes with the half-wolf. Then he saw Bayo, tears streaming as he clutched a whole pile of potions, and the moment Sugito spotted the boy, he froze. Right after that, the boy sprinted to Ruri to help her, but when he grabbed Bayo, he froze. Then Bayo yanked free and snapped at him to let go. The half-wolf pulled the potions loose one by one, then poured them carefully over the girl lying motionless. After that, he flung the empty bottles aside like they were nothing. Sugito watched the boy gulp potion after potion, 1, 2, then 3, until at last the sheep cracked open its eyes. The girl forced herself to stand while both boys hovered nearby, and the young man strode up, cupped her face, then checked, right there, if she was truly okay. He blurted a shout, demanding to know if everything was okay, and Rory just stayed calm, mumbling that she was fine. The instant she clocked who was standing there, the girl burst out his name in pure joy, and clapped her hands around his legs. The lamb shoved Segudo with her horns and hugged him tight, then demanded, "Did you come to save her?" Segudo whipped his eyes toward Bayo and said, "No, I didn't save her." The half-wolf rose to his feet, howling in pure joy as he stared at them. his ears drooping just a bit. Then Rory thanked the boy for saving her. Bayer's tears exploded. He crumpled to his knees, and he sobbed that she was wrong. This boy didn't deserve her gratitude at all. Sukatil demanded to know what happened here, and the boy started replaying everything that came after Safna wiped out those two, until his tears finally spilled. Bayu kept his hands locked on his sheathed blade, staring at his fallen friends, as one of the three great crimson evils bore down on him. The boy's fur bristled and his tail puffed up like a tiny cloud, but that adored dragon child just strolled right by, no touch, not a single brush. He was just a pebble by the roadside, barely worth noticing, because she didn't even spare him a glance like he was some enemy, like in this whole place there was only her and nothing else. For a split second, he pictured Kyle and Vita getting stranded alone too. Then Bayu started to wonder if he could just turn around and walk away like nothing ever happened. The boy swore he still heard those kids screaming, and his ears relived the instant they got torn apart, so he made a vow right then. He wouldn't cling to fragile hope or just sit there doing nothing. Teeth clenched, the half-wolf ripped his weapon from its sheath and glared at Safina like pure fury was burning in his eyes. The girl snapped around the second she realized it, staring the boy down like, "Don't you dare come any closer." Under that piercing stare, the half-wolf's legs buckled. He stumbled, then crashed onto the ground. With a single vicious kick, one of the three massive crimson evils slashed a gap between her and the boy sitting right there. Dust billowed up from the crater and the earth looked like it was starting to smoke. Then the girl warned, "Cross that line," and Bayu's losing his legs. Right then every boy's bones refused to move for Kyle and Vita, because even knowing they were in trouble, the half-wolf froze in pure fear, so he did the only thing he could. He grabbed potions to help. The boy broke down in tears as he poured out his story, swearing he'd repay Rory, because she'd bailaid him out again and again. Sugudo clung to the kids' names he'd spotted on Myriad's lists, then listened like every word mattered, because if that half-wolf wasn't spinning lies, then every scrap of info lined up perfectly with what the young man already knew. After hearing the story, the girl snapped her head around, hunting for her shovel. Safina had tossed it aside earlier, and there it was, just a short distance away, sitting in plain sight. She snatched up her weapon and started digging the line fast, pulled in by that little adored dragon child, and Ruri told them Bea wasn't alone anymore. He'd already saved the girl. Breathing a little hard but finally done with her work, she planted herself on the shovel, turned to the half-wolf and bragged that the line was gone now, while the boy just stared, tears pouring nonstop from his eyes. After the little sheep backed up Bio and urged them to go help everyone, Sugudo hesitated, weighing her words, because she said it like it was no big deal, and that somehow made him look away, eyes dropping. Caught in a spiral of thoughts, the young man didn't even notice Rory step up and pour the half-wolf's potion straight onto the lying Lanza. Sugudo whipped his gaze to her and blurted, "Sure, that was noble, but this guy is our enemy." The girl stared at him, thinking hard. Crouched low, she kept pouring the potion, and the girl insisted Lanza promised he'd never do anything bad again, so now he's on their side. Right after that, the magician snapped his eyes open. Ruri rushed to explain everything to her partner, and it totally rattled him. He stared, stunned, and demanded she repeat it. The girl really agreed to join Myriad for 1,000,000 larks. Ruri nodded, and then the young man pressed again, asking if the sheep truly understood the leader was a villain too. Puffing out her cheeks, she insisted the man had handed her tons of candy, so yeah, maybe he really was a good guy, and Sugudo's hair literally bristled as she watched him snatch the candy from the digger and start eating it, totally awkwardly. With the boys' wild guesses, Kyle and Vita didn't seem like they were in any real danger, right now at least. While he crammed candies into his mouth, Rory only stared at the empty treat bags with a heavy, sad look. Their enemy is a wild, unpredictable red name, one of the three great crimson evils, so anyone could get devoured, or she could suddenly flip the script and pounce on whoever's caught off guard. Bayu stood there, hand clamped to his chest, and demanded, "Do I even deserve to help them when I already left these two children behind once?" The young man stared at the half-wolf and wondered out loud if regret even makes sense once it's already done, then said it straight, "Real regret only hits when you're out of time." Bayo's eyes flared with new courage as he looked at his friends and pushed forward toward them. With a swagger, he stepped over Safina's fallen line and marched straight toward Ruri and Segudo. Lanza jolted back into his senses, pushed himself upright, and straight-faced, sent an official request to the Emperor of the Evil Eye on behalf of the Countless Company. Then the magician ordered Tim, an F-rank adventurer, to wipe out the adored dragon child, and the moment those words hit, the kid went stone still. He snapped his head around, locked eyes with Lanza, and demanded, was this some kind of joke? Because if it was, she'd cross the line. "Then explain it all," he said, and he jabbed a finger at Worry, who stood there gripping a shovel like she was about to step out. The mage snapped that the girl owed the Liashimer Company a debt, and the sheep just stared at the man with zero emotion. while Segudo's mind flooded with memories of that terrifying elf he'd faced before. The guy hissed through his teeth, refusing to swallow Lance's words, though he knew they were true. He wouldn't spill the details, but his gut screamed that the whole mess, one of the three great crimson evils showing up in the hunt for Myriad, had to be tied to the underground trade. And he bet everything it was Ligemer herself who set it up. The mage snapped his thought shut, saying this clue meant the leader would kill Safina next. Then Sugudo's rage exploded, twisting his face, and he barked at Ruri. How much did that sheep owe its owner? His words cracked into a scream as the girl started counting on her fingers. After a while, she finally admitted she owed Leshimer a whopping $4,300,000, and it absolutely stunned the boy. Ruri was barred from working anywhere else, so she couldn't hunt monsters to level up, and they fully expected her to waste her whole life in that mine, digging ore until the end of time. But one day, she stumbled into a man who knew next to nothing about this world, and when Ruri told Sujito her dream of becoming an adventurer, everything changed. The young man swore dreams only ever hand out despair, because life keeps treating him like dirt. Then he faced Lanza, took the offer without hesitation, and agreed to wipe out one of the three great crimson evils. Then he barked that the payment had to match the job, and the young man demanded a price big enough to buy Ruri's freedom, his face blazing with total confidence. The magician grinned and calmed the boy, saying Myriad was ready to buy him for a solid price, and then he shoved his token forward to seal the deal. He promised them a reward of 10 million larks, and right then a crew was posted by the dungeon magic or cave entrance, while Myriad's leader stared at the spot they were about to charge into. One of the mercenaries lined in and told the chief, "So many adventurers are charging into the new floors after the mutation. There's no way anyone can clear this whole dungeon in a single day." Then he added, "Most are gonna bail and head back to the surface to rest, but a few groups are already slipping in just to round people up and pull them out." The warrior shot a grim look and basically said, "If every one of Berg's adventurers showed up here, we'd have well over 150 people." Myriad stayed calm and told them straight up, "I'm hiring all of you." The man lounged in the chair like it was a throne, glaring down at everyone with a savage, predatory stare, because the company's head didn't just want their loyalty. He wanted to buy their desires, crush their honor, steal their courage, and snag every last mercenary. The Emperor of the Evil Eye slung the lamb over his shoulder and marched on, while Lanza and Bayo trailed right behind them. Ruri asked the boy if he was okay, and he shot back that he felt way better than the girl bleeding out. The young man snapped his focus onto the opponent, and even though his torn body didn't look fully healed, he still stood there like he was about to throw down. As the young man pushed forward, he couldn't stop wondering what their odds were, if they even made it to the magic ore cave. Lanza, like he could read the boy's mind, leaned in and demanded to know Sergudo's plan for taking down the Red Name, yet even this supposedly unstoppable monster proved completely useless. At the last sentence, the Emperor of the Evil Eye snapped his gaze to Lanza as Ruri yanked the boy's ears. She was desperate to get down to the ground. The girl jammed her shovel into the nearest boulder like it was butter, and the young man just stared, because the sheep grinned and swore it was all due to the digger's insane power. The mage bragged that she finally landed a hit on Safina, but it still couldn't even break the adored dragon child's skin. Bayu cut in and said a shovel wasn't a weapon at all, it was a human tool, and that meant they probably couldn't swing enough force to go after a human. Ruri blew out her cheeks like a kid and clutched her shovel to her chest, praising it like it was the greatest thing ever, and Suguda listened to the half-wolf closely, then started mulling something over. A sudden idea snapped into his head, so the young man charged to the nearest tree and told the girl, "Hit it." The sheep stared at its partner like, "Are you serious?" but it stayed silent. She lunged and drove the shovel into the trunk with everything she had, clang, and the impact rang out as it bounced clean off the tree. Bayo gaped at the result, mouth hanging open as he stared at Rory, while Lanza snapped to the harsh truth. The shovel couldn't harm living beings, so it was worthless in a fight. Right then, Rory's dream of becoming an adventurer started to fall apart, and the girl charged back to the tree and started smashing it with the shovel, over and over. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she clutched her shovel tight and blurted, "It's the best." The Evil Eye Emperor pressed his hand to the tree and unleashed his power on it. He stared at the tree one more time, then strode up to the girl and gently stroked her head, trying to steady her shaking heart. Then he'd tell her, "Try again." Segudo figured he couldn't stand a chance against Safina solo, and Ruri's loss to one of the three great crimson evils only proved it. The girl shoved the shovel into the tree again, and this time it finally bit in, like the wood just gave up without a fight. The boy flicked his fingers at the tree, and it dropped like it weighed nothing. Lanza and Bayu stared in stunned disbelief. Rory felt that spark all over again, because if they teamed up, there was nothing they couldn't beat. Suguro stared at the girl with pride and declared, "Your shovel, it's going to be the best, no doubt." Outside the dungeon entrance, Magic Ore Cave was packed to the brim with adventurers, 56 E rank, 78 D rank, 33 C rank, and 11 B rank ready to dive in. A giant sword adventurer barked orders, screaming for the fighters to box the enemy in on three sides, while the low-ranking mercenaries threw themselves into support, and in the chaos, 24 people were cut down. In the heat of battle, Kai, an SB rank adventurer, throws out a casual question, "Are you really human?" while he acts like hunting a half-dragon is just another easy errand. The mercenaries clash with the red power that's meant to crush their target, Safina, one of the great crimson evils, but the girl wipes the whole army down with effortless ease. People spot the girl's wounds sealing up right before their eyes, and they're freaking out because they swear that's impossible unless she's using the restoration skill, while every adventurer clenches their worries about having too little mana and too few potions. On a wooden throne, Myriad leaned in and asked Bellamus, "Will your arm go back to normal?" Bellamus said, "If it's only a wound, yeah, but if you've truly lost something, it won't come back." Myriad caught onto that last line, repeated it like it mattered, and decided, Lanza won't return. Still, the master demanded the magician witness him rise to become the strongest, while Myriad sat there watching the mercenaries hustle, and two guards stood posted right beside him. With the girl slung on his back, Suguro, Bio, and Lanza sprint straight for the dungeon Magicor cave, and the man can't shake it. Myriad's eyes never changed, even after the slum drunks beat them every single night like it was nothing. This leader got 10 times the reward for his looks, yet here, in a lightless, god-forsaken wasteland, his eyes were the only spark, and every smile he flashed was pure, ferocious threat. The heroes sprinted harder and harder, closing in on their destination, sprinting like their lives depended on it. The evil eye emperor unleashed his key skill to pinpoint where the adored dragon child was hiding, yet the girl was so far out of range that she couldn't even see her own status. But she stood right in the heart of a menacing whirlwind of magical power, spiraling above her like it wanted her gone. Safina stood on the building's roof with a flawless view, locking onto her main target and tracking every move with zero trouble. With animal speed, the girl sprinted straight at the man sitting on the wooden throne. With the gap between them shrinking fast, Miyu finally snapped and gave the order. Bellamus and Bellinis at the exact same moment hurled Kyle and Vita into one of the three great crimson evils, and the adventurers froze in shocked silence, totally stunned by the move. They swore Myriad and his crew had chosen the children as human shields. To everyone's shock, Safina started to slow to a stop, then she shot out her arms and expertly snagged both kids by their coats. The adventurers gaped at the girl, shocked she pulled off that outcome. Then one of the three great crimson evils stared straight at the kids, and the fear hit so hard they couldn't even make a sound. Myriad had a feeling this was coming, because one of Safina's weird little habits is that even with that red name haunting her, she keeps showing up as an adventurer and refuses to quit. If she didn't just land an A rank, she'd be far less likely to go along with the mission, shut down the underground traders, and wipe out every debtor they've chained. So yeah, Myriad left Bio in the city, and those two kids too, because as long as they're his, they don't die. That's the real reason he never freed them. Safina was still clinging to Kyle and Vita, both bruised and bandaged, right as the leader's plan counted on them as his ultimate trump cards. After the throws, the master's guards came barreling toward the girl with weapons out, striking the rival from both sides of the war, like the battle's ending was already written. That wyvern venom is no joke, just a single drop can take down a giant, and it's paired with pollen from a century-old barbarian flower that blooms once every 100 years and locks the heart stiff with paralysis. Getting both ingredients cost them everything, so the Madir company treasures them as priceless gold. The second the beloved dragon child finally stopped moving, elder brother Balinus snapped his order, and everyone surged into the attack. The whole party charged into battle like a storm, and Master Myriad just chuckled at the sight. Seconds later, the leader erupted into booming laughter, springing off his throne, stunned as he realized this was the real power of a merchant. The man looked straight into the air like he could see his childhood friend, then said, "I made it, I'm the strongest now." The next second, Safina whipped one circular motion, and tossed aside every mercenary closing in on her, while she kept the children clutched tightly in her arms. The master's guard got his head knocked clean off, the next guy crumpled with a brutal hit to the stomach, and in just a couple seconds the bloody chaos snapped back to normal. With a lightning-fast dash, she burst into Myriad, snapped her mouth wide, bared her fangs, and slammed the man straight into the wall. The girl sank her teeth into his neck like a feral beast, and the leader barely clocked a small group closing in. There he spotted Lanza, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor of the Evil Eye, and the moment their eyes locked, Myriad flashed him one last bright smile. The girl tore off the man's head in one brutal bite, and the magician just stood there as his old friend's part flew away from the body. A fountain of crimson splashed across the girl's face as she froze in front of the wall, and the body sliding down the stone like it was falling in slow motion, while the blonde's head thudded down just beside Safina, who was still clutching the children in her arms. When Myriad died, his name vanished from every status field the two kids had, and Kyle and Vita suddenly got handed over to the Merchant Guild for the time being. The dragon child was adored and his belly growled loud, so the little girl shook with fear and Safina snapped her eyes to her. But with the mission to free the debtors from their endless mess, her mind could finally drift and other thoughts started to flood in. Starving, she convinced herself nothing bad would happen as she bit down. Then Red Name opened her mouth and saliva spilled out, pulling her closer. Kyle tore into the air with a scream, begging his older brother, who, in that exact instant, heard every frantic cry from their family. This time, Bayo wasn't imagining it at all. His legs snapped into motion from where they'd been frozen, like something had finally struck the switch. The half-wolf replayed Myriad's warning about him being a kid, and the leader hesitated, doubting this boy could fight well enough to earn even a single million larks. Now Bayo was done playing around. He lunged up to prove he was worth every coin, yanking his blade free in one sharp motion, and that's when Safina finally snapped her eyes on him. The boy burst out with a wild scream and tears streaming down his face, then launched himself straight at the girl, weapon thrust forward like a strike meant to end everything. He lunged in with total confidence, ready to throw down, and then one of the three great crimson evils snapped the boy's dagger up in its teeth. Right then, Safina's go-to skill kicked in, those searching eyes scanning the world like they always did. But what she saw wasn't hatred, wasn't dislike, and not even a single shred of desire. Tears poured down their faces, and their eyes screamed nothing but pure terror. Naturally, the girl jerked in shock, because she couldn't wrap her head around why that half-wolf would do something that made zero sense for his condition. A bunch of top-tier adventurers seized the opening and surged forward, launching a rapid assault on their opponent. With the warrior's lightning reflexes and the magician's quick thinking, they broke Safina's grip and snatched the children to safety. Two men snatched up the kids and bolted in opposite directions, throwing their bodies in front of danger to shield them. But Bayo got stuck alone with the girl, and one adventurer swore he was seconds away from getting devoured. Then, right behind her, a voice snapped, "Turn around." The dragon child took one look at the Emperor of the Evil Eye's skill, and her whole body shriveled under the impact. She'd never felt a stare like this, sharp enough to split her to the core, filthy and soul-defiling like it had no right to exist, because the moment it hit her, it became unbearable. Rage flaring, she charged straight at Tagudo, while the boy cracked the potion open and started gulping it down. Then Digger snapped and hurled a stone at Safina with her shovel. That hit her like a sudden punch, and her pace wobbled. Then the adventurers clocked it too. But she couldn't look away from those eyes, so she lunged at the boy. Right as the dragon child's worship finally hit Sugudo, and boom, an explosion tore through the air. The shockwave burned a crater into the ground. The boy had held back on drinking the potion, keeping it only in his mouth until this exact moment. He snatches Safina's hand, she freezes on the spot, and horror hits her like a wave. "What is this?" she gasps. "Are those really eyes?" Sugudo, smirking just enough to be dangerous, doesn't look away for a second, and then he admits, flat and brief, that he has no idea.